Shaul Omer Va'an Vehu. What does it mean Va'an Vehu? Havei Omer Lo. It means to resemble God, to find emulation. So we'll say, according to Shaul, he understands this is my God Va'an Vehu, and I will emulate you. How do you get emulation from Vehu? Rashi says, and there is a contraction. Ani Vehu. Ani Vehu. I will be like my creator. Mahu Rachum Bechanun, Mahu Chanun Rachum, Af Ata Chanun Barachum. Just like Allah Baruch Hu is compassionate, so do you have to be compassionate. Allah Amar Abashi, Hamar. So who's it being in this respect? Rabbi Yossi, so we'll say, we're trying to figure out this concept that if the moel, quote unquote, finished the meal, and then he realizes that there are still some pieces of the armor that are there. So again, if those pieces are, if they negate the effectiveness of the meal, he can go back and remove them. But Lamaisa, if they don't affect it, if they don't impact the effectiveness of the meal, he can't go back. So what's the mean is business reflect. To which the Gemara says, Elavashi Hamani Rabbi Yossi Kistan, Ein Shnira Ba'al Ben Shulo Nira Ba'al Makalala Sashabis. So that's very like Kiddush HaChodesh. We'll say number again, witnesses see the moon, they have to come to Yerushalayim and to go ahead and give testimony that they saw the new moon. So the Mishnah says whether the moon is clear or not clear, witnesses are supposed to know. You might have thought that Allah say if the moon is clearly observable, you don't need for witnesses to go and start doing the Chalo Shabbos and traveling. Because if the witnesses here can see it clearly, everyone else can see it clearly as well. This mission says no. Even if the moon is absolutely clear, you still Allah have to go on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Nira Ba'alil, Ein Mechalin Lavat Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi says no, not true. If it's clear, in order for the moon to be seen clearly, therefore because the witnesses saw it, everyone else saw it as well. Allah not Mechalo Shabbos for that. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Rabbi Yossi says, Allah myself, put your Rashi, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Alma Atagav the mitzvah, if you gave on Lavazar Kavohu, Lo Mechalino. Suppose you really see that Rabbi Yossi, even though again it's good for witnesses to go, it's not necessary, not Mechal Shabbos. So too, if the mole finished the Milah, but he sees that there are still some pieces of skin there, if it's not Ma'akiv, if it's not necessary, he's not permitted to do it. The rest of the mind. So we'll say different. Because by the witnesses, remember again, there's no real license to do Machal Shabbos under those. Chazal asked you to do something for the benefit of maintaining the calendar. About Halcha, the Mikna Shabbos Litkos, Rabbi say, we have institutionalized Chol Shabbos. Neither of us, by definition, sets aside Shabbos. So it's possible that even for Tzitun She'inam Ma'akvin, the Sofer should the Mol should be able to go back. Alamin Ardai, Rabbanan Nisli Galei Rabbi Yossi. Rather than Adam say, who is it? It's Rabbanan Argan Rabbi Yossi. This nut, here we go, most of these incredible. Arbal Kohanim Nichnas was that he's going to the Seder for the Lechem HaPanim. 4 Kohanim go into the Beis HaMikdash. Shnayim b'yodam shnei starim, Shnayim b'yodam shnei bazim. We'll say ultimately 4 Kohanim go in. 2 are holding the 2 stacks of bread. This is the new lechem hapanim. This is on Shabbos. So 2 are holding the 2 stacks of bread, and 2 more are each holding a spoon of frankincense. The Volga. There are 4 other Kohanim who are already inside of the Beis HaMikdash. Shnayim b'yodam shnei starim. 2 Kohanim there, 1 each to remove a stack of bread. Remember, they're removing the quote-unquote old bread from the shulchan. Ushnayim b'yodam shnei bazichin. And to remove the 2 spoons of frankincense. So what says, this is the shift. So it's all happening on Shabbos, and the Shabbos is the faithful lechem hapanim. So 4 Kohanim bringing in the new, 4 Kohanim taking out the old. 2 Kohanim, 1 each holding a stack of bread. 2 Kohanim each holding a spoon of frankincense. Watch this. Hamachnisim umdim b'tzafon of demudarim. Those coming in stand in the north with their face to the south. Hamotziin umdim darim b'nei. The ones who are taking out the old stand in the south with their faces to the north. Ilu moshim ve'lu manim. And once everything happens almost like simultaneous. The Kohanim take out the center called Group A removes the old, while Group B immediately places in the new. So the Gemara says, the hands of this one are right near the hands of the other. We'll say it is a immediate simultaneous process. As the old is being removed, the new is being put there. Why the simultaneity? Mishum Shinamar Lifnei Hashem Tamid. Because the pasuk says that the lechem must be on the shulchan constantly, consistently, without interruption. Yossi Omer, Afilu Ilu Notlin Ve'ilu Manichin, Af Zeh Hayatam. Yossi said, no, not true. Even if, let's say, Tamid just means friends of Yossi, then halacha l'maisa, the shulchans can't remain overnight without lechem. But it doesn't have to have that level of simultaneity. Look at Rashi in just a moment. It's about 6-7 lines down in the Y lines of Rashi. Abzeh Talmud. Umani mekayim Talmud shlo yolin shulchan below lechem. U'rabbanim shalom shatki b'hadim esajid lo mikri Talmud elas kalach risi. V'nimtza shemis'akiv shulchan below lechem. V'gabe pirish nami ki hadra asi nosach risi. Ha'u Rabbi Yossi damar ki shatki b'hadim asli nami Talmud v'chada nosuhu. Ha'chanami pirish chozer ava b'she'in ma'aktin. Look at my noses. So I'll say, enough that Yossi would be of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, even after the Noah finished, he's still permitted to go ahead and go back, even for the tzitzit, she'in on ma'akin. Why? Because it's all part of the same process. So let's say what Rabbi Yossi essentially says is that halacha l'maisa, something is still called part of the same process, even if there's a little bit of so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with this in your session tomorrow. All right, I will say good morning. We have another incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuflamed Days 132. And we are picking up in Yetz Hashem. We are picking up actually right in the bottom of Kuflamed now. At least we're going to 131B. 2 lines up in the bottom, right after the two gaps. And responsible for Summer Wolf for dedicating it to Shipur this week. And there's a course of the first thing we're going to open Bas Sarah. But then we learned about the Polish together with both of these for having to keep and also we can't let us do. Remember again, still in the figure of Machshir Nila. Right, we'll say so. Remember again, speaking about the Panel Lefos and Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, what we found it out already yesterday. It's not really Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, rather it's Rabbi Eliezer and the rest of the world. Right? Again, Rabbi Eliezer saying that halacha l'maisa, it's not only Nila that's built for Shabbos, but it's Machshir Nila, even the preparatory acts for this that are built for Shabbos. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says, no, it is only Nila itself that is built for Shabbos, but again, not the Machshir. The Naftamina, this small doesn't have a knife, and the only thing to get a knife is either to make one or carry one. Rabbi Eliezer says, absolutely okay. Rabbi Akiva says, absolutely not. We'll have to wait until Sunday. We then saw in yesterday's daf that the interesting discussion regarding Machshirin spans the variety of other mitzvahs as well. But even Rabbi Eliezer does not allow for Machshir in every case, and rather only in certain ones. With that, let us continue. So says the Gemara, Nila, the Machshir, I don't know, so Eliezer holds that this Nila and all the Machshir, like all the preparatory acts, for Bris Nila are Dom Shabbos. The Gemara will say, interestingly enough, after like days of this discussion, what does the Gemara finally say? By the way, where does Rabbi Eliezer know this? Where does he know that Nila and Kol Machshira Dom Shabbos? If you want to say that he learns that from all the other stuff, I will say that again yesterday. We went through a number of different cases where friends have Eliezer. Machshir are Dom Shabbos, right? We saw Rudolph, we saw Matzah, we saw Sukkah, Omer, Halechem. So if you want to say from all of those cases, you can't do it because all of those cases have unique aspects which really prevent them from serving as a source to learn out something else. Called Malahanach Tafaf Koflamadays, Malahanach Shekirin offers Mana Batla. I will say furthermore, Nila is fundamentally distinct than all those other mitzvahs. Why? Because we have all those other mitzvahs. What happens if halacha l'maisa? You forgot to put up your sukkah for 7 days. And some cases over. You've done. You forgot to bring the share on Shavuos. You've done. You forgot to bring the covenant omer. You've done. Like you forget to go to the Mila Zika. Mila is not like that. Although I think the Mila is on each day, but if you do not offer up Mila on each day, what's the halacha? You do do it whenever you can. Ella Haydam Galilea. So what is Rabbi Eliezer's logic in that he allows Mila Machshira on Shabbos, the Omicron, Ubayom Hashim Mobasarla. So back to the Shabbos. So let's say, the resonates the drush. It's interesting enough, we're going to see this drush is almost universally accepted, just the application of it varies. Ubayom Hashmini, you will do the Mila on the 8th day, and when we dash Yom Hashmini, do the Shabbos. Even on Shabbos. Whenever the 8th day falls out, that's when you do the Mila. The lift of Rahmana, the Mila, the lace, the Hanach, the Lichmani. So if that's the case, okay. So this Mila, the Yom Hashmini, on Shabbos. So why don't we make this Mila as an example of something for which the mitzvah and Machshira don't have Shabbos, and learn out all of the other cases from this Mila, from the Ikala Mitzvah, and then also you can bring up to the phone. You can point out that Mila has a unique aspect that nothing else shares. Mila. Now, the Mila, she can make her Su'ala Shlosh Esrei resource. We'll say Mila is different because there are 13 covenants that were affected around Mila. Now, we'll say, now what is that mean? Here, resource, memory the Avram the Parshas Mila. We'll say, the word Riz is mentioned 13 times in the section concerning this Mila. So you might understand that to mean is you won't show up to read it, so to speak. 13 resources, 13 covenants, 13 covenants, ultimately again around 13 covenants around this Mila. So therefore again, it's the most because Sukkah that has 13 divine covenants surrounding it, then Halacha Lamaisa, Halacha Lamaisa, it's unique mitzvah, and therefore cannot be considered as a paradigm for any business. So far now, so here's what we've accomplished. We've shown, according to Rabbi Eliezer, Mila, as well as a number of other mitzvahs that are built for Shabbos, and not only built for Shabbos, but they're Makshir, right? Makshireha, their preparatory acts are built at Shabbos as well. He says the Gemara, let's go back to Achkan, which will be that one on Ale, Elam, Makshir, Mila. So now the Gemara is going to take a step back. Right? So now what we've highlighted over the last, over the last 2 days, is that there's a fundamental machlokes by Makshir. Right? That's abundantly clear. Right? So can you go ahead and for Mila, can you engage in the preparatory acts for after this Mila on Shabbos? Rabbi Eliezer says yes. The Koran say no. In here, this focus spreads out amongst many other businesses as well. You get interesting enough. The Gemara says the Machshir is only the Machshir Mila. About Mila Dufa, Divrei Hakol Dol Shabbos. It was interestingly enough. Everyone agrees that this Mila is Dol Shabbos, which is really very interesting. Everyone agrees this Mila is Dol Shabbos. Which the Gemara says, well, from where do I know that? From where do I know that this Mila is Dol Shabbos? So Amar Ula, Halacha, we'll say interesting enough. So what we're going to see, here's what's great about a Gemara like this, which is the conclusion we know. What's the conclusion? Mila is Dol Shabbos. Okay, so that no one's disagreeing. Mila is Dol Shabbos for now. The interesting focus is going to be where do I learn that concept out from? So says the Gemara, watch this. So Ula is the first opinion, and Ula says halacha. Halacha that Mila is Dol Shabbos. In the Gemara, it's halacha. The Yitzchak says halacha l'Moshe Nisina. It makes his question really. Is that true that Mila is Dol Shabbos, right? Here we go. From where do I know that this Ruach Nefesh is Dol Shabbos? Right? So how do I know that the Chacham is a threat for life? That I can be Machal Shabbos in order to go ahead and save my life, save someone else's life. Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah Omer, Ma Mila, She Achos Me'ivarav Shel Adam Dol Shabbos. So Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah says, Mila only affects one part of the body. Yet, Dol Shabbos, Havachomer Lebikuach Nefesh, Shedol Shabbos. Interesting Havachomer. So if Mila, which only affects one part of the body, is Dol Shabbos, Bikuach Nefesh, which impacts the entire body, is certainly Dol Shabbos. But here's the problem. So it's like good Havachomer. But, halacha, if you assume that the reason why Mila is built for Shabbos is because it is the halacha l'moshe Sinai. Halacha mehalacha mi'asir. What's his very interesting fact? You see, I love that young also. You think of like these very interesting facts along the way. Apparently, a halacha l'moshe Sinai cannot be used for a kal v'chomer, which actually makes a lot of sense. Why? Because also remember again, it's a kal v'chomer. So kal v'chomer says if you find an element that applies in a kal case, right, in a case of a mitzvah, which we'll call it is quote unquote lenient, then certainly could apply that same concept to something that is more stringent. A halacha l'moshe Sinai defies those categorizations of kal and chomer because it's just given directly by Kodesh Baruch Hu. Halacha l'moshe Sinai are categorized differently. Gemara says like this: what you just told me is that Rabbi Azariah, you're learning out the license to violate Shabbos for the Pikuach Nefesh to save a life from Bris Milah. Just like you could do Bris Milah on Shabbos, and Bris Milah only affects one part of the body. If you do Makal Shabbos, certainly if you Makal Shabbos to save the entire body. That's a great Kal v'chomer. Except Ula, you're correct. And the way we learn out that Milah is built on Shabbos, Israel, Lachal, Moshe, and Sinai, you cannot go ahead and use that as part of a Kal v'chomer. After all, the Hakanya we learned, Amal Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah. I'm going to Rabbi Elazar. I'm going to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. Right? In Etzem Kisora, the Tame Halacha. We'll say the concept of the Etzem Kisora.
Did you look up your cheat code yet? Or, I don't know, you got your game genie? What's going on, big man? Dog, I mean, I was born ready. I was ready to play. And then you're over here jerking yourself off in public. Everybody's like, what's Trey's way? That means to jerk yourself off raw. It's just incredible amount of time I waste while you... Dog. I'm not gonna lie, if I can't say that, it didn't leave a bad taste in my mouth. But I mean, you've got cheat codes, so I can't say that it doesn't make me feel a little justified that, like, anybody who uses cheat codes or takes this long to hit their fucking shot. Do you have a fucking protractor? And compass? Look how beautiful that shot was. Absolutely sexy. Bitch is just squirting all over that shot. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, but it did, baby. But it did. We don't make kal v'chomers from halacha l'moshe Sinai. So again, only reason we don't understand the point of Shabbos because this backs up the principle we just said. Meaning, you can't make kal v'chomers from halacha l'moshe Sinai. So let's just follow the flow here. So we're saying, how do I know that Milah is built for Shabbos? Halacha l'moshe Sinai. Really? Because the Elazar ben Azariah used the fact that Milah is built for Shabbos to create the kal v'chomer, that the Pikuach Nefesh is built for Shabbos as well. But if Milah is halacha l'moshe Sinai, he says the kal v'chomer is what's going on over here. To which the Gemara says, Ella Amar Rebbe Garbage.
Asya os os. Elazar says, you're right. Rebbe Elazar says, it's not halacha l'moshe Sinai. Rather, it's Gzer Shava. Gzer Shava of os os. Both sides says by Bris Milah, os. Right, and it says ultimately again by Shabbos that Shabbos is an os, just like Milah is an os, Shabbos is an os. Therefore, Milah is built at Shabbos. Elamei Akot Tzlon B'Tziv B'Hem os. With Shabbos, well, Tefillin also has the word os. So right, Tefillin is also sorry. Right on the covenant with the Brachim covenant. So it's going to come in the Tefillin also built for Shabbos. Ela Asya Bris. Rather, again, this word is a different version. It says bris, right? It says bris ultimately again by Milah, and it says bris by Shabbos. So therefore, again, Milah is built for Shabbos. So you 1 second. Gadol would sit the bris with the Shabbos. So we'll say, interestingly enough, where does it say bris by Milah? It says bris by an oral zafan, by an adult who does not have a bris.
Dog, they just gave you the best setup ever. Easiest shots I've ever seen.
The bris of an adult is built for Shabbos. who says that the bris of Levi is Dochel Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Godol the Tzidei bris Litchi Shabbos Ela Asya Doros.
This is garbage, folks. Folks, if you're looking to see just one man get absolutely fucked by cheat codes, I am that person. Just absolutely fucked. In the history of humankind, I've never known anybody to be this fucked, folks. What was that? This motherfucker just runs the table. Sickest shots ever. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
And by Mila it says Os, Bris, and Dolos. That creates connection between Mila and Shabbos, and that Mila's not for Shabbos. But all the other things that share commonality with Shabbos, for example, like tzitzis or tefillin, only shared one of those words. Therefore, they're not known for Shabbos. Mila, which shares all three of these common characteristics with Shabbos, will be known for Shabbos.
That's a miss.
Okay,
fuck, dude, how easy is this? Dude, he got set up. Folks, if you're wondering at home, did this motherfucker use extra cheat codes? The answer is correct. That is, extra cheat codes were involved in that. Because it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. He didn't have a single challenging shot in the whole fucking game. Not one challenging shot. He'd hit the ball, and he'd have a straight-on shot, 1 foot away. Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot, folks. So I'm about to go to town. Oh, illegal break. He's already cheating, people. He's already cheating.
When the 8th day falls out, Bris Milah will be performed. Even if this falls out on Shabbos, you'll still go ahead and do it on Shabbos. Okay, it's interesting. Well, there are other situations where the Torah uses the word by Yom as well. For example, Nichusari Kapara. Everyone say, what's the actual called Nichusari Kapara?
Garbage. This motherfucker has a compass, a T-square, he's got a ruler, and a protractor. This is garbage. No way he hits this. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. 1 million years could go by, and he would not hit that shot. Maybe a trillion years. Trillion years go by, and there's no way he hits that shot. Folks, that's a mess. And everybody loves it. That's a mess. Now I'm going to start to dominate.
Teaches us that what? That their karbanos can only be offered up by day and not at night. To which the Gemara says, Hachanami. How can I reduce it? Oh, by the way, hi, Nami, me barely, but why don't they say something by Bismillah? Why don't they say that by Yom
I tried a new strategy just to keep things sexy. Not a good one. Not a good one.
That Mila can only be done by day and not by night. So which I learned that from another place.
That's a miss, and everybody knows this. One of the worst is in the history of the game.
The pasuk says, "Mi ben shmonas zamim."
Oh, what? That's beautiful. Beautiful.
So sorry, Kaparabo said there's another phrase.
That's a miss.
So I can learn how Biyom Savason to teach me.
Everybody knows that's a miss.
Covered by day. That frees up by Mashmini by Michusari Kapar to teach me what? That it's Docha Shabbos. So the Gemara says, I'm not in Biyom Savason Nafka. Afagab did not come Biyom Savason. It's true. Even though I'm a Kusari Kapara, you cover it out. Since the Kaparas can only be offered up by day from the same Yom Savason, it's Trichas. I still need to the Yom Hashmini to teach me it's only done by day. Why? Sagadai Kamino, Horo Vachas, Lachman, Allah, Las, Yedalos. Nami says, because they're all saying that the Sunny Kapara are very interesting. In what sense? They're both saying, by Sunny Kapara, by these situations of the Zav, the Yoletas, and Sora, they're unique in the following aspects. There is a financial sliding scale for the bringing of these carbons. Right? If you're wealthy, you bring one kind of carbon. If you're poor, you bring a different kind of carbon. Then we'll say, now what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs to make sure you bring that card. What they're going to bring now, you're going to bring the
Oh, baby. That's a championship. That's a championship. Baby. Champion.
Comes to emphasize the point that what?
Trey's way. Taking the loss.
Therefore, remember, just keep an eye
Oh,
on
make it.
Is.
That was good. Trey's way.
Simple drasha. On the 8th day, Mila b'Shabbos. Mila must take place on the 8th day, even if it is Shabbos. Maskif Rabina. So Rabina said, 1 second, if that's the case, Ela me'ata yehi zar kasher bahem. The old name kasher bahem. So it's actually very interesting. Again, when you start from Eskom is because it's a very, very, very strange Kabbalah. But if the Torah is so insistent on the Kabbalah of the Mechusari Kapara being off, so perhaps even people normally unfit to offer up, other able to offer up these Kabbalah. For example, a Zar, a non-Kohen, right? An One, Kohen and Avelos, or some other
Wow.
Kohen.
A gigantic miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen.
Although there's incredible emphasis on them being brought, are regulated by the same halachas of any kind of covenants. They can only be brought by day, they want to be only by Kohanim watch. So we'll say that's the Biyochanan. Another opinion. So we'll say, remember again, all you've seen over here, because you're going to see at the end of the day probably a 4 or 5 way, four-way machlokas about how you know that Milah is built for Shabbos. So the good news is the conclusion is agreed upon. Everyone agrees that Milah is built for Shabbos. And remember, the machlokas is only by Makshivim. We're just trying to figure out where do I know that Milah is built for Shabbos? But Acha by Yaakov Amar Krav Shmini Afilu b'Shabbos. Say interesting. It's a little bit of a different. So remember again, whereas Rabbi Yochanan was focusing on by Yom, really by Yom Hashmini, on the day of the 8th. Milah has to happen on the 8th day, on the day of the 8th evening of Shabbos. So Rav Acha we focus on Shmini. So it says it's got to be on the 8th. It's got to be on the 8th. So Shmini Afilu b'Shabbos. So the Gemara says, I Shmini violated it with Shmini. 1 second. No. I need the word Shmini to teach me something else, which is what? It's a very important drasha, which is 8th and not what? Not 2nd. Okay, so I need that. And again, Shmini can't teach you that.
No way he hits this, folks. There's just no way.
Remember again.
That's a miss. Oh, what a... Go!
Bayom is a shtick of experience, right? Because again, Bayom is coming to emphasize something different than Shmini. Shmini's teaching me.
No way he hits that shot. Or that one.
Not the 7th, I can't teach you Shabbos.
Not even close.
No.
Folks, now it's an open table. Get ready to see domination.
There's another phrase that says you then Shmona Snamit. I back to me why they had the Shli. I need both.
That's one.
I need Bayom Shmini, right? I need Bayom Shmini, and they also need the Ben Shmona. Some teach you 12 office. One teaches me that
that's 2.
Shouldn't happen on the 7th, right? And one teaches me that Brisbane shouldn't happen on.
Oh no! Oh fuck! I saw the wrong color. Well, you got yours back. Oh fuck! That's garbage.
Why? Because the Shman has not yet come.
Garbage.
But on the 8th day on, Zmanid. I'm going to see. The Halloween by Mila is. I would have done a spot.
Trey's way. Taking his fucking time.
Before the 8th day. But once you get to the 8th day, what's Tabachah? You're good. As far as 8th day and on. So
yeah, didn't get my invite. This motherfucker has had this invite for weeks.
You can't do the 7th, but you also can't do the 9th. The mitzvah is really thing number 8. Hello.
What the fuck kind of shot is this?
Says, out of all the drushes, who do we like best? The winner is Rabbi Yochanan. Bayom Hashmini. Bayom Hashmini teaches me Bayom Afilu b'Shabbos. So the Gemara says, furthermore, tiny kavasi Rabbi Yochanan. We have a Bryce that is part of Rabbi Yochanan. We will kill Acha Bayakov. Shmini Afilu b'Shabbos.
One of the great misses in the history of the game. You're about to see one of the great misses in the history of this game. That's a miss, and everybody knows it. People at home are cheering.
Remember, Mila is a malacha. Also, remember what's Mila? Mila is interesting enough to the malacha of Shkita. What's the malacha of Shkita on Shabbos? That is anything that draws blood. Like if you cut yourself, paying attention, you cut yourself on Shabbos, that's Shkita, right? You draw blood on Shabbos, that's Shkita. You hurt someone on Shabbos, that's Shkita. So the mice again going ahead and doing this Mila is your Shkita. I suppose, therefore, what do I understand? Machalamos, you must. Gemara says, Sharmi the malachas, chutz minila. That comes to include all other malachas except for bris milah. All eina afilu milah, or maybe even comes to include bris milah. Uma'ani nekayim shmini mo, chutz in the Shabbos. And perhaps when the Torah says that circumcision occurs on the 8th day, maybe that means the 8th day, but not Shabbos. Talmud Lomar bayom afilu b'Shabbos. Therefore, the Torah says not just shmini, but what?
If this puts the black one in, I'm going to be pissed.
So we'll say the Gemara says, Rabbi says as follows. So we'll say it's interesting. In this price over here, it kind of seems to be working through like a thought process. So Rabbi says, I want to understand the thought process of the Tana. What is it that the Tana thought was obvious in the beginning, but then he then thought was questionable at the end? So watch this. How can come in? This is what say. This is the.
Look at this Emma for getting fancy. Oh, what a beautiful shot with no time left on the clock. Fancy. I'm so fancy. You already know I'm in the fast lane from LA to Tokyo. That's a miss. Garbage.
Okay, very simply, it refers to all other malachas other than this milah. About milah, dachla. But milah is docha Shabbos.
One of the.
We'll say, watch this. Now this is a whole other world.
I'm glad to know that it's impossible for Trey's way to do well on this show. Impossible. Of all the opportunities and shots in the world, terrible. What a beautiful shot. Folks, I personally thought it was amazing. No way he hits this.
Be very careful with tzaras. I was saying that what we darshing over there, that means is you are not going to cut off your tzaras. I get a questionable blemish on my arm. I don't want to do this. What I simply do, cut it off. Easy, probably painful, but at least it's done. That is the issue that you're not allowed to cut off your nega tzaras. So let's say. So based on that, we see something quite interesting, which is
look how beautiful. One of the great beautiful shots.
Take a look at that. Rashi says over here. Take a look.
Look at this.
Listen to this. Interestingly enough, 51% of the tzibur are tamei.
Just sexy. One of the great sexy shots ever.
51% of the people are mitzora'im, kasu shalom. So tzaras is not mutra b'tzibur. So you see that tzaras.
Oh, I hit his ball, and so that's all right, babies. We're looking at a championship. Champion. Are you fucking serious? Bullshit. Oh, we are fucked, people. We are absolutely fucked. Oh, I cannot believe that happened. The people at home can't believe that happened. The good people of the world can't believe it happened. Miss it. This is bullshit. This is one of the great bullshit shots in the history of humankind. Oh, in the thing. Okay, what's going to happen here?
Now, we have a problem. What's the problem?
That's a miss. Big time miss. Biggest miss ever.
So we'll say we'll see where this comes from.
That time is ticking, folks. If you're watching at home and you're wondering, will Traceway have time to miss this shot?
So watch this. So
Perhaps. It all comes down to this. There's no time. Oh, are you serious?
Certainly is built for Shabbos as well. So the Gemara says, "Eno din." Right? So Mila Docho.
Give it to me.
Shabbos mitchas me'avoda. Shabbos is set aside because of avoda, and avoda is set aside because of tzaras.
All right.
So
I've got one more game in me for now.
Certainly again, Mila should be built for Shabbos. Umayo eno dikamar. So therefore, again, what was the second thought of the Tana?
Look at that nice fucking scratch. One of the great scratches in the history of humankind. I've seen scratches before, but never any scratches with such precision and sexiness and just overall amazingness and skill. One of the great scratches, perhaps in the history of the universe. I don't know if they play pool on other planets, but if they do, they would know that that was one of the great scratches that we've ever had the opportunity to witness, folks. Now look at this, Traceway. Oh, get in. I even wanted that one again. That would have been ridiculous. Huge miss. Maybe the biggest miss ever? Ever?
At the end of the day, how do I interpret that? Maybe that means yes, right? On 6 out of 7 times, Mila takes place on the 8th day. But it falls on Shabbos. Shabbos, Tamuz Omar, Yom, Akilu Shabbos.
Oh, get it. All right, folks. Now, if you're watching at home and you're ready for domination,
so again, we just walked through the whole back end of the Brisa, but came out to that same conclusion. Remember, again, this Brisa
just
quoted as a support to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan makes the drasha of Bayom Hashmin, you focus on Bayom, on the day. So we'll say that is the drasha out of which we had a foreign focus as to how you know that Mila is built for Shabbos. The Gemara chooses the drasha of Rabbi Yochanan as the preferred drasha. Let's go with the Brisa.
Are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. Traceway doesn't really have a good opportunity to score anything here. We should probably just give this shot up because everybody knows there's no. Oh, are you serious? That was dirty. He pocketed 2 balls. Folks, that was disgusting. Maybe one of the great shots in the history of humankind.
What would be the hashkafa of that? The person has a Shabbos. The Gemara says follows.
That's a miss. Everybody knows it.
Remember again, it's a Mila Bismana, Mila Shalom Bismana. Mila Bismana means an 8th day Mila. An 8th day Mila. Shalom Bismana.
Give me this.
This was delayed. That would be a Mila Shalom Bismana. Mila not in its appropriate time. The Gemara just points out over here that Mila's Dochet Saras, whether the Mila's happening
just
on time or
the worst shot we've ever seen, folks.
And of course, Shabbos.
It's like I was giving him a match to build his confidence.
That is Dochet Yom Shabbos. It was a very important halacha. That remember, which makes sense. Because where are we learning out? That Mila's Dochet Shabbos? We're learning out from Rabbi Yochanan by Yom HaShmini, which tells you that when is Mila Dochet Shabbos? Only when it's an on-time Mila, each day. But the Gemara says here, if it's a great Mila, what we call a Mila Shalom Bismana, it will not be Dochet Shabbos. So the Gemara says, the Yom Tov Eno Dochet Bismana. So go back. Where do we know this from? Where do we know all of this from? So the Gemara says, Yimo, Gutan Rabbanon, Yimo, Busar, Arvasal, Ve'afa, Pishi, Yeshvan, Maheres, Yakus. As we'll say, the Pasuk says, and again, we're focusing still on Saras. So how do I know
Dominance. Folks.
That I'm permitted to go ahead and cut off the saras.
Oh man, that's a tough shot.
My intention is to give the baby a bismillah.
Dude, all of these are tough shots.
I'm cutting off the dust. How do I know that I'm allowed to do that? Because the pasuk says, "Yimol b'sar arloso." You circumcise the arlo. V'apapi sheyesh sham b'heret yaakov. And you darshan for that. You cut off
One
the
of the
arlo,
worst shots
and whatever's on the arlo is on
ever.
the arlo. So if there's saras there, not saras there, it doesn't make a difference. You can cut it off.
This is going to be a tough angle shot, folks.
But what do I do with the
If you're watching this at home,
you must be careful with saras, which I will say, if the injunction is the prohibition to cut off saras,
are you serious? That was amazing.
Again, it is on other parts
That
of the
was
body,
amazing.
other parts of the body, except for.
Fortunately, this is like an impossible shot
So the Gemara says, "Oh,
because there's no way he's getting this in, folks. Too hard, banking it off the wall. Champion. Fuck this game.
All right. I need a break. I can't comprehend how many cheat codes you have to put in the Play-Doh at this time. But I want you to know that you play extremely well. And it was a pleasure to play with you. And I look forward to playing with you again. Beautiful job. Traceway. Excellent work. Good job, man. Shout out to Traceway. Now that was some excellent play.
The way you give a bris milah is you cut up the arba. And whatever else happens is totally inconsequential. That's how a darshan is. But maybe not. Maybe ultimately the prohibition of Yishar Menegat, I'm not cutting up saras, applies to even saras that's on the arlo. To which the Gemara says, Tamlomar basar, afapi sheyishem bahares. Because the pasuk says you shall cut off the flesh of the arlo, meaning you cut off the flesh, no matter what is there, you're taking off that arlo. So if there's saras on it, you're going to take off the arlo anyway. Amar Rava says, Hi Tana, so I'll say same thing. So Rava sees in this discussion, this back and forth, like a deeper thought process, which Rava wants to explore. He says, Hi Tana, meikara my myself my kasha. This Tana, what was obvious in the beginning, yet that bothered him in the end. What changed? So watch this. This is what the Tana meant to say. Really, I would say as follows. You can give the baby a bris milah, even though again there's saras on the arlo, and when you end up giving them the bris, you're going to end up taking off the saras. I want to do with the pasuk that says you have to be careful with saras and not remove saras. So the way I would have darshan this, the way I would have kind of made shalom in the world, is to say, Gimal Basar also tells me you give the baby a bris milah no matter what. No matter what. What about Tishamer Benegat Saras? That you can't cut off Saras? That applies where? In every single other case except bris milah. Okay, so there's one exception to the rule. Not so crazy. So the Gemara says, Milah Dochet Saras. But ultimately, again, Milah will be Dochet Saras. Now why? Why time? Now watch this. Here we go again. That's in the Kavachomer. That's like making a Kavachomer. Here's the Kavachomer. Uma Shabbos Tamura, Milah Docha Osa. So Shabbos, which is very chomer. Shabbos in general, which is very chomer. Yet Milah's Docha Shabbos. Saras, let's all shake. So we'll say all the more. So Saras, which is not as chomer as Shabbos. We'll say, is it interesting Kavachomer? If Milah could be Docha Shabbos, and Shabbos obviously is very chomer, Milah could be Docha Shabbos, Milah could certainly be Docha Saras, which is not as chomer. To which the Gemara says, "My Shabbos Chamura Milah Docha also." My so we'll say, so what was then? What was the reverse thinking? So watch this. Hadar Ka'amar, Mimai the Shabbos Chamira. Then the Tana says, "One second. How do I know that Shabbos is more chomer than Saras? Dilma Saras Chamira. Maybe Saras is more machmir. After all, why? She came Docha as Havoda. Because also remember again, Saras is Docha Havoda. What does it mean Saras is Docha Havoda? If the Kohen gets Saras, he cannot go ahead and do Avoda. So maybe, and yet, the Avoda Docha Shabbos. Yet people say, what? Avoda is Docha Shabbos. So maybe Saras is actually more machmir than Shabbos. Because Saras is Docha Avoda. Avoda is Docha Shabbos. So we'll say if A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C. And therefore, again, so therefore that means what? That ultimately, again, Saras is more common than Shabbos. To which the Gemara says, therefore, Basar, the Pasuk says, Basar. So again, we go back to a very simple drasha. The drasha says, remove the flesh, the basar. I don't care what's on it. I don't care I don't care. Remove the armor. We do not pay attention to anything on the armor. The only thing we are preoccupied with is the removal of the armor itself. The appreciation. And even though there may actually be some saras on that armor, both a different version of this exchange. Mila doches saras might know. Interesting. Why is it that Milas doches saras? So why is that the asya say the dakilos asay? Because I will say the pashtos, the assay of bris milah comes along and pushes aside the lo sasay. The lo sasay, ultimately again of ashi. The asya say the dakilos. My time Milas doches saras. The asya say limo. The dakilos sasay to be shamalacha. Fine. So the assay of bris milah sets aside the lo sasay of tzaras. To which the Imam says, my Eino de Kamar. Other Kamar, then he had a reverse thinking, Amar down here, Asya say, the Dafi Lo Sase, Lo Sase Greda. I will say it is true. In general, in halal we say, that a positive commandment become and overrule a prohibition. Asya say, the Dafi Lo Sase. But interestingly enough, when is that so? That's only when it's a regular Lo Sase. But Hi Asay below Sase. I will say, interestingly enough, so Saras has both an asay and a lo sase. Look at Rashi. I asay lo sase. Shomer lo sasu. The last is kefala shayori. So let's listen to this. The removal of Saras is not only a prohibition, not only a lo sase, but it's an asay as well. Ooh. So now we have a problem because now bris milah is an asay. So normally we would say an asay is lo sase. But by Tzaras, it's not only a lo sase, and Tzaras is a lo sase vasei. So we'll say ultimately in an asay cannot set aside a lo sase vasei. So now we have a problem. Because now maybe this Mila doesn't set aside Tzaras. So not in the Kayin Imo B'Sar vessel is man Shem Baba Hemes. And maybe again, when we say that you have to take off the armor, when is that? When there's no Tzaras on the armor. Talmud Lomar, Basar. I don't want to say it's great. Everything comes back to Basar. Right? Just Basar. Remove the flesh. Remove the foreskin. The afapi sham baharas. And we'll say ultimately again, it doesn't matter what's on the basar, it doesn't matter what's on the arlo, just take it off. So the Gemara says, "Amar basar, the afapi sham baharas. Hinach godol yechsefu basar." And this is very interesting. So that's fine by an adult who's getting a bris milah, because we'll say by an adult, the Torah uses the lashon of basar, right? The Torah uses the lashon of basar. Katan inamik sidbei basar. By a baby, in other words, an 8-year-old, it also uses the lashon of basar. Yet, interestingly enough, Beinoni, we know. It's also this is actually quite fascinating. Look at Rashi Beinoni. Kigon shalot bismano, the lav bar onshin va'avik mitzavah. Suppose listen to this. So the Torah speaks about Mila in different contexts. There's an 8-year-old baby Mila. There's an adult who is uncircumcised, who still has to circumcise himself, who has the obligation for himself. And then there's an older child. Now, older child, obviously, before Bar Mitzvah, the obligation of Mila is still upon the father to perform. So the Torah uses lashon of basar by a baby, lashon of basar by an adult. So I understand basar teaches me that what? Mila's dochet saras. But what about by a benon, what it calls a benon, meaning a child who's not 8 days old, but also under 13 years old? How do I know that Mila, where there is no lashon of basar there in that context, is dochet saras? On Rabbi Asya Nebinei. So also ultimately, we learn it from a common denominator between Katan and Gadol. The Gadol lo Asya Shekin Harash Kares. So on one hand, I can't learn out from the Gadol because again, once you're over 13 years old and you don't give yourself a Bismillah Kares. The Katan lo Asya Shekin Mila Bismano. From a baby, you can't. 8-year-old baby can't learn it out. Right? You can't learn it out. Why? Because that's a Mila Bismano. Asada Shabbos Shebahen Shekin Mila Bismano Satzaras. So we'll say. Come denominator between an 8-year-old baby and an adult is what? They both have much in the box, which teaches you that they're Mila and That's the age. The halacha by Mila to teach me
Yes.
So again, any time that there is a circumcision, that bris is dokasaras. I'm sorry, that bris is dokasaras. So let's say Allah between the bris of a baby, bris of an adult, even the bris of a baby is dokasaras. Rava Amar Mila Bismana Mosfi Hakras. So Rava says, interestingly enough, Mila Bismana doesn't really look. So therefore again, Halakha Lamaisa, what the proven is Mila is dokasaras. How we get there is subject of dispute. Again, it seems to be that the most widely held approach is the boss. Right? Boss tells you that ultimately they got the first for no matter what is going on. So Rava says, the Gemara says as follows. Rava Amar Mila Rava Amar Mila Bismana go from a Kiva Graf. So you know what's happening in the second one today. Pick up in your session with Rava Amar.
It's going to change the entire professional landscape for every generation from this point forward, basically entering the workforce. Elon just said that it's a waste of time to go to medical school. Really? Is it Optimus robots? These robots are going to be able to perform better than any doctor in any hospital, and they're able to do it in your house.
To thank our week of learning sponsor, Selma Wolf.
They're going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive. These robots, and they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking do chores, that can perform surgery on you. So it's going to be an entire rise of economy. It's going to be human built versus AI. So
Actually,
if you have a label organic, it will be essentially, I think, the same type of thing. So it's human-made versus AI. We always have to bifurcate the economy into two different sections. It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand.
10, 12, 13 is up in the bottom to 130. Remember again, we happen to kind of bring out a big, well, not tangentially because it's part of the same topic, mainly the discussion regarding, let's take a step back. We're embedded in this fundamental for the Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva regarding the permissibility to engage in Machshirei Mila on Shabbos. Remember again, everyone agrees we do this Mila on Shabbos. Now, how does everyone, where do we know that from? But they're actually against that. We're interested in that.
It's really good. Complexity is awesome for like solving problems. You can ask a question. I use it all the time when I write. I said I'm going to talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? What languages are lost in Mexico? What's going on in this time? Amazing. But that's the surface. What they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improvability to the point where it's better than human beings, smarter than human beings at everything. So what's the
Well, let's say the Muslim doesn't have a secret
we're second class citizens.
What's possible under those circumstances?
So do you think
The
that
Gemara
in
says
terms
as
like
follows:
it's a Skynet type scenario?
that does not have a secret nubuah. So you said,
They decide that we're too problematic, or you give us too much freedom, that's what causes all this chaos, which is true. Right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents once you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of school shootings once you take away all guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings.
I'm not dying. I'm not
a few word of running program designed to eliminate all problems in the world. You would bring those problems down to one source, one problem. You've got natural disasters, you've got humans. Humans are causing most of the problems. Natural disasters are relatively rare in comparison to the human-caused problems. So then you have to run an AI to
because
to
the cuts are
the
formed by
analysis
so
with the
many
future
different
AI
carries
is,
from
which
one to
ultimately
one.
it'd be interesting
Select
that,
each and every one.
the rockers
Put that
would make.
in one of the
It's
homes.
probably going to do the
That
same thing
means
that we do to
the entire
dogs.
cuts are
Spay and neuter them,
one
right?
home. Everyone lives in
Yeah,
one
keep
home.
them as pets.
Only
Keep them as
those
pets. There's no emotion. So why
your
would
problem
they
is
keep
catching the
pets?
home
They want to stay alive.
there are
Right? Why
multiple
are
criteria
they
that open up
scheming
into
to
them,
stay
but the
alive?
same
Why are
idea.
they
You
blackmail
collect food from
their
all the
creators?
different,
Right?
all the
Why are they doing all
different,
sorts of things that
all
seem
the
to
materials,
show that they have
deposit that
thought?
in the bubbly, and that allows for carrying
Are
from the
they trying
materials
to
into the bubbly. So what,
show that
let's
they
say you have
have
a
thought,
bubbly,
or
but
to
does not have
give
a
us
secret.
the ability
Like
that
you have
they
a
might be
bubbly
able
that
to?
does not have
No,
a
that was
secret.
one of the things that he talked
Air
about
blue
in this
materials
article,
is back
that they
in,
hide
so it's like
their
if
ability
it
to
varies
think
with
things
the
through,
materials
and
in there,
they're actively, they recognize that they're being observed,
in that case,
and so they're
cannot
doing
carry in
things
the bubbly more than
behind the
5 hours.
scenes while
However,
they're
low
also
level
doing
materials is
tasks.
back. But if for some reason again you
I have to
homes
believe that there's
the
portions
homes
of the
do
D&D
not
that have worked on
a
this,
illegal
and
materials,
it's
then what? What's the type of they can carry anything, the entire bubbly. New time on this, I look
hard
at
to
this
say
bubbly.
because there's
Beautiful materials
giant
in that case,
competition
that's
with
really about
us
the whole
and
thing
China
that they
and
have
Russia, and I don't know if they
with the
really
homes that
can
make illegal materials.
close
And
the stuff
therefore, again, the
off.
homes can carry
I don't
the
think
cluster.
you can
In that
operate
case,
that way. I think it has to be a
what
sort
the
of
thought of
collaborative
the
effort.
which
One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they're bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make
on
it
the
go
flip
faster.
side,
So they're bringing in Chinese nationals.
if you need it in a
There's some
materials,
huge possibility of
that's
espionage. And there's this mad race. It's a Manhattan Project
so
for
again,
super
if one more time,
super intelligent AI. It's a Manhattan Project, but it's also open source. It's exactly for us.
the only carrier
We
is
can essentially
the mobile.
you
I want to know, so
weaponize
there was
the most
no
powerful tool
then
ever
ultimately, again, you
to
can't
manage
grab
human
the entire.
content.
I'm going
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying. So you
Bravo.
open sourced it.
Mais não.
Think about the Manhattan Project. That was just completely organized. There's
Mais
open
não
door
que
in
ergo
any and all
cancelas
country internationally.
why
You had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come as you go. Fuck, like everybody would be
So
racing
what's
to
the reason
get their power
ultimately
splitting
again?
the atom, and
Only
then
carry
if
power
you can
on
weaponize that internationally,
the
then crowdsource it
Nisco
essentially.
cancelas and Asabat.
Shit.
Essentially, I'm actually some
Yeah,
sort of
that's where we're at.
cancelas.
Yeah.
It's as
That's
if
where we're at.
you cut
All right, dude, I just did 3 hours.
all you
Awesome.
have
Thanks, man. Some food and hang out. And that's it. Black Rifle Coffee, it's the best. It's all we use. Appreciate it. Get warm on the shirts. It's like half my wardrobe.
The only becomes the medical carrier, the lefty airflow, and then the left airflow is the horizontal and vertical view, and then the seas of breathing. Only if it's a mother that has homes and courtyard opening into it. And in this case, the Hafa got in because Katseros Laka. And because the homes are in Katseros, halachically we view it as if there are homes. But ultimately, again, no Katseros. On the flip side, because once essentially, that's what an Erev Katseros really does. An Erev Katseros really makes a courtyard with its respective homes into one big bias. One big bias. And because it's one big bias, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Ratzis, you can't carry in the mother. Because it wasn't the definition of a mother. Something which has homes and courtyards open up. That's when the mother becomes carried by the Torah. But in this case, there are no homes, there are no Katseros that open up into the mother. Only homes by feet of the Katseros. Which was a motorcycle. Kilo Ergonami was the statue.
That's good. The way Shatner went where studio guy Shatner's doing some ADR for a cartoon, the Star Trek cartoon. And he says, this is the story, 70 edition. And that's corrected by the studio guys. Well, it's pronounced sabotage. Please don't correct me. Discussion. And he was saying,
So ultimately, essentially, everyone yields their ownership rights to one individual. Look at Ashley just a moment. The last one is Ashley, that's something about me. Then they have back into the culture. The shoe station on the culture. The Gabi Khadminai. All the residents of the culture have the ability to yield their culture ownership rights to one individual. They have the culture Shemo, and it turns out that the entire culture is the Mutter whole team is so we're going to see some areas that's very interesting. That is a situation where you do not make an area of sucking the mayor. You didn't make an area of what do you do? So I think is it all of us live in one culture? And you don't live in a culture basically go ahead and we all live in one culture. We forgot to make an area of culture was on our side, which means then none of us can carry from our homes into the joint form. So you have a choice. You can leave it like that. Or what all of us can do is relinquish our rights in the culture to one individual. So all of us yield our rights. So let's say what is that a sound? Which well, it doesn't account as anything or from a movement. If all of us yield our rights to Ruben can now carry from his home into the culture. Okay, the rest of us can't, but one person from this courtyard can. So the nice thing is that even in the case there was a real Katsilas, you can always be Mabaka Rishus, therefore there'll be one value. So value is back in record. That's fine, but once they get it ready for Rabs, working or facing rationale, always comes at a muzzle because you can't make it to a left yard folder. You can take Fatin and Katsil, Helms, Toro, and Katsilas. In this case, then you're giving it to one home. There's only one home. As soon as like to carry the level, Esther going to start off. Esther going to start on how to deal with the guy. See what you just know if you can do it. Then morning until the day, you begin to get one of the two. I'll give you on the final with the Gabi. And from the afternoon to the evening, you give it to another. Again, there are two people. So that can be called back. So. But even though people say the high, they say the high. I say, well, it's like at the end of the day, that's funny. Give us one in the morning, two in the afternoon, but at any given time, they know what they mean. And I've actually moved on that first restaurant, and I've actually said, what point is there from Usher? Ultimately, again, Baki, in this case, like on the Baki, it kind of starts flowing back. Okay, so listen, this is a totally tangential conversation. Only because we want to brought up a piece of this hero where the baby is on one side of the lovely, the knife is on the other side of the lovely, and what can you do to do this? So again, we'll get into all of these studies in that vicinity of the conversation between the second state of him. So we're going to get how exactly what the definition of a lovely is, and ultimately again how to allow how you make the lovely to fit that. We'll see that back to our regular study. We'll say so this so now we think that is in the of Maxine is very, very exciting. Very exciting. I'm Rav Ashi. So we must say this father. I'm sorry. Amar Rav Kibar Abba Amar Yo. Let's see, here we go. Lo l'chol Amar Bi Ali Ezra Maxine with the broken as a practice. So let's listen to this. If not in all circumstances that Rabbi Ezra said, Maxine mitzvah are broken type. What's the right? Our mission is specifically focused on this event. Right? So the Shaila is, can you perform Makshiri Mitzvah, which is again not an exception, but rather the preparatory acts necessary to perform in Mitzvah. So for example, in Milah, that could be preparing for the Mitzvah, or again in the case, the Kiddush of the Mitzvah. So I will say, so the Gemara comes along with each father. By the way, just because the Ezra allows for Makshiri Mitzvah to be performed on Shabbos doesn't mean that he allows it in any case. We're going to see the other exceptions. The Ezra will agree that there are times where you cannot perform Makshiri Mitzvah on Shabbos. Okay, like every Shkia lesson, for example, what's a Shkia lesson? The Shkia lesson is so in order to maintain that background exposure of Shkia lesson, are an obligation knowing is how much light so we'll say Surah for as follows. You see that Eliezer always allowed the performance of Makshiri on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So again, that would cover all cases. Yet interestingly enough, follows this law. Rabbi Eliezer is going to allow for the preparatory act for the Shkia Lechem offering of Shvius. But interestingly enough, the learned from the Shabbat. Now the fact that he had to learn from the Shabbat tells us that were it not for the Shabbat, then what? Then what? And the Machshiri Mitzvah Shkia Lechem would not have been go for Shabbos. So what's the Shabbat? So the Gemara says, so the alumni of those other Shabbat, the Sangha. It's a really, really fascinating. The Sangha. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Nayim, and Machshiri Shkia Lechem. So don't go for Shabbos. How do I know?
Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic. And then remember, he's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot. You can tell that it's actually downtown Venice.
So what happens if I look
And this is supposed to be Mexico. Yeah, this is supposed to be like a border town in Mexico.
So I can cut down the weed, I can grind the weed, I can make it. I know that's not shit. So we must, how do you know that you could do that? No one says this. Never have a Omer, never have a Bichala. How do you use his loss of Hava? By the covenant. He uses loss of Hava, being by Sarah. Not Hava, Hamura, just like the rest of the covenant. Hava teaches me that I can do whatever I need to do for the covenant Omer on Shabbos. Right, so Machshire Omer is go for Shabbos.
It's incredible.
Hamura B'Shter Lechem, Machshire go for Shabbos. So again, anything I need to do for B'Shter Lechem, Machshire B'Shter Lechem is go for Shabbos. So effectively, the Lezer says, while it is true that Machshire B'Shter Lechem sets aside Shabbos, that goes after the Shabbat to Omer, just like Covenant Omer Machshire. Again, cutting down of the Omer, the bringing up of the Omer, right? Because of all that is Shabbos, so B'Shter Lechem is go for Shabbos. Ultimately, again, by the covenant.
Soundproofing device. So you have a camera, then you've got to build a giant encasing for the camera. So it makes much noise. You don't want to what does that look like? I have one in my house. It's, of course, that shot's incredible. I didn't know that existed. I bought mine from this commercial right here. Massive collection. How do you make stuff liquidated everything? He just kind of cashed out of Los Angeles. He had a warehouse full of stuff, and so I went in. And he's like,
how do Chazal make the gear stuff? How would you stuff? Usually, it's a very simple process. You find a word. Again, I want to point out this because of the gear stuff.
That's what it looks like with the big lid on it. That's actually, that's basically the key.
There's sometimes my focus is what the soda was. Others don't think it's actually nice to go up. So what is example? I find the word in context A, or a phrase in context A, a word or a same phrase in context B, and that allows me to go ahead and think about those two concepts, learning of concepts from one to the other, and so back and forth. So therefore, again, here in the Kintir Shabbat, Hava, it says bring, right? Hava, by Omer, Hava, by Shmuel. Just like Omer, Machshira, Adol, Shabbos, so to again, Machshira, Shalach, and Adol, Shabbos. Now, the Gemara says this only works, by the way.
Now it's like built for Netflix. The word of a white paper that Netflix gives you. And I think Netflix was talking about it. You know how you've got to have a beat in the beginning. You've got to have this regular. There's this book by Sid Field, which was a screenwriting book. I gave a kind of formula on what it was should be. I discovered your setting of entry. Page 30 in the first thing. He had everything mapped out by page, and that eventually found its way into the essence video executives early on. Now we know what a screenplay is supposed to be structured like in order to have proper story arcs and structures and satisfying.
Incredible. Someone else did the work for you. I can cut down the bars.
Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to shoot these cameras. you have to process in these labs. You have to have tests that are within this range, and that's now extending the story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are looking at the process now, which is less and less because of the COVID shot and they find their tiny algorithms and no longer pay attention to anything on top of that. The mind control device of cell phones.
You're learning
And,
HKLF from carbon Omer, but I just want to point
with
out
all of
carbon
that,
Omer
they're
has
now like, well, how do we maintain the audience?
difference.
So
If you
they're
go
going
into the
to
field and
white
you
paper. So I
find
think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really fascinating within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want
even
to
if
see
you
what
find
else to
hot
look.
harvest
They just want to keep searching. Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's you're in this congregation.
if you
Yeah.
find
My mom always talks about that.
was getting
These are my church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies,
you can go ahead and
race, creed, color, like everything is different about them. And yet you're sitting in the darkness having this ecstatic dream, this waking dream, sitting like insects looking at the flicker on the screen. And you're sharing this kind of experience that you're physically trapped in. You're like, you don't get up and leave the theater. Plus, if I get to the bathroom or get popcorn or something, they'll like bring it to you. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience of sort of with someone you don't know. You're sharing your bodily electricity. And I think this kind of, this is the magic of movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people. Yeah, and that there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people up and to take that away, to take away that congregation. Do you guys think that that's by design, or do you think that's just a natural function of streaming televisions and phones and having access to things instantaneously? I personally think that streaming was by design to by design, but what isn't it just a function of technology? Did you notice that my lab's generated? Yeah, I mean, part of it is technology, but technology gets pushed and brought to the forefront for specific reasons. Digital cinema hasn't been the greatest thing for the creative process, and I think we've seen that in the works that we're looking at. If you watch stuff on Netflix, we can see that it doesn't have the same power impact. And also, when you're making a movie, when you're making a film, on film, it was like every time you turn on the camera, you're burning money. So every single frame is like 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so it was actually an expensive part of the process. And so there was all this preparation to get everything ready. The props in place, microphone shoot, the actors are in their trailer, figuring out there what they're going to do. And then you're on your way to set, people hail see you. The moment what they mean by that is when the cameras turn on, you actually hear that happen. Suddenly everything pops into play, and suddenly you're performing in front of what you're attempting to do is capture lightning in a bottle, and you don't even know that you have it right away. You ask your DP, like, do we have it? Some dust in the frame or a hair in the frame. Let's get another one. Get another one. Like, then hold that all in the dark, all that film, because you can't expose it. You send it off to the lab, and then some alchemist at the lab in Castle puts it into a potion. The next day, when it comes out of these little stained glass windows, watch it, and you realize you did it. Captured something. Okay, now everything is different. Chopin's head, everything's digital. Mixers, network executives, broadcasters, everybody's there. You be able to video footage, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color corrected monitor. There's a guy doing color correction in the van, and they're basically watching
Or we'll
an
say,
approximation
so
of what it's going to look like.
we're looking for the
And they're sitting
case
there, okay,
where
all
what
right,
the
first note,
original
there was none of it. And then
stuff
stand next
is
to the camera.
not
We didn't even have
broken.
video tab.
Okay, so
Stand
maybe
next to
it's
the
you
camera
not
and
not
look
rule
at
up,
the actors
but
and see
the
if the
answer for
actors
this
do
not
what
sure
they
if it's by rule of now. But Allah,
And
we can
now,
so
you know,
maybe
they
it's
just
simple.
turn on
So
the
what's this? So
camera,
what's the
and
case?
it
Right?
costs more
Very
money to
simple.
stop
I
the
forgot to
camera
make a
and to restart it. So you just let it roll. And
the
you're
actual
just like letting it go.
construction
And you're like, hey,
or
the
better
director
yet,
now is like, hey,
I forgot to
go
go
back,
ahead
start over, and smile this time. And then they do it. The editor is now like having to take those takes and separate them in the editing room. And the actors are like suddenly, the moment is gone. And it's vanished. Is there a way to do both? I mean, is it the medium of film? I mean, it seems like it could be a lot, but it's the environment as well. You're describing an environmental thing, right? Well, video ability, it's the problem is now suddenly you've got a chorus of people sitting there who are like, okay, you get it. But you as the director still have to run back and forth to the camera, to the actors and everything. You're like trying to keep it all in place. It's either is worse than the other. They are both paint, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint, and those are opposingly different. You know, if you were an oil artist during the British Renaissance, watercolor paint where all of a sudden watercolor came and everybody wanted watercolor. Why would you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa? They're just completely different mediums. They're both paint, but they're different. And so digital has its advantages. Of course, you can, because you can run like a long bag of video. I call it, everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually, the technology is different. With film, light travels through the glass. It travels through the gate. It exposes the silver and the acetate. And then you keep it all in the dark and send it away. With video, the light travels through the glass. It strikes the golden sensor, and then it bounces back into the glass. And that's why video or digital cinema is flatter by nature than most film. Because it's so to combat this, filmmakers have started to do the exact opposite of what we used to do. It used to be that you would go to shoot something. You're outside, you're on set. I've got my camera on Joe, and I have the sun behind me because I want all that light up.
whatever you're applying for.
For the most part, over exaggerating my point, but and the analogy would be, or the saying would be that at the end of the day, you go home and back your neck is sunburned because you've always had the light behind you. Now, because the image is flatter, they run into 180 degrees and they shoot into the sun to get lens flare. And lens flare gives it the illusion of depth. Or there is none. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn anything is to ask questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect you with people who could be a good fit. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Rated the #1 hiring site based on G2. ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like filters to show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, you can add screening questions to your job post to make sure you're talking to people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. I always thought that like when you would watch soap operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And it's because they were shooting them on video instead of on film.
That's
Like
just
when
the
we were
opposite.
filming News
You
Radio,
get
the sitcom, we were doing it on
fact that
film,
these mitzvahs,
and they were like really
sorry,
adamant about doing
mezuzah
it on
and
film. Like they really
don't
wanted it to
have
be
a
on
set
film.
time.
And
What
then
does
there was
that
some
mean? How many
process
days?
where you could
Kol
make video
shaita
look like
v'shaita
film.
zmanei.
And I was like, this is so interesting. It's like for design, like
Rabbi
when you take your
Eliezer would
photo with
say,
your camera on your phone and you use
Rabbi
portrait
Eliezer would
mode,
say, let's say
which
the
is
Yosef
you blur out
says,
the background, so
the
you're
fact
making
that
it
a mitzvah
shittier. You're
doesn't
doing it
have
artificial.
particular
Yeah,
time means
it's because
that its time
we
is not
associate
that's right. Since it doesn't have a defined time, that
we
allows you
associate
to say
the
this is not the
faults,
mitzvah, like the bulb of
media
money that
as
must be
film.
done this
Like
way.
people think of
A
like
Bible
old
is
movies,
the opposite. When a mitzvah doesn't have a
sepia
set
tone
time
and
that
dust
we
and
watch,
scratches,
the evolution evolves
fast
behind
motion.
every
When those movies were originally made, the motion was corrected
so
by
let's
the
say
cranking
this
of the projector. And so it was natural motion.
how do you view a
There was no sepia
non-time
tone change. There was
you
no
view it because
dust. It
it's
was
not time down,
originally
therefore again the
there was
obligation.
no
The obligation is
because it
sometimes,
was
but just
a
not
fixed
now.
image.
As you see by the fact that it's not time down, actually it's stronger than a time out step. You see, the mitzvah of Nafal is only 7 days. The mitzvah of is only 7 days. The mitzvah of is only 1 day. So again, mitzvah of is only 1 day. It already revolves on 1 day. It's just every day. Every day, every moment. Mezuzah, every day. I know. So they look like interesting. The hope is how to view this. So Yosef is saying that the Eliezer would hold you can't do a mitzvah for its six is for mezuzah.
It was normal video and soap opera style, and then someone came along and said, "Hey, let's make it blurry in the background." It's almost like we become accustomed to the faults, and nostalgically we look at them as if it's a positive. And it's also led by everything that's shot on iPhones now. That's becoming the cinematic vernacular grammar that people are used to, and they now expect that in a big movie. And so suddenly you see something like the latest James Gunn Superman or Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and they've got these crazy wide lenses where there's no distortion and kind of infinite depth, and they're shot in a very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone. Right. And it just, I watched both those movies, and I thought both of them are amazingly technically competent, and they're made by, highly professional people, but, it looks like iPhone. But I'm a huge Guillermo del Toro fan. I even loved his book, The Strain. Like, it was really good till about like 3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book. And probably like a bunch of shit just sort of just happens in the last quarter of the book where it's like this is kind of dinner and became dinner time. This aside, but I just seemed like I can't keep going with this book. And so it felt like it felt rushed. Despite, but I'm a huge fan of that. That's why I love Pan Slapper. A lot of his films. I didn't like Frank. Like I love Guillermo, and I love his spirit, and I love his artistry. He is an amazing artist. He is literally as an artist. His sketchbooks are beautiful, and he brings a great amount of passion to his work. He brings that kind of Mexican passion to his work, and I adore him as a person. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not wild about his movies that much. I didn't like Pan Slapper. I like parts of it, but as a whole, it just kind of. I don't know what it is, about it, but Blade 2 is probably my favorite film of his, because it's like the least of, actually it's quite a bit of it, it's just the most accessible. I didn't know he did Blade 2. Which one was that Pat Oswalt was in, where he had the bit about what's the sides and then replaces the cool Wesley Snipes.
So email Omer Shkela. If you want to learn it out.
Folks, look at this.
And the Shtei HaLechem. Well, so remember again, if you want to say, just like Carbon Omer and Shtei HaLechem, they're Dochel Shabbos, and then Machshira Dochel Shabbos. So Tulula, Punitzas Dochel Shabbos, and Machshira Dochel Shabbos. That doesn't work. I'll tell you why. She came Zorech Gavoa. She will say, Omer and Shtei HaLechem are Karbanos. You're offered up on the Mizbeach. So because you're Karbanos, maybe they operate with a different set of circumstances. So it used to say that I can make the argument that halakha l'naisa, maybe for Rabbanos Machshirin are built for Shabbos, but for other things they're not built for Shabbos. Ella Omer Kra Bayom Yom Afilu B'Shabbos. What's the Rabbi Gemara says? According to the pasuk says, "Ulekachtem lachem bayom harishon." You shall take the lulav on the first day. What do we learn from here? Bayom means Afilu B'Shabbos. Even if the first day of Sukkot falls out on Shabbos, you still take the lulav in Esrei. So the Gemara says, now, what does that give you a license to do? Well, if you want to tell me that the pasuk is allowing you to move the lulav, that doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. Remember again, what's wrong with moving the lulav? It's a potential issue of what? Of muktzah. Here's the problem. Muktzah is a rabbinic relation, right? So the Torah is not going to give you the pasuk to permit muktzah for a simple reason. The Torah doesn't have a concept of muktzah. So therefore, again, I don't need a drasha to permit something that is already biblically permitted. Here's what I know, or here's what I think he does. Bayom teaches me that something regarding lulav could happen even if it's Shabbos. See, if you want to tell me it's the movement of the lulav that you carry the lulav, I don't need a pasuk to permit that. There's no concept of muktzah from the Torah. Ella l'machshia. So we'll say, rather, Rabbi Eliezer will say, Bayom means you could take the lulav no matter what on the first day, even if the first day is Shabbos. What is Parat Kedosha coming to permit on Shabbos? Machshirin, preparatory acts. So whatever you need to do to be able to perform the mitzvah of lulav on the first day of Yom Tov that falls out on Shabbos, you can do. Even if it means cutting that lulav of a tree, even if it means trimming the, whatever you have to do, machshin is going to be permitted. The Rabbanon, what do the Rabbanon do with the word bayom? You also remember again, the Rabbanon do not agree with the notion that machshin lulav can be done on Shabbos. They do not agree with that concept. So that's just what do with the word bayom. Rabbanon, ahumi bayom bayom v'lo. That's the drasha. Rabbanon hold that bayom teaches me that what lulav can be done. The mitzvah of lulav is by day. And not at night. I have Rabbi Eliezer, you know that the mitzvah of lulav could only be done by day and not at night, not delay. So he learns it out from the pasuk of, from the phrase of Usmachtem Lifnei Hashem Elokechem Shivas. The pasuk says it's the same pasuk. It says that you shall rejoice before Hashem for 7 days. What do you learn from here? Yamim v'lo leilos. That's when Eliezer holds the drush that means days, lulav is going to take you by day and not at night. The Rabbanon, what does the Rabbanon do with that phrase? It's today. I need that phrase for something else. At night time, Nelev Shivas Yom in the Sukkah. So I say, otherwise, I would have thought that we learn out the 7 days of Sukkot. Or I should say, we learn out the 7 days of Dalit Minim, of Lulav and Esrog, from the 7 days of Sukkah. It's just like the mitzvah of Sukkah. The mitzvah of Sukkah is both by day and at night. So too by Dalit Minim, it's also day and night. Mashmalonna. I will say that ultimately V'smachtem and Te'ashon from Shivas Yomim, the mitzvah of lulav is by day and not at night. I said to Gemara, the lichto v'achmona b'lushon. So again, so that's what we have so far. So therefore, again, we have Rabbi Eliezer coming along and saying that Bayom teaches me, that Bayom teaches me that even Machshirei lulav can be done on Shabbos, first day of Yom Tov itself. Cut it down from the tree. The Rabbi and the Speaker of Eliezer, they hold that Bayom teaches me. Yeah, this will only be performed by day and not by night. Actually, that's a different question. The Gemara says, "V'lechto b'achmona b'lulav." The naysay, the naysu.
I think that was 3. It's like 3. I don't remember playing 2. I don't remember playing 1 was awesome. Yeah, that's my favorite of all the comic book vampire comic book movies. That was just a giant fan of the Blade comic book series. I also like the specific red movie, and I like parts of like
learning out from Frankenstein. Let Lula be the paradigm. And learn out other different
so much of it was just so
just like the students and Lula Shop. This is so true. And I learn out Homer and Shkin Halechem from Lula. Why do you have to learn it out separately every single case?
the part that I absolutely loved was at the Miller's house, where he's learning language. To me, that was what he was kind of secretly learning as learning worlds. And to me, I could have watched an entire movie about that sequence in terms of
Remember again, coming over,
just the rest of it.
I'm not going to call it one
It was just a little flat. And also, it's like, why does it have to be so freaking long? Like, really, like, learn a lesson. I was going to say, you learn a lesson from this guy who just clips through it. There's a dialogue scene where it's the essentials and just get out like it's a commercial. And the dialogue scene doesn't even any longer than 30 seconds. And he just clips somehow get his movies are still like 2 hours long. Well, they're so long. You know what I really like? Nosferatu. Sounds like this person thinking, I had to be the why if you were saying, I had to be the director to engage with the movie because I like that guy's first movie, The Vivid Shape of the Witch. I love that film. I think that's a great case like a production. It's so werewolf. That person is very serious. Of course, I did not like his British Lighthouse with this let's see, it's just this guy's version of that. I have to be in the right mood. I have to be in the right mood. I just wasn't yet in the right mood. Such was more of a place low class incomparable class kids. And I've seen the thing about Werner Herzog.
Let's go ahead.
What's the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu, the very first one, Max Schreck. Yeah, that's out of the library was exactly 10 years old. So the thing about Werner Herzog as a filmmaker is that most filmmakers have their forefathers that they can look back to. They have a generation before them. They can kind of imprint them. And because of the brutality and tragedy of World War II, there were no German filmmakers that he could look to. And so he had to look to his grandfather, basically, for now.
Doesn't apply by
His
game
film
by
is
game.
also
Not by game by game.
and then you bring, Werner Herzog
Not so.
not using a telephone things and not so. In front of like
It's a match.
area
She is not
mountains. So he becomes like his film is almost his place in time. It's like skipped a generation, and he does things like he'll show two actors in post-emotional for the movie when John Carter are same time. Normally, in Hollywood film, you cut to a close-up, so you see cut to a close-up, but as his film is, because he's wasting time, he stays back, like he doesn't even bother shooting your close-up. So he has more melancholy to show the movie because so he is why and in truly is. And so his film is normally we have classic hits. The madman actor of German cinema, and who is
Famous zero
who
Shabbat test ball
was like,
test ball.
there's a documentary called My Best Friend, which
So zero Shabbat
which is about the
Right,
relationship
so zero Shabbat
between Herzog
from
and
Sukkot to
Kinski.
Pesach.
And
Mal lahalon,
there's an
but
amazing
she
scene
had go
in
for
the movie that where
Just like by Sukkot,
Werner Herzog visits
Nach
the
Shire
apartment that he
Mitzvah
rented.
are go
I think
for
it's
Shabbos.
Berlin.
Right, so just like
That,
again, Nach Shire Mitzvah by
first
Sukkot, we
becomes
saw
the
before go for
filmmaker when he
Shabbos.
first met Klaus
After
Kinski.
Nach Shire
He
had
goes
go
there
for
and it's now occupied
Shabbos.
by
By
these two,
Nassau, Machshir Mitzvah Gov Shabbos. The Vishnu Rachmana Benatzah. In Meso, Hanach B'Mugmar. So that's because why not just go ahead and write why you're running out from that. And also, let's do everything else around from that. Just like by Matzah. Machshir Mitzvah Gov Shabbos. Go down the list. So to write Lechem, Kavana Omer, Lulav, Sukkah. Everything else we have from that, that's how you write. So you can look back. Once they not as a bit of
I know I've seen all of the Nosferatu.
Not says you need wise.
Let me see. Give me I will eventually see the Spider Sox. I will eventually see this. It's fucking good. It's good. The dude who plays the vampire, what's his name? And the guy who played the clown and Ed. Oh, yeah, Bill Skarsgård is so good. He's so good.
Chauffeur the whole month.
This is the scene when he meets the vampire.
I still like Chauffeur again. That really has a second Chauffeur. And all this preparatory acts are those that Shabbos. So Minah made the Rabbi Eliezer. So where does Rabbi Eliezer learn this habit? If you want to do it, let's remember again. So this isn't as much fun. This allows us to the glory of the body. Remember again, it wasn't allowed the population of people. We don't have it to a front top. Or we can carry one, like if you're kidnapping on top. But everything you do in order to go ahead and go to our spot. You can do so. What is doing without seeing it over this left hand? If you want to do it, left hand, that doesn't work. Let's remember again. Only if left hand once you get out of the category of your own why, and the nice stuff, the nice stuff, the balance. If you want to definitely love, again, that's not going to work either. Why do you love is also in this? In this sukkah, and to women. So let's say, so where do I learn how that sukkah that show for the phone not see the hard way? Hello, on the cross, Yom Shua Yelochem. Because it says it will be a day of trust for you. By Yom,
I had never seen a vampire
by day, even Shabbos. Yom Shua Yelochem, but also be a mitzvah of
there's a scene when he meets the guy at the castle. I did see one scene from his moment with Lily Rose Depp kind of reacting to something which was like very compelling. Go full circle.
By the way,
Makes it into
what
the
does that
castle.
mean? What exactly are
It's really dark, man. He
you
did a
know
fantastic job of like capturing the creepiness of it, and also the surreal aspect of him being out of the trance as vampire. You recognize the reality is fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It doesn't make sense. He's super confused. He's what's going on.
Yes, she thought about the Inamala. I will say this comes to the blowing of the chauffeur and the removing
I have to say,
of
this movie
red
feels
from
haunted, as haunted by the Herzog version. Herzog was haunted by the renowned version. It's just the way they make the castle, the way they make it, it's very unique. There's so many aspects of it that I thought were very unique. Even the way the vampire feeds on people's meat. This guy he's a very good filmmaker.
So skills or the components of skills, the use of skills is not as well Shabbos. We love as well Shabbos. So as I watch this, the Gemara says, oh, so the Yom HaTruah tells me that it's permitted to go ahead and have the shofar on Shabbos. If you tell me a Torah is coming to permit the blowing the shofar, blowing of the shofar is always the best.
It's weird, but it grows on you.
Hello.
It grows on you. Well, I'm sure it has a
Rather, I will say a license over here. That's
yeah, like this. The guy just disappears.
a license.
All of a sudden, he's way far away.
So I'm not going to say, if you don't have a shofar, you need to make yourself
So
on
this
Shabbos.
is when the side papers
That's what is coming to permit. So the Gemara says 1 second. But Rabbanan, the boss said that's Shuvah Sarei Eliezer. The Rabbanan, how we violate by Yom Olav. Okay, now the Rabbanan uses the phrase Yom Shvat Kishi that was, but the mitzvah of shofar is dafka by day and not at night. Rabbi Eliezer, Yom Olav, and Amenameh, where does Rabbi Eliezer learn that the mitzvah of shofar is by day and not at night? Now the lane is Yom HaKippurim Kabir Shofar B'Chol. It's one name they have that. Rabbi Eliezer learned this out from shofar of Yom Kippur, shofar of Yom
Flat tempest? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
right? So again, which is what the pasuk says that ultimately again, by Yom Kippurim Kabir, Yom. You see from here that just like the shofar Yom Kippur was by day, so the shofar Rosh Hashanah was by day. The Gemara now does this is much fun. So now we have Rabbi Eliezer learning out from Yom Trot to teach me that Machshirei shofar are permitted on Shabbos. So once again, we ask the question. The Lichto Brachman was such a
Way too much. That was the other thing. You don't really get a look at him for quite a while. Like, I did it more fun. Very dark. It's very much a That's an example of where video actually
I have a better idea. So now that you've established that halacha l'maisa, I could do machshirei shofar on Shabbos. Let's learn everything else from shofar, right? Omer, God, right? Omer, Alecha, Lulav, Sukkah. Let's learn matzah. Let's learn everything else from shofar. The Gemara says,
to create a kind of
Lekha l'migmar. I'm sorry, Tkiyah shofar, Rosh Hashanah Lekha l'migmar. You can't learn out all of these other halachas. From Tkiyah shofar, Rosh Hashanah, why? What is this? Shekin machnecha, shekin machneshes, zichronos, shal Yisrael, lavir shabashana.
It's in that step of just waiting to, for the right time to expose myself to it. I'm in the right mood. I loved it. I know film expert, it's my favorite vampire movie ever. Oh, that's actually saying a lot. That's incredible. I loved it. That's incredible. A fun vampire movie is 30 Days of Night. Yeah, 30 Days of Night is great. I love that one too. It's not as good as this is. I think I Am Legend is actually a pretty good vampire movie. The one with Will Smith. I thought there were zombies. They're kind of, it's a contagion film technically. They're actually zombies, but they've been turned into like vampire-like creatures that are again in that film. That's a really good one. And then that one that
so why not? So why not? Yes, I'm going to keep on like telling me. So why not learn out that from the show again, right? The which one was the I'm not article page from shofar. Nifty Ravadim Lebatem, the Southern Association, Canada, and half from the shofar of Yom Kippur, or more specifically the shofar of Yovel. Why not? Because that's still dramatic shofar. Because we'll say what happens with the shofar blast of Yom Kippur of Yovel, something amazing, which is Avadim slaves go through homes and fields go back to their original.
Vampires living in a house.
So dramatic. So it's essentially the West, like really something amazing, which is as much as we prove it, it's for the yes.
An incredible vampire.
And I love
It's kind of like a mockumentary, like where
they're built for Shabbos,
but it takes all of the kind of vampire mythology and it makes it really, really fun. It's fantastic. This is his best film. This is, I'm sure, the foundation of everything he's done.
For Yovel is so powerful to the changes that it affects, and therefore it cannot serve as the face or as the source for the facts that Machshirei other mitzvahs are also built for Shabbos. We'll stop over here for today. We're not finished with the conversation, but again, we begin to see over and over again a truth of Ezra with Machshirei mitzvah built up. That's like incredible. Well, the Gemara, it gets again just like this in the
You're the guy, but you're not putting your weight in the flat.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that I'm cool. No, that's not the point, though. Yeah,
I know. I'm meeting about how cool you are.
When you get 3 vampires in a flat, obviously Obviously, there's going to be no tension. Diago was an 18th century dandy.
Ghost? Vladislav is a bit of a pervert.
This is my torture chamber.
Deviants like the young bad boys. I'm supposed to pay rent, but I don't.
The trouble with being a vampire is you have to be invited in.
Will you invite me?
We need some friendship.
The whole movie is like that. It's fantastic. That's funny. Invite us in. Just invite us in. The bouncer's like, no. And they can't do anything about it because they're vampires. Let the right one in. Oh, okay, that is of all the modern vampire movies. I mean, I haven't seen the what's his name, Eggers, the American version of it. No, I hate the American version. The American version is Let Them In is terrible.
All right, people say good morning. Let us begin the beautiful back ahead of us today. We thank our sponsors for this morning.
I hated
Cheers.
because I love
We thank our weekend learning sponsor, Summer Wolf,
which country was it
dedicating
from? I think it's
Sweden
Sweden.
and the Swedish
It's an
Arizona,
outstanding.
the only
Outstanding.
side
Some of the
Sarah,
book is
local
fabulous.
American Summer,
Amazing book.
she will
I
have a
just
school
love
up
a good,
together called
well-made horror.
And we'll see with that.
Because
Let
the
us
suspension of
begin.
disbelief
Today's
is like inherent to the enjoyment of the film. Like,
1:31.
like
We
just
are picking up
show me
Hashem.
how the guy turns into a monster. Make it so.
But
So
just
and
actually,
also you can see, I mean, they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or every couple of years at least. There never seems to be an exhausted.
2, 4,
The market
6,
never
8,
seems to be
10,
exhausted.
12,
Right.
13 on the bottom, one
zombie
for
movies.
Let's just remember
Continue
again,
making
we
them.
happen
It's
to
like that's
kind
the
of
most
bring off
overused
a
genre.
no, not
Is zombie
tangentially, because
films.
it's part of the same
Zombie
topic.
films, zombie
Then
TV
the
shows. I mean,
discussion
how many
regarding,
versions of
let's take a step back. We're embedded in this fundamental machlok of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva regarding the permissibility to engage in machshirei mila on Shabbos. Remember again, everyone agrees you can do bris mila on Shabbos. Now, how does everyone? Where do you know that from? Okay, that's here. We're going to talk about tomorrow. Interesting enough, you might put it as a mission to discover kosher. The first you can do bris mila on Shabbos. The one you shaila is, then you go ahead and do machshirei. Then you go ahead and do the preparatory act for the bris mila on Shabbos. Rabbi Eliezer is saying yes, and the words are going even so far as to say you can even make a knife in Mila on Shabbos that Yakiva is saying no, you can't.
Is that they're just trying to get the
But
serotonin
Rabbi
levels
Akiva Shita is not
spiked by
Rabbi
killing
Akiva,
someone you
because
care
Rabbi
about.
Akiva Shita is the Shita of the
Real
Rabbana.
television you return because you love
The
the
majority
characters
view
you want to
is not
return
like
to.
Rabbi Eliezer.
Well, sometimes
So
it's
we
done
ended up
well,
yesterday's
like
back
Game
with
of
an interesting
Thrones.
discussion about
Did
what
a
happens
fantastic
if
job of
the
doing
baby
it. And that
and
kind
the
of
nanny
lost
are
its way
both in the
after a
same
while.
mavui.
Actually,
Or let's say the mavui doesn't have a Shita to the
rewatching it
divorce.
right now.
What's
We're actually on
possible
season
under
3
those
right now. It's fucking
circumstances?
great.
So the Gemara says as
kind of
follows:
forgot how great it was.
Itmar Amar
When you
Zera
get to
Amarav,
Pidgeot,
Mavush
and you
Shtat
don't
Bo
have to
Ilu
wait
Kadmon Lo
like
Elis.
years in
If
between
you have a
seasons.
mavui
Ted
that
took
does
so
not
long.
have a
Have
Shita
you seen
Nebuah, as I
the
said, remember
Dragon
the say.
cycle?
So a Shita to a mavui is like this Edo Chatzelos to
Okay, so
basically so.
these days,
So
like,
you know, these are all
almost
irreducible.
don't know
So
where
if you have a
television,
mavui
where to find television.
that does not have
And that's
Shita
because you can
involves,
find it
even
anywhere. Like,
calculator.
and
You cannot
the
find
main,
that mavui. I love it,
the mainstay
Set $1.
producers of it, the studios, they're no
Just like
longer
a
reliable.
I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna be there. But
And so suddenly, we see stuff rising, out of places that is completely unexpected. And this was produced by the Daily Wire of all things. Yes.
that does
And
not have
the
a
CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. This guy, Jeremy yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing
So
his
when
name.
you have
His
homes
name
that
is
are
Boy.
very structured, so the way you go ahead
This is
and you
good.
join those
Okay,
homes,
this is, to me, this is better than,
from the home to the
you know, it's,
because since the
I have a
house is owned by
very
someone,
high
you can't carry from one
for,
collect each and every one.
for
Put that
Arthurian
in one of the homes.
mythology.
that
to me,
makes the
Excalibur is
entire
the one
Hudson, the property
and this
is one
really
home,
went
everyone
this.
lives in one home.
I had a chip on my shoulder when I started watching this. I was like, okay,
Therefore, I love
this is
first
very
the
unlikely
homes
that
into the
I'm going
Hudson.
to enjoy
If you have
this
multiple
production.
Hudson,
But they
they
did it
open
for
up
like
into a mobile, same
for a
idea.
micro
You
budget,
collect food from
effectively.
all of the
They made
different,
something that is
different,
absolutely kind
all
of
different
reinvents the
materials,
mythology,
deposit that
and they
in the
do like
mobile,
proper
and that
television
allows for carrying
where
from the
you kind of
Hudson
love
into
the
the mobile.
characters and
So watch this.
they
If you have a
weave
mobile
an
that
entire
does not have a
reality
sheet,
and universe
like
that
you have a
is
mobile
just
that does not
fantastic.
have
And
a
except
sheet
for
in
like,
place, air group
for very, very
Hudson, and
little,
vacuum. So it's
they're
like
spending
if
billions
various
making
homes
these
make
Lord of
their
the
own
Rings things.
Hudson, and there's
Like
no
nobody
courtyards,
cares. They're just
even
awful
without
to
people
watch.
out of the Dalaran.
And
In that case,
anytime
you
these
cannot
guys
carry
just,
in the mobile more than Dalaran.
without anybody paying
However,
attention,
most people
they
have tailors
crank
from
this
that.
out.
But if for some
And
reason,
I've
again,
only
these
seen
homes,
4 episodes of it,
the
but
homes in question,
I am
did
like
not
completely
make
blown away by it.
a
That's so
tailors.
interesting.
Then
That
they
based on
are.
fire.
What's
And
our top
about,
of the
I think
things
well,
that
that's a
carries in
problem. Well, that's
the
because
entire
well,
mobile?
like we don't
Quindi
hear
caro,
about a
sono
lot
anche
of
lasci che sono
like
non io
it's
bucatero
the
sin
least
batte,
of it.
sta sempre la base non
Also,
si va bene.
but certainly
The
with
homes
Daily
that make
Wire,
the
the problem is it's like
therefore again, homes
associated
that carry
with
into
this
the cluster.
right-wing production.
In that
How can you
case,
get over that
Michigan
and
said,
like and put that
mucho
behind
falta
you?
de
And then
it's a very drastic entire mobile.
this
That's
is to
because
me
who
is
paid
is
them for
classic
stuff
television.
so far?
It's
It's supposed to be
my
intentions that
prejudice
began
was
to the mobile.
initially,
Again,
oh,
it
they're
was
gonna
but
somehow or another
on the flip
embed
side,
right-wing ideology in this.
if they didn't
Everybody's
affect
embedding
sales,
their own
you
ideology.
cannot
Whenever
have
you
the
make
mobile
any
except
media,
for
there's
Dalaran.
usually
So the Gemara says, so again,
corporate
if,
propaganda
one more
and
time,
personal
if the
and usually there was a balance between
if the respect
if you're
comes
making
from contract made Pateros,
Midnight
the only
Express,
carriers
for
and Dalaramas
example,
of the mobile.
okay, that
I
movie
lost
was
the night,
nothing
so
like
there was no
the
real
book at
Pateros.
all.
You know,
Real, and not even close to the book.
I'm going to
And it's a complete alternate experience. And you wonder
Nice
why did that movie? Why was it such a big success? That movie,
my
such a overwhelming like Oscars and everything. Okay, I think it had a little bit more to do with the politics of what was going on in the church at the
So
time
what's the
than
reason
anything else.
again?
And you know, what's his name, Billy Hayes, who experienced it, and spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie.
And all you have are
Because none of the
wasn't
raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like a joke. That's like a joke that gets in airplane. They're making jokes about it. So yeah, Billy Hayes, he was the actual character or the
only
person
something
who lived
living
the
for charity,
experience.
unless you are
And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like
only
Hollywood
if
does it.
it's a mobile that has
You kind of
homes
accept
and
whenever you're making a
courtyards
movie that
open. In
you're
this
being
case,
used
the half
at a certain
back to
level
the
to do
top,
something with the rest of
because the
you know,
homes
on a very
have a
basic
clear
level,
potatoes,
just to like
halachically we
modify
view
or
it
see
as
your
if
audiences
there
or
are homes.
to do things. We see that more and more, obviously, media as the director, personal propaganda, have something personal you want to get on the screen has become more and more diminished, and you have sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking
One
over.
big
And
bias.
I think
Because it's one big bias,
the
therefore
crass
Allah
example of that is the DEI
can't carry in the
stuff.
mobile because it
You
wasn't
look
the
at
definition of a
pushing
mobile.
characters and situations that are just completely out of
Courtyards
whack.
open
Did you see the
That's
Star
when the
Trek
mobile
that they
becomes
tried to
committed
make
to
with
carry over the But in this case,
Okay,
there
I'm
are
like a
no
big Star Trek
homes
guy. I
seen
watch
the
Star
other
Trek
concealers to
every
open up into the
day
mobile.
in my house. We watch
Only
like 2 or
homes
3 episodes.
by
I'm not
use
kidding.
of
My
the
wife
EU
is
concealers.
like a
Which
Trekkie.
was more
She's like
second.
crazy for Star
You
Trek.
know
And so
every
she's
now
got Star Trek
and
on, you know, like around 5 o'clock, Star Trek comes on original. Picard, we cycle through chronologically from the original series through the Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise, then we back to, and sometimes, you know, when you show an episode like DS9 and DS9, Trials and Tribulations, where all the characters go to the past and they kind of interact with troubles, and they kind of blend them into the set and everything's happening. We'll then go back and watch Troubles,
Ultimately, essentially, everyone
same thing with Wrath of Khan.
their ownership rights
So we'll kind of connect it all together. And so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like usually I have to wrestle
all
away
the
the
residents of the
controllers,
Hudson
unfortunately.
have the ability to yield their Hudson ownership rights to
And my
one
children were
individual.
like basically
Now they call
raised
that
on
Hudson
Star
Shono,
Trek,
and it turns out that the
you know,
entire
the
Hudson
sort of
is
morals
the
behind Star Trek.
Hudson So we're going to see this in Arab news.
And people complain about
That in situations where you did not make an Arab Petzeres. Let's say if you didn't make an Arab Petzeres, so what's the issue? So let's say all of us live in one cluster. So we go live in a cluster in Paris. And so we go ahead and we all live in one cluster. We forgot to make an Arab Petzeres on edge. Then none of us could carry from our homes into the joint.
It's still there.
So we have a choice. You can leave it like that. Or what all of us could do is relinquish our rights in the cluster to one individual. So all of us yield our rights. So say what does that accomplish? Well, it doesn't accomplish anything to you or call him Reuben. Right? If all of us yield our rights to Reuben, Reuben can now carry from his home into the cluster. Okay, the rest of us can, but at least one person from the course route can. So the amazing thing says that even if there wasn't either considerers, you will always be in the back of the just live there will be one bias. So bias is back to the left. That's fine, but once they get according to Rab's wording, according to his rationale, the only time that a mother can become committed to a left or a is if there's Batin and Chatzir, home, plural, and Chatzir. In this case, then you can use it for one home. There's only one home. It's the only place to carry the mother with Esher the Mitzarfa. So let's see if it's what you can do is from morning until midday, you give only two bites to one individual. I'll give you Yom Latanya and Gabi Chad. And from the afternoon to the evening, you give it to Rabbi. What's this? Ultimately, again, there are two people, so that can be called back. So, but even if you say Lahai, let's say Lahai. I will say, well, one second, at the end of the day, that's fine. Give it to Reuben in the morning, Shimon in the afternoon, but at any given time, there's only one person. I'm going to ask you, reach out like a church, that's true, back. Rav Ashi says, what caused the Chazer to become Usher? Ultimately, again, backing, and in this case, on the backing, the guy made the moment. Okay, listen, this was a totally tangential conversation. Only because we learned about this ski law, where the cases is on one side of the Mabui, the Americans on the other side of the Mabui, and what's the so again, we'll get into all of these studies and
it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then
so we'll get into
this
how
tweet Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I mean, I went in and met with the guy. I think, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it, just as an opportunity to start. And I basically found out he didn't want anybody around him. He kind of fought most of the original show. He wanted to do something to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they started Academy. Now it's still ongoing. Maybe it breaks itself at some point. Did they good? The newest they read the room. Why didn't they stop the idea of a season 2? That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout. I think he's gonna need a secret hideout after all these, like after destroying Star Trek for like this latest generation. We're talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro. That's the newest one.
Just because the Eliezer allows for Machshirei Mitzvah to be performed on Shabbos doesn't mean that he allows it in any case. We're going to see the art acceptance. The Eliezer will agree that there are times where you cannot perform Machshirei Mitzvah on Shabbos. Okay, like that. So here we go. It
seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive
so we'll say, you see, if Rabbi Eliezer always allowed for the performance of Machshirei Mitzvah on Shabbos or on Yom Tov, so again, that would cover all cases. Interestingly enough, follows this moment. Rabbi Eliezer is going to allow the preparatory acts for the Shkia Lechem offering on Shabbos. But interestingly enough, he learned it from the Gzer Shabbat. Now, the fact that he had to learn from the Gzer Shabbat tells us that we're not from the Gzer Shabbat in what? then the Machshire Mitzvah Shkelechem would not have been Docha
And it's on
Shabbos.
Hulu.
So what's the Gzera
Is
Shabbat?
it a
The
Star
Gemara
Trek
says,
or is
so
it?
the
No, it's not Star
London
Trek.
Gzera Shabbat,
It's
the Sangha.
Orville.
Very
So
interesting.
you just
What's
ripped
really,
off
really
Star Trek.
fascinating
Basically,
is
just
the
ripped
Sangha.
off Star Trek. And
Everybody
they,
as
and
a
they have a sort of like
Mina
tongue in cheek way, but they bring
Shabbos.
all
How
the
do I know
writers from the original and
that
showrunners.
Machshir Shkelechem is Docha
People like
Shabbos?
that, the original writers.
Remember again, just to give you an idea, what's the Machshir Machshir Shkelechem? From
So they bring everybody back and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing is Galaxy Quest. Something that got kind of buried with Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's so fantastic. I love Sigourney Weaver.
by the
Yeah,
covenant.
she's one of my all-time
Jesus
favorites.
was
That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was
just like the ones that
alien.
are coming on
Yeah,
there.
you have a female lead,
teaches me
and you
that I can
everything
do
about
whatever
she's
I
you
need
have
to do
like
for
powerful
other
women
owner
throughout
and
movies
Shabbos.
before. We've like had them throughout
Like
history,
Restream,
right? You know, the history of
Omer
cinema
is
is
Doka
built
Shabbos,
on
As Hava Hamura
and by the
B'Shem
way,
Machshim Doka
a
Shabbos.
complex one
So
character
to
can
again,
have
anything I
faults.
need to do
Right,
for
like
Shkelechem,
that's
Machshir
part of it.
Machshir
Is
Shkelechem,
characters have
it's all
faults.
something.
Characters
It
have
wasn't
things
so
wrong
effective
with
with the
them.
Lezer says,
Yeah, they're
while
not
it is
always
true
just
that
like
Machshir Shtei Halechem sets aside Shabbos,
dominant and
that's when
noble, dominant,
Zeh
and
Shabbat
like can do
to Omer,
everything. Right,
just like having Omer
exactly.
Machshir
Like
Rehel,
some of the
because
Star
again,
Wars ones will
cutting down of the Omer,
So
the
there's a few
grinding
of
up of the
those.
Omer,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
Because
it's
you
funny.
cover all that is Doka
I think
Shabbos,
it was
so to
Netflix
Shkelechem
on,
is
and they were
Doka
talking
Shabbos.
about
Because
AI
you
and how it always goes to the middle.
Mahava Amura Ba'omer Machshira, because what's the example of the Machshir?
And I was like,
Ultimately, again, by the covenant Omer, the Haini
J.J.
Tzira,
Abrams always goes to
Zino,
the middle.
Harkodah
And
Shalom,
boy, was
Doken
that
as
Star
Hashem.
Wars he
It was
did
a
the
cut down
middle,
the Omer
where he
Shabbos.
just basically took the
Love,
Luke Skywalker story and just reinterpreted it
flowers,
with a
she's a
strong,
man of a
strong
small
woman
yet you can
character.
go ahead and
And
do all of
I
these
just thought it
things
was
on Shabbos, just like
bland
the preparation
and
of the
just
Omer,
tasteless
Machshir
and
Omer,
just,
is
you know,
Doka
nothing
Shabbos,
new. He
so
just
to
went to
Machshir
the
Shtei
middle.
Halechem
So
is
you don't
Doka
AI,
Shabbos
go to
as
the
well.
middle.
You want
This
to, by
episode is
the
brought
way,
to you by
Mufti.
Visible.
There was a
Folks,
Tznius
there's one
Rabbi
thing
James
nobody
says,
wants this
Mufti
season, and
knows what
that's getting
cutting it is
catfished. It's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type.
How did Chazal make
Looks
the
great at
Jewish
first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in,
it's very simple
surprise
process.
fees
You
and an
find a
expensive
word.
bill that
Again, I
isn't
want to
what
point
you
out
were
that
expecting. You're a knight in shining armor, Visible Wireless. It's one live wireless, unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
So therefore, again, here making to yourself a Hava, it says green, right? Hava, so Omer, Hava, Bashia, just like Omer, Machshir, Doka Shabbos, so to again, Machshir, Shkelechem, Doka Shabbos. Now, the Gemara says this only works, by the way,
why are they so
and
obvious?
what the Mufti means
Space
that
Marines.
the word or the
Marines are tough.
phrase
Marines are
used to
badass.
be
And
Shabbat
like
is
in
not
the first,
necessary
in those days, they still were clever. I know the first alien was clever, or he was
So
hiding,
it's not being used for anything else. Why? You are
and
Mufti.
you get to
This
see
is
much
no
of it,
Mufti.
and that
Because
was
the
also
word says
cool
if the
too,
word
because
on
it kind
both
of
ends are
captured
not
you
fully
with the suspense. It's
you
one of
can
the
live
best
up. I
movies
could
ever
ask
made.
the
Ever,
very
and
same
it's a 1979 movie, which is crazy. I don't even know how old it is.
How can I describe it? Very
Recently
simple.
went back and
Now the
started
Omer,
watching all
she
the
came in
discoveries
lots of
I
cuts
hadn't
or
seen.
takes.
You know,
We'll say he's got fascinating halacha by Kabbalah Omer, which is
missed along the way.
then halacha
And
on
I
the
started off with,
Remember, Kabbalah Omer comes from barley. So what happens? You go out to the field and you find cut barley.
I started
You
off
buy
with
it.
Napoleon.
Right, the last society incredible. Someone else did the work for me. Right, they cut down the barley. Can you use that barley to cover the Omer?
So I
And the
have
answer is
not liked
no.
any of his
Why
recent
not?
alien
Because it
movies. I
actually
just think
points out over here matzah, matzah katra, shalom shem Omer mitzvah l'kol shma. Yes, it sarshim ben esim. Listen, listen to this. Now look how much coming to Omer is. It's not just to cut down barley. You have to cut down barley. The shame carbon Omer. And in fact, interestingly enough, if you find cut barley, but it was not necessarily cut, but it wasn't cut, the same mitzvah, you can't use it. So the Gemara says, you're learning out scale, that's from Carbon Omer, but I just want to point out, Carbon Omer has a dramatic difference. When people in the field, you find cut barley. You may not use that for the Carbon Omer, yet she must have cut their concept. Even if you find cut harvested barley, you must still cut new harvested barley. Someone will say, so it must have cut wood in a concept. Yet interestingly enough, by Shia
and I think
if
he made
you
a
find
choice
that
because I consider
it
him to be
was
an
when it
excellent
was cut,
actor.
you don't have to cut it.
In this movie, I think he made a choice to just
Shia
play it
which is bought from meat,
contemporarily.
bought from meat.
He just kind of
You
talks.
find
Everybody
meat
else is doing
cut
sort
in
of
the
a
field, no
British or
problem.
Frenchish
You can go ahead
accent,
and
like
use
they're all
that.
kind of
You don't have to
pretending
cut
that
down
they're in
on
a period piece. But
use
now Joaquin Phoenix, he took place in walking down Hollywood Boulevard, and just like the battle scene, there's no passion in any of his performance. It's kind of this weird, dead performance. And so he did it on purpose to portray like a sociopath. I think he came on, he was like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do the way I want to. And I just said, I'm not going to try. Of course, again, I'm not going to be an outsider to all of these other people. And I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it comes with film. So I'm like, okay, I adore watching Ridley Scott make scenes, but terrible movies. And the failure, and then and so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else.
So why don't you get paid?
Exodus. I've never seen that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie and there's some interesting things in the film. He's got like chariot battles and, archers shooting things and whenever he's doing that, like this guy's dogs, my name said, he's got a cigar and 20 cameras and cameras everywhere. And he's like, shoot from every angle. And he's like a great general, shooting. But in anybody talks, that movie falls apart. And actually, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the chair. Like I'm watching it and I'm like, this is like, first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? Like, it seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish. And, like, they start, like, well, Moses has a character when he's an Egyptian, when he's, like, the adopted Egyptian brother. I was totally with him. For some reason, and he becomes Moses after being like hit with a rock, and all of a sudden he's like a lunatic, and like everybody's following him. Like he's distasteful all of a sudden. And then we would show a battle scene, and it's like, okay, where this guy's doing his thing, I get it, but like, and he's also really good at it.
He went out from a Shava from Omer. Good. So we might say so let's divide. So the Mekute match was a similar game. We had before the statement of Rabbi Yochanan, right? And Rabbi Yochanan said that the Eliezer does not allow Mashire Mitzvah in every case to be done.
And every now and then his Australian accent comes out, so he's like, oh boy, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father. Paul, John Turturro, like, what a crazy choice. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, oh, this is awful. Is it impossible for you to watch a movie without just becoming hypercritical about all these different aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like? Yes and no. So the next two movies I which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Ben Affleck, was The Last Duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time, and the poster looked awful. I'm not going to go see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two movies. Here we go. Let's go again. Lo and behold, one of the best films of the century. In my opinion, absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write script, and I know that they wrote it before.
We're looking for a case where Rabbi Eliezer had a mitzvah.
That's one of the reasons I get away from it. But he's hilarious.
Maybe it's no,
He's a
not
genius.
Rabbi Eliezer permits Machshir mitzvah
I was gripped by this film, and this is a great game.
So what's it? So what's
wife got turned on.
Very simple. I forgot to get the sukkah on. I forgot to make the sukkah on every other
That's
thing.
like, I don't know anything about it. And Adam Driver is
Or
magnificent.
better yet,
And
again, I forgot to
this
go ahead
relationship
and
that you
I
guys
don't
have, and it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, which was three stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And so, and Matt Damon is like a revelation. And this movie says so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon, and Quentin is Adam Driver. For sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to like. You learn about Hollywood in this film, and I'm sure they're writing it. Like knowing about Hollywood. The way to really get along in court is to join the orgy. And to be in the orgy with everybody is like to get along. It's like we all fuck together. That's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this is a great, he's a fighter. He's a great knight. He's true in his heart. But he's just like a pill to hang out with. And he doesn't go to the orgies. And because of that, he's just kind of marginalized. And the whole movie plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry. Jealousy comes into play. And it's ruined until they're finally fighting at the very end. And this is where Ridley Scott does what he does, which is he has this visual fight between these two guys, which like was just every blow was painful to look at. And this, to me, was the best Ridley Scott movie I've seen. The center, I mean, I guess Black Hawk Down. I also very much like Gladiator 2. I throw that in. I never saw that. I throw that in. Ridley Scott's Monsters. It was actually fun to watch. I love Gladiator 1. Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. They're showing up. When Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus, Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like, she just shows up. She does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines. I'm out of here. I'm going to Morocco or whatever. Party for a while.
You think she just thought it was a bad film and just checked out?
I'm not sure what she was thinking, but like, she may have been thinking
whatever your
she
type of,
was trying,
obviously
but
for
it just
cities you
didn't
would give them a lot
look
of
like
culture.
it just looked like she
Right,
was.
and that's what's cities. For musicians,
Well, that's why it feels so big when an actor makes a choice with a character and it just doesn't work, and they don't realize it, but they're committed to it.
The other Ridley Scott movie that I just watched that I hadn't seen again, I avoided it partly because of the
when does Rabbi Eliezer allow?
and there's just nothing exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, I've been avoiding it.
When the mitzvah has to be done that day.
Looks like a
So
comedy.
Eliezer says it's almost a huge fascinating. And probably Eliezer's svara is like this. If the Torah is telling you that the mitzvah has to be done today, and normally this mitzvah itself is represented in it. One going to tell you that it's going to tell you specific that the mitzvah must be done today. And today, even if today is Shabbos, that tells me that what? The mitzvah and
So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be
can be
a
done now.
romantic
So
comedy.
remember again,
This
Mila's going to
movie,
be
after I saw it, I was like,
also, if
I
the
feel
Torah
like I've
tells
seen
you
too
that I have to
much.
give a Mila on the
I
8th
feel
day,
like I
even
know
to
too
Shabbos,
much now
that
about
means
the world.
anything associated
Like,
with Mila. If I have to know the shofar of Shana,
it's made
so
like
everything to do with the
before.
shofar becomes mutter. If I have to smash on Pesach, sticking or slip on Sukkot, so anything that enables the performance of the close, or anything that enables the performance of the mutter. It's a mutter again, ultimately to be done today, to be done tomorrow. So that's an
analysis of how power works.
and because again, the Ikar mitzvah is not built for Shabbos, but certainly was. They're not shooting mitzvah. The preparatory acts will not be built for Shabbos anyway. So I'm going to buy what's this is such a fashion. I'm going to buy it. It's just the opposite. I mean, the only Kabbalah has none. The fact that he's Sukkah, Mezuzah, and Tzitzis don't have the set time. What does that mean on the days? Kol Shaita v'Shaita Zmanim. Listen, look at such a thing of looking at it. See, Rabbi Eliezer would say, or I'd say that Yosef said, is the fact that a mitzvah doesn't have a particular time means that its time is not enough. That's right. Since it doesn't have a defined time, it allows me to say this is not the mitzvah, but the balance of time that must be done in this mitzvah. A vital one is just the opposite. And a mitzvah doesn't have a set time that means what? The obligation revolves upon me every given moment. So let's say this machlokas, how do you view a non-time down? You do it because it's not time down, therefore again the obligation. The obligation is sometime, but just not now. And you see now the fact that it's not time down actually makes it stronger than a time down mitzvah. You see, the mitzvah of matzah is only 7 days. The mitzvah of is only 7 days. The mitzvah of is only 1 day. So again, mitzvah of is only 1 day. Or it revolves on 1 day. It's just every day, every moment. This is every day. I know it's again, okay. Interesting, my focus out of music. So your is saying that the Eliezer is old, you can't do a mitzvah. Or it's different. And from the Gizah, because it's a mitzvah, he's on Shabbos, he's on Sunday, he's on Friday, he's on Tuesday. That's why you would say it's the opposite. The fact that it's not even if you're saying you must be on Friday. The rich will be on Friday. I'm going to not tell you that the thing that plays that you saw, or if you are going to have to do it. I'm going to have to do it. It's simple from this test. The rich that we have the edge out hold that you see what we're going to do. Be careful with still be what we think is on the vision. The first thing is to any given moment, you only exempt yourself from it. How can you exempt yourself from it? So it's interesting that if you take your guidance and you have to remember your obligation to any obligation to hold on to you. It's an obligation. Any obligation you do, if you own your home, you don't own your home. No obligation. Right? So it's interesting enough because any given moment, a person did not get the home. A person did not get the home. Therefore, the midst of the other people, the midst of the relations will not be there for Shabbos. Because the midst of the person Shabbos, the person not seeing or not be there for Shabbos. So interesting enough, it appears that in 98% of the circumstances that every other soul does not seeing the separate from so far, in our list of trying to figure out the exceptions to the artistic and the development of the small group because of the original division any mitzvah is actually all because of the factory there. But when I say any mitzvah is actually going to have now, when you go to the backslash videos, really go. From the covenant and the state just like covenant on there, and they'll go for Sabbath, and then they'll go for Sabbath. If we do not, we can go for Sabbath and not sure to go for Sabbath. It's something like I tell you why. Because Sheriff Sabbath, so they say, Omar and Shalach and Asabana. Asabana. You want it up on the desk, so you can do Asabana. Maybe you can operate with a different process. So we say that academic argument that halach and Amensha, maybe for Asabana, Maksir, I guess, the Sabbath, and everything that they have to do. And on the job, Sayo, يوم القيامة يقول هذه المرسى يقول لهم it was Hashem Lochem Sayom Harim. He shall take the middle on the first day. What do you mean by Yom? Means even if the first day of Christmas falls out on Sabbath, you still Sí, le digo todo. Yo quiero cuando yo estoy allowing me to move or move on. That doesn't make sense. I tell you what, if you no, you need to take a look. Remember again, what's wrong with using a remote? Because if you're what? A muksa. There's a problem. Muksa is the rabbinic knowledge. Right? So the Torah is not going to give you the Torah doesn't have a concept. So therefore, I don't need this Russia if I'm mixing it as already perfect infinity. Listen, so here's what I know. Here's what I think to you. Sayom teaches me that something regarding Lula can happen even if it's chance. Take one to tell me if it's a movement of the world as it's either Lula, I don't need a concept of that because concept of what's up in the Torah. Allah, you're not so what the Yahweh that we are also will say, in the past and the Sayom means you can take the Lula no matter what kind of person, even if the person is bad. What is Torah's make of something from this and Sabbath? The territory act. So whatever you need to do to be able to perform the mitzvah of lulav on the first day of Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos, you can do. Even what? Even if it means cutting that lulav off a tree. Even if it means finger, whatever you have to do. Now, soon is going to be committed. Without Balam. What is without Balam with the word Bayom? Just remember again, without Balam, do not agree with the nation. But not truly do what can be done on Sarah. If you don't agree with that person, but that's the same with the word Bayom. Without Balam. When you buy the Bayom, what about Allah? Much simpler like that. Without Balam holds that Bayom teaches you that what you get to be done. You just have to live in that day. Not that day. As a Ridiat, you know what I mean? You know the person, you don't put any be done by day and not at night, not delay. So what we learned out from the concept of, from the phrase of Mashkan, which may have spent on a person, Shivas, Yam. The concept of the thing about the so just before I said, the 7 days. The reason to the earth, Yamin, the Lord. That's the Lord that holds the God for these days, you will have to by days. I'm not in it, it's clear. And you got things to something else. I like telling you all, you may look less than in this football. Otherwise, I would have thought that you didn't have to use up to here. But you don't have to 7 days of Shalom Unit. We would actually from the 7 days of Sukkah. Now, the Lord, Yamin, Ba'Udu, it's Sukkah, the mitzvah of Sukkah is both by day and at night. Achad Yamin, Ba'Udu. So, so here by Shalom Unit, it's also day and night. Not Malon. Also, the ultimate is not so. It's not going to be it's not telling you how you mitzvah of Lula B'Shachta by day and you have I thank you tomorrow. So let's go back one of these. That's what we have so far. Therefore, again, we have Rabbi Eliezer brings along wisdom. That Bayom teaches me, Ulekasha Lachem Bayom Arishon, that Bayom teaches me, that he does not Lulav can be done on Shabbos first day of Yom Kippur. Comes down to the two. Now, by the truth of the answer, they hold that Bayom teaches me. Now, look, when he saw, look, when I see the news, the only thing I get is the rest of that one of the Lulav, when they say, when they see it on up to the other, they'll say, I'm sitting from the Yezer, learning out from Lulav, by let Lulav be the paradise, and those are other people from Lulav. I learn out Omer and say Halechem from Lulav. Why do you have to learn it out separately every single day? You should be the Lulav, not the Lulav to the Lulav is the why is it because you have many right, so you love this. That's what it's fantastic. I never say that. You love it. Everything is good. Everything you love is right? When they come over, yeah, that's all. I'm not going to call it one day.
Although others
That's
argue
the
he
rule
is
of
mute
the
the
of
word
four
and
parts.
suffers off most
Because you
fascinating
are the most
social
effective
posts
stuff. That's
that
what
may
you
be
have to use
questionable
as the
from
first
every angle.
part. Entonces, we're going to do suka. Como actividad de otro resultado y de la vida. As I said before, that's suka. And I'm not choosing this stuff suka. I'll go for that. Thank you, now to the level of the other. So we're going to do this. So watch this. You know, almost if you want to say you don't have the ball from owner extra left hand, just like the left hand, you're not seeing a good attack. So to like the ball, not seeing a good attack. Because what I tell you, what you can double over. You can't really have anything from owner extra left hand. Why not? Why not? They're Kavanas. They're Kavanas. So, you know, so but you gotta understand this. Maybe Kavanas just have their own halachas. It's just because like probably you do not choose. There's no other you not choose. Even you look, if you want to say listen to stuff from the look, that doesn't look right. Should be alcohol meaning. When we just said before, we know there's already going to be wide as a valid meaning. Hello, Shivas running. I'm gonna go say use the Shiva Shannon. Shiva Shannon is Shiva Shannon by Sukkah. It's Shiva Shannon by Lulav. Mala Halon different by Lulav. Not Shiva broken as a Shabbos. Just like by Lulav, but different by Lulav. Salah and Isa. And not Shiva broken Shabbos. After man is not Shiva broken Shabbos. So to by Sukkah, not Shiva will be broken Shabbos. I did not even lift up that part of Sukkah. The Nasi unafraid dominant. Fine. Let's have a good idea. Let's go ahead and when it's running out, let's make Sukkah prepared. Let's say by Sukkah, just like Sukkah, Machina go to Shabbos. Let's learn everything out from Sukkah. Right? Lulav will be the Machina, Lulav go for Shabbos. Machina, Omer go for Shabbos. Machina, Alechem go for Shabbos. Every Lulav.
He's obviously saying something, even if you extract that out of them. He's obviously saying something about people at high levels of power. Well, there's always been weird secret groups and rituals. And it's one of the ways to ensure that your compromise will stay. It's a confident and so what you do is you find somebody when they're young and they're, less inhibited.
The Chol Machshir Docher as a Shabbos was a Kohen Eliezer. You realize the list is a matzah. It's a matzah. And in Machshir matzah, because it's really dramatic. It seems Kohen Eliezer. First day of Pesach, something like matzah. He forgot to make matzah. He got the fields. Right, sit, it's all the different things and make yourself matzah on Shabbos. This is wild. So we know that Rabbi Eliezer. We're going to give you $20,000 a month or we're going to give you $20 million a year, whatever level that is. Instead, you're nowhere for us. And then what else explains some of these people who were so flipped out about, about Trump? Guys, he's a putz. He's a like it's over the top. It's people behave. So we're going to learn out that Machshir matzah, like the Shabbos Ella. There we go. Gama Chamisha Chamisha Chamisha. Famous their Shabbat festival.
I think that's all an illusion. Also, I think everything that you think that it is
so their Shabbat Chamisha Chamisha. Right, so their Shabbat from Sukkot to Pesach. Not lahalor. Machshir Docher as a Shabbos. Just like by Sukkot. Machshir mitzvah. Our Docher Shabbos. Right, so just like again, Machshir mitzvah by Sukkot. You saw before Docher Shabbos. Akron Machshir Docher Shabbos. Or by Matzah. Machshir mitzvah Docher Shabbos. The lift go back one of the Matzah. The Meso. Hanach the money. So that's just why not just go ahead. And right, why don't you learn out from that? And also, everything else out from that. Just like by Matzah, Machshir mitzvah Docher Shabbos doesn't go down the list. So to Vice Tail left and Donna Omer, Lula, Sukkah, everything else here after Matzah. That's how you like it. So we go Nifra, you want to say Matzah is a beer. Shemalama, Shakim, Dogos, Kedoshim, Romanovs, Matzah is the deep water. Because Mustafa, the dogs have had men
And if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria, where it was in existence. And at a certain point, they wiped them out. And so his theory, and it's just a posit, but when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe. And then he uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically proves it. And he basically says that,
So,
if I get this right,
where does
that
Rabbi
Rome
Eliezer
and
learn
Greece
this
and Egypt were actually active until around 1600, and that Rome actually fell around 1600. So
this allows
kind of imagine we're like late 1400s, 1492, as opposed to the conventional timeline, 1,000 years before. And so
or
you
you could
wrap
carry
your head
one,
around
like
it.
if you're
The Salem
surrounded
witch
by
trials
Shabbos, whatever you
took
need
place
to
around the
do
same time as the
in
Inquisition.
order to go ahead and blow shofar.
Columbus was discovering America
You do
around
so.
the time
So what is
Rome
doing
fell.
this outside?
And
Even
that all of this was designed to justify and or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that there are buildings that are still in existence that they claim that Jesus Christ was.
Again, that's not going to work. Why you don't go see it?
There's kind of a closet story.
There's
There's a number of, so they think of 1,000 years before the time of
It's like massive ones, like massive men and for women. So I say, so where do I learn how to shape of the whole Machia? I go, hello, Omaka, Yom Shua Yelochem. Because it says it will be a day of Shua for you by Yom, by day, even Shabbos. So I say, Yom Shua Yelochem, this is me, it opens the mitzvah of Shua, by even.
And so he had time in the timeline in order to justify that landing.
The
That's
mitzvah,
what makes
the
more sense that history was cruising along like this and some of
can
it
be done
flatlined for
for
1,000 years and
By
picked
the
up
way,
again.
what does
Or
that
does it
mean?
make more sense
What
that somebody
exactly are we
took
doing
that time, that
Even
the
in
Dark
the
Ages,
kiosk,
and
very
kind of
added
added to the
that I can
timeline.
blow the shofar on Shabbos.
So I'm confused. So,
It is multiple blow the shofar on Shabbos.
but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures about that time period? Yeah, but it's all like written down by the Jesuits who were completely in control of
He also said
it's-
shofar.
that history is
With
easily
Yasachas,
changed. In fact, we
she
see
talked about
history being
the
changed
Inamala.
before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past is easy to
And
change.
the removing
So
of
we're not into
red
it.
coming off. We are not considered to be halachas.
Oh,
These
Jesus.
are references,
Oh my
right?
God. Just a theory. It's just this guy,
There's a distinction between a
Anatoly,
halacha and a
Anatoly,
chaf. Right? A halacha refers to some type of
and it's a
dynamic
very
activity.
interesting theory. And so I read that, and I kind of had a
Which is a
tentpole collapse. I was like, well, holy crap, explain to me the flatness. Like, what do you mean by history goes up and then flat? Well, the progression of humanity through history is we kind of progressing as we know. And all of a sudden, there's this flat line called the Dark Ages.
To be able to remove
Is
the
there a
red.
conventional
Yeah, so
explanation for this flat line
it's a skill.
for 1,000
It's a
years?
skill from the
The
point of
collapse
skills,
of
music
Rome
skills,
and
and
falling into barbarism, a type of
So I say,
barbarism.
watch this. The Gemara says, fine.
That's
So
not
the Yom Shua tells me that
everything's
it's permitted
possible.
to go
It's
ahead and have
plausible
the
that
shofar on
sulfuric
Shabbos.
acid is used for
What's
RO,
If you're telling me a person
reverse osmosis, water
one of
cleaning.
the shofar is
So
always good.
everything's possible. The question is it probable? And Jamie
Hello.
just pulled up that that was the first time they had ever
Rather, I
ordered
will say
that.
the license
Oh,
over
really?
here
Yeah.
that's being
Okay, so there
conveyed
it
is
is.
what?
Yeah.
The license.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean,
But I'm not going to nice that.
that's
Please
the
don't have a shofar.
least
You
of the
can make
things. The thing
yourself
is,
on
we become
Shabbos.
desensitized to stuff. I
Make
mean,
it
look at
even
everything
on
that has
Shabbos.
happened
That
in
is
the
coming
last
from
6
it.
years.
So the Gemara says,
It's like an
But
insane
I've
amount of stuff that's
Because
happening.
that's
Everyone's
just
kind of
really
like
yes.
numb to it. Well, they get
But
to,
I've
and I
only
think
violate by Yom
clearly is that
Olav.
people's
Okay,
brains
yeah,
have
but
been
I've
fried.
done the phrase.
Using by
Yom
cockroaches.
Shua
Yeah, for
Tzitzit
sure.
what?
Okay,
But
well,
the
there's
mitzvah
some
shofar is by
scientific
day and
evidence
not
that
at night.
for some people,
Rabbi Eliezer, the Yom Olav, the Name,
blood-brain
wages of the Eliezer,
barrier
learning
had some
things
sort
of
of
shofar
detrimental
by
effect
day
on the
and not at
function.
night.
mRNA
Not
is
the rain with
reprogrammed
Yom
your
Kippurim, Tavilu,
shifts
Shofar,
system.
Artzim. The government
And
had done.
I
Wasn't
think
very interesting.
look,
Rabbi
after
Eliezer
looking
learned
at a
this
giant
out
die-off
from
of people
the
are
shofar of Yom
collapsing
Kippur.
left and right.
Presumably
Nothing
the
is
shofar of
normal.
Yovel.
I mean,
The chauffeur
That
yoga.
guy at the
Right, so
airport
again,
is
which is
flipping
what the
out.
Pasuk says,
That's
that
what he's
ultimately
realizing.
again,
He's
like
having a
Yom
subliminal
Kippurim
thinking,
Kaviyu.
and
Yom,
he's tweaking.
you see from here that
He's
Shofar
like,
Shofar
and
and Kippur is
he's
by
looking
day,
around, and
so
no
the
one
Shofar Rosh Hashanah is by
cares.
day. The Gemara Me'adal,
Everyone just wants to, like,
this is the Mercy's point.
well,
So now we have Rabbi Eliezer learning out from Yom Shvat to teach me that Machshirei Shofar of the middle on Shabbos. So once again we ask the question, the Lichto Bachman was a person who is almost the middle of Shofar. It's almost tremendous. It's almost like it's almost like a summer. Whereas in the sun, there's one
else in history has this happened and ended well?
is actually the beginning of the
Well, it's so shocking how quickly it's happening in England that you just go, well, how do you bounce back from
So
this?
here
Like,
again, we're
what
getting
is
the
the
head start
remedy?
in the Shofar. Incredible.
Because
So the
they're
Gemara says, I have a lift of that one of the
doing
Shofar.
this
The legs
mass
to Hana for Lignu
arrest thing with social media
So the Gemara
posts,
says, so I
which
have
is
that idea. So
bizarre.
now
Bizarre
that you've
watch.
established that
And then they
Halacha
eliminate
L'Maisa,
jury
I
trials
could do
or anything other than
Machshirei
like
Shofar
murder.
on
Where you
Shabbos.
say anything, you're in
Let's
jail.
make
If you post, if
everything
you
out for
repost
Shofar, right?
anything, you're just
Almost,
immediately
right?
sent to jail.
Almost,
What's going on in Canada?
Lulav, Sukkah, let's learn matzah, let's learn everything
I
out
think
from
it's
Shofar.
insane what's going
This
on in
Gemara
most
says,
Canadians are just kind of
The
vibing
Gemara
along.
says,
Nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants
Lashon
to be
Lemidmar,
racist.
I'm sorry, Tia Shofar, Lashon Leka Lemidmar, you
Nobody wants to
can't
be
learn out
discriminatory.
all of these
And
other
in a way,
halachas.
rightfully
From
so.
Tia Shofar, Lashon why? Because listen to this.
That you want to
Shifim
believe that your
Nachnechet,
leaders
Shifim
are
Nachneses,
taking care of
Zichronos, Shal Yisrael,
their not.
Lavim
And it's
Shabashana.
over.
So the
We've
Gemara says,
lost.
Shofar
It's over.
is a
I
standalone
mean,
word.
you think it's over here in America
What's
as
a
well?
Shofar? The Gemara says, these words are awesome.
It got slowed down.
Because Shofar brings
It
the
got,
fire
whether
to
you
the
like Trump or not,
all of the beautiful
I
memories
don't really like anybody.
So it's
But
all of the
it's
memories of our
it
mitzvahs,
definitely
all of the memories
added
of
a
our
road
beautiful
bump
accomplishments,
in
the memories that are
in
created,
the
that,
actions of
that's
the
the Shofar.
cabal
The Shofar
of
brings
the
all of
Clintons,
these
the
beautiful
Obamas,
collective
and
national
the bankers that
the board
control
of
them. That's what you see in the movie,
Shofar is a
The Counselor. That's what you
stand-alone.
realize is that,
So I can
wow,
understand
the
why you say Shofar.
cartels are
The
the
Machshirei
banks,
Shofar is the go for
they are law
Shabbos.
enforcement,
But that
and they
by Shofar,
they are
you cannot
everything.
necessarily
And
use
there is
Shofar to learn out anything
and there is
else.
no
I said to tomorrow, so why not? So why not? Yes, I'm Yom Kippur, let them
that is,
misery.
and I don't mean to
Say,
be,
so why not
I
learn
mean,
it out then from the Shofar of Yom Kippur? The words being learned from Amar Tikkun Beis from Shofar, Niftu Avodim Lebatem, the Sodos was about
but don't you
it.
think
Carrying
that
out
more
the
people
Shofar
are
of Yom
aware
Kippur,
of what's going on right now?
the
There's
Shofar
more pushback
of
than ever
Yoga, why
before,
not?
and so
Because
there's
that's
also
excellent in that Shofar. Because what happens
see
is
that
the
guy
Shofar
here,
blast of
nobody,
Yom
everyone's like,
Kippur
he's
of
crazy.
Yovel,
Yeah,
something
Bill Pierce
amazing,
handling
which
at a
is
fucking airport. I
Avodim
would think he's
slaves go
crazy too.
through
Well, if I was there
homes
waiting
to
for
go
my
back
flight
to
to go
their
visit my
original
parents, and there's some fucking guy
something so
yelling out,
great.
the
So it's
Epstein
like
files
essentially
just
the
living
Gemara
your life.
says
Like,
really something
yeah, what do you
amazing,
want me to do, dude?
which is as much as we've proven
I'm in
according to the
Florida right
yes,
now. So everybody
that
says
Allah
was about
Ma'isa,
McCarthyism and what was
Machshirei
going on at that time.
Mitzvahs
Yeah.
of
Really?
Shofar
Yeah,
are
it
built for
was the
Shabbos.
original
You
ambition of
can't
Money
use
Snatchers
Shofar
was all about
as a source for any
and
of the other situations.
I'm a fan
Allah
of
Ma'isa,
Donald
why?
Trump.
The Shofar is
And
saving.
look
Shofar
at that
Lashon
ends
is
with you're
powerful
walking
for
on
the
the
planet.
streets for 10
Shofar
days.
Yovel is so powerful to receive the Son of the Son. And therefore it cannot serve as the face, as the source for the fact that Machshirei other mitzvahs are also built for Shabbos. We'll say we'll stop with you for today. We're not finished with the conversation, but again, we begin to see over and over again that people say that the Ezra is Machshirei mitzvah built for Shabbos. Now, the most guys, be careful. Overwhelming Gemara, it gets you again, just like this.
On the street. He's basically, running through the street just in traffic. I don't know if the original one. I might not. But this other one was amazing. I never would have thought that that's what was around. I mean, so, in what way? Well, there's a rise of Bolshevism. It's like we see it occurring. And how do you define Bolshevism? Well, the Bolsheviks were essentially a kind of, I mean, it's not correct to say communism, but it's basically a kind of authoritarianism in the guise of egalitarianism and something a little bit over equal. And they were socialist, social equity. We're very, very close to that now. We're standing on the civilization, standing on the precipice. And by the way, after this podcast comes out, people are going to be like, oh, crazy.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us give a beautiful back ahead of us today. We thank our sponsors for this morning's share. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Summer Wolf, for dedicating training this week to this Christmas book on learning the ending of Sarah. Yes, I'm right on the have a fool together with all the ladies. And with that, let us begin. We have today's got this book now is having 131, and we have to give up and rest our friends on 51 coming through 132. Or pick up actually
Well, I was talking about this where I'm saying it's almost like we need something like a 9/11 to wake us up. Like, look, never.
I'm alive. I really like this. I'm ready to do that.
Realize, oh,
Which is
are real.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. First one I was left in the bottom to 132. But remember again, we happen to kind of bring up a bit, no, not transgender, which is part of the same topic, namely the discussion regarding the actual citizenship. We're embedded in the fundamental approach to the religion and the Akiva regarding the permissibility to engage in the even new law on Shabbos. Remember again, everyone agrees to do this new law on Shabbos. How does everyone, where do we know that from? Okay, that's the idea of Shabbos tomorrow. But in particular, you want to say that this is racial to them, but it's touching. The first to do this new law on Shabbos, the understanding is, can we go ahead and do not true law? Then we go ahead and do the preparatory act for the Disney Law on Shabbos. That is, as the other says, yes, and the girls are going to this preparatory to say, you can make a nice new law on Shabbos, but yes, people say no, we also say it to the test. But that the Akiva Sika is actually of the Akiva, is that the Akiva Sika is the Sika of the Rabbanan. The majority view is not the Jairi one. We ended up yesterday down to the interesting discussion about what happens if the baby and the marriage are both in the same Mavui. Well, let's say the Mavui doesn't have the Sika of Mavui. What's possible under those circumstances? So the Gemara says it follows Ishma already did it. Amarat, Mavui, Basketball, Basketball, Elabidavran. If you have a Mavui that does not have a Sika of Mavui, so we say, when they go, the Sika to a Mavui is like the Sika Takshira to Takshira. So if you don't all three of these, if you have a Mavui that does not have Sika of Mavui, you need help doing that. You cannot carry that Mavui. Elabidavran. That's Salaram. It was a something shooting with out. It's like a listen to that. I'm not bad. I'm not bad. Like your stuff. If you really know I'm the Oscar about a beer. I'm not working here. I'm not. I'm right. Mabui is very expensive. This has a Mabui that does not have a secret book. What is only the one more. How does the secret book work? It's a finger. And when you have a pen to open it's very structured. So the way you go ahead and you bring those technical pieces and things that we can't carry from the home to the customer. But this is how they turn by the moment and you can't carry from one of the ways. Let's speak to everyone. Put that in one of the homes. That means the entire customer was also one home. Everyone lives in one home. Somebody's ready to if I have one section of home to the customer. There are multiple factors that open up into a level. It's an idea. You collect food from all of the different materials, deposit that in the Mavui, and that allows for time for the materials into the Mavui. So actually, let's see, you have a Mavui that does not have a secret. Let's have a Mavui that does not have a secret for those. Terribly materials is vacuum, so it's like if the various secret cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. In that case, it has the same sense that the SEC, like, having that there too, boy, that's super convenient. Guys, we lost the data. Let's just start from scratch. There's no case anymore. Whatever they were doing, and yet what's the type of
nobody cares. What's the video of it that is like really shocking? I had this really
No
Bill
irgo
Guy
factores in
podcast once
paciente,
that was
assume la base de
a
hoteli
skeptic, a professional skeptic,
with the
and he
homes
was really
not making
angry
irgo
with me for saying
therefore
that it
again
looked
homes
like
can
controlled
carry
demolition.
factor.
You're
In that case,
you're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory.
look
I'm
out
like,
for the
no, I'm saying
which is carried
it
throughout the
looks like
entire novel.
you're saying it doesn't
Who
look like
paid him
control.
to
Let's
stop
watch it.
the
I'm like, let's watch it.
This refers
Let's
to
it
intentions
falls.
that
There's
began
everything I
inside
said
the
had a pretty good run.
Let's see
Let's watch it.
exactly what this means.
Let's watch
On
Building
the
7
flip side,
collapse because it's kind of kooky. Now, one
if
thing
they
that
made
people
it
do point out that is true
then you
is
cannot
that the
carry in another
center, like there was a small structure at the
So
top
again,
of the roof,
if,
Building
one
7,
more time,
that
if
collapses
the
first.
homes, if
And
they
it does it,
if there's
like I think a minute before the actual buildings are scared.
the
These are scared
and
buildings. So what
Dauranos
that means
of
is
the
that's
Nobu.
actually the
Alors,
most
the main so there was
structurally
no
sound part.
Irakatsilos,
The rest
then
of it is a
ultimately
facade
being
that's
carried
hanging
throughout the
off of
entire
it. Just a
I'm
joke.
only
Yeah,
recommending
that's
for
the sound part.
Maishno,
This built-over condense and substation requiring large transfer trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long-span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long, unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connect to critical interior columns, like column 79, with shear studs that fail under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity. It was the auto-manual flip-flop. The exterior tube frame provided stiffness, but the open interior layout lacked redundancy to prevent fire-induced progressive collapse, with connections not designed for horizontal thermal forces.
can only become permitted for carrying.
That's a cute way of saying that's why it fell at free fall speed and looks like a controlled demolition. Because if that was my building, I would say,
Only
"Give me
if
my
it's a
fucking money
mother that
back.
has
You made this
homes
shit-ass building.
and
This
courtyard
building got lit on fire and
In
just
this case,
collapsed
the
on itself.
alcohol
Let's watch it collapse. Because the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really
a
does
lot
have
of
the
people
free fall
view
speed
it as
or
if
close
there are
to it.
homes.
It's strange.
Ultimately,
Like
again,
there's
no
never been a
facilities.
building
On
that
the
looks
flip
that
side,
intact that
essentially,
falls like
that's
that.
what an internet facility
It's
really does.
weird,
An internet
man. I mean,
facility
it's
really
fucking
means
weird. Anybody that says it's not weird, look, this is how it
one
happened.
big bias.
It's weird.
One big
Now,
bias.
the planes
Because it's
hitting
one big
Tower
bias.
1 and
Therefore,
Tower 2, okay, that makes maybe more sense to me. Does it? Yeah. Does it? Yeah, because it fell from the top down like it looks normal. It doesn't collapse into its base. Tower 7 collapses into its base. The way Tower 1 and Tower 2 give us all the air goes up explosions. Girders snap. It could be. Yeah, I mean, you gotta think you have immense amounts of weight, and it is collapsing. So if it does collapse the way it looks, it's collapsing from the top down. It's not silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like explosions. Also, you have the fog of war, right? So you have these people that are involved in extremely traumatic situation, and their memory is very fucked. Like your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember things funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. This is the explanation that a piece of the plane falls down and hits that building in Big Tower. Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the aerial building. I meant to say, sorry. So that piece of the building falls down and not the hits the building next to Tower 7. And that gash is all it took to take that building down. That's super suspect. And I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure.
All the residents
I'm sure
of the
there was.
Hudson have the
But the
ability
way it
to yield
fell was
their Hudson
crazy.
ownership
That,
rights
see,
to one
Tower 1
individual.
and Tower 2
Now
is
they
like, I
call
don't
it
know what
Hudson
happens when a jet
Shalom,
flies
and
into
it turns
a
out that the
building like
entire
that.
Hudson
Neither do you.
is
And also, you got to deal with
so we're going
corrupt
to see this
construction
again.
companies cutting corners,
That
not
is
doing
a
things up to
situation
code.
you did not put the
Perhaps.
air Hudson.
I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable.
So what's the
But
issue?
with building
So let's
7,
say
I'm like,
all of us
come
live in
on,
one
that's
Hudson.
weird.
We
That
don't
was
live in a
fucking
Hudson
weird.
insurance.
Because it doesn't
So we
fall
go ahead
like 1
and
and
we
2.
all live in one
1
Hudson.
and 2
We
fall
forgot to
from
make an air
where the
Hudson
impact
on
was, the deterioration of the structure.
Then none of us can
What's
carry from
above
our
the
homes
impact,
into the
it
joint
falls
floor.
down on it, and you
So
see a
we have a
progressive
choice. We can leave it
collapse
like that.
from the
Or
top
all of
up.
us could do is
Tower 7
relinquish
is
our
nuts.
rights,
Tower 7
our
just
rights in the Hudson
drops,
to one
just
individual.
drops
So
all at
all of us
once.
yield our
Free,
rights.
free fall
So
speed
what does that
into its
accomplish?
base.
Well, it doesn't accomplish anything
That's
to me and you or Colin Ruben.
Anybody that
Right?
doesn't
If all
think
of us
that's
yield
weird
our
is
rights
being
to
naive.
Ruben
That's
can
never
now
happened
carry
before to a
from
building that hasn't been
his
a
home
controlled
into the
demolition.
Hudson. Okay, the rest of us
Saying
can,
it's a
but at
controlled
least one
demolition.
person from
Maybe
the
it's accurate.
courtyard
These
can.
enormous
So the
drums
nice
of
thing
diesel
is that
are
even
creating
if
this
the
fire,
regular
unprecedented load on the structure of the
always
building.
think about it.
But
Just
even with
therefore, there'll be
that,
one
with
bias. So
everything else that occurred,
bias
all the tangential stuff that's occurred,
That's fine, but once they get according to Rab's wording, according to rationale, the only time that a mother should become converted to a lefty or a coda is if there's batim and chatzir. Homes, plural, and chatziros. In this case, when you're using it for one home, there's only one home. It's the only place carrying the mother, which was extra the mitzvah, extra the mitzvah, the adkaz of Yom HaGadol. So what you can do is, from morning until midday, you can use only the exact time. I'll give you Yom HaNatanya, and from afternoon to building is one gigantic flame ball. There are two people, so that can be called back. At the same time. So, but even at the Isi Lahai, Resi Lahai, at the end of the day, that's fine. If you're living in the morning, shooting in the afternoon, but at any given time, there's only one person. Amar Rashi, Mizra, Makadosh, Yasir, Rashi says, what causes a girl to become usher? Ultimately, again, backing, and in this case, I know backing,
Let's watch
okay, so listen, this is a totally tangential conversation.
So when you watch an actual controlled demolition,
brought up
it looks just like
where the baby is on one side of the mavui, the knife is on the other side of the mavui, and what can we do under those circumstances? So again, we'll get into all of these subjects in the next episode of the because so we'll get into how exactly what the definition of a mavui is, and ultimately again how you make your mavui fit the carry. Listen, now listen, back to our regularly scheduled
shenanigans.
So we'll say, so this is, we're going back, we're going to get into the kishkas of Matsuri. It's very exciting. Very exciting.
Tower 7.
Amar Rashi. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Amar Rabbi Abba Amar Rabbi.
If they're telling the Tower 7 is normal,
Amar Rabbi
everybody that says that's into their gaslighting.
It's not in all circumstances that Rabbi Eliezer says Machshir mitzvah adrokusai.
That's kind of a shitty.
Our Mishnah is specifically focused on this.
But it's the same kind of
right? So the Shaila is can you perform Machshir mitzvah, which is again not the mitzvah itself, but rather the preparatory acts necessary to perform a mitzvah. For example, in Milah, that could be the transporting of the land. Or again, in the extreme case,
that looks exactly like Tower 7.
So I will say, so the Gemara comes along, repeat Bob comes along, and
Watch that from the beginning.
just because Rabbi Eliezer allows
So
for
watch, they're looking, they're watching, we're gonna watch the building
for
drop.
Milah
There
to
it
be
is.
performed on
That fucker
Shabbos
goes right down like Tower 7.
doesn't mean
From there, come on.
that he allows
That's
it
exactly
in
like a
any
controlled
case.
demolition.
We're going to
And
see
even
the art
the way it
acceptance.
looks
Rabbi
as it's
Eliezer will
going
do that
down
the art
looks
finds
exactly
that
like
you
Tower 7.
cannot
We're talking
perform
about
Machshir
predictive
mitzvah
programming.
on Shabbos.
How
Okay, like that. So here we go.
spells,
Harishkia lechem,
predict stuff
kovasir.
in
For
advance.
example, what's a shkia lechem? So the shkia lechem
Prepare
is
you for the future
the
of what's
two
coming.
roads, the offering that's offered up on the
1999.
the shkia lechem, kovasir are an obligation to do it. For the long that people say, see where for the start. You see, if Rabbi Eliezer always allowed for the performance of Machshir mitzvah on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So again, that would cover all cases. Yet interestingly enough, follows in this moment. Rabbi Eliezer is going to allow to be prepared for the Shkia Lechem offering on Shabbos. But interestingly enough, we learned it from the Gzeirah Shabbat. But the fact that we had to learn from the Gzeirah Shabbat tells us that we're attached to the Gzeirah Shabbat in what? In the Machshir mitzvah Shkia Lechem would not have been go for Shabbos. So what's the Gzeirah Shabbat? So the Gemara says, so I'm going to listen to the Gzeirah Shabbat, the Sangha. Very interesting. That's a really fascinating subject. The Sangha. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Minayin Machshir Shkia Lechem should open us on Shabbos. How do I know that Machshir Shkia Lechem is built for Shabbos? Remember again, just to give you an idea, what's the Machshir Ochel Nefesh of Machshir Shkia Lechem? Let's say, for example, remember Shkia Lechem came from meat. So what happened to Halakha and myself?
He said that out loud. That's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last meat, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's our
How do you know
show.
that you could do that?
And so, you know,
Then
what's other Arnold
Hava
show?
of the Omer, the name of Hava
Reduce
of
attach
the
with
Or use the
George
Lashon
C.
of
Scott.
Hava,
And I think Lee
by
Rivlin.
the carbon
And
Omer.
in that movie, what
Use the
happens?
Lashon of Hava, by Shkia Lechem.
himself had said, Masada agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, oh, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's our non-deal shot. And so, you know, and what's another non-deal shot of the Medusa touch with George Scott and Anthony Redknapp. And in that movie, what happens? The airplane crashes into a building.
While it is true that Machine sets aside Shabbos, that will act Shava to Omer, just like having Omer Shireha. Again, the cutting down of the Omer, the grinding up of the Omer, right? The making up the puzzle, all that is Doka Shabbos. So to Shealechem is Doka Shabbos. Basically, like the guys who just come over. Ma'aba Amura Ba'omer Machira, which was the example of the Machira. Ultimately, again, by the covenant. The
he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, oh, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's our non-deal shot. And so, you know, and what's another non-deal shot movie? The Medusa touch with George Scott and Anthony Redknapp. And in that movie, what happens? He crashes into a building. See, crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes. See, there's fucking commercial directing. We're doing Fincher. And excellent director.
How do you have download the video show? So how would you show it? Usually, it's a very simple process. You find a word. And again, I want to point out that people that make
he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, oh, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's our non-deal shot.
Others don't
and
have
so,
them,
you know, what's another non-deal shot?
So what is
The Medusa touch
I
with
find the word in
George
context A, or a phrase in context A, a word or a same word, a same phrase in context B, and that allows you to go ahead and
crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings, buildings collapsing.
learning out concepts from one to the other, and back and forth. So therefore, again, here making here Shabbat Hava. It says bring, right? Hava by Omer, Hava by Shealechem, just like Omer Machshira Adot Shabbos. So to again, Machshira Shealechem Adot Shabbos. Now, the Gemara says this only works by the way. I will say Mufti means that the word or the phrase used for the Gzera Shabbat is not necessary to teach us anything. So there's something used for anything else. Why? The Gemara is Mufti. You can learn Mufti because it will say if the words on both ends are not so equal and infra, I see I have to very strong clear part of this video. I can describe this to you. How can I describe it? Very simple. Mala Omer, she came in lots of cuts or clips. What's that? Is that the Azim Halakha by Kabbalah Omer, which is the Halakha Omer. Remember, Kabbalah Omer comes from barley. So what happens? You go out to the field and you find cut barley. You buy it. Like the Malachta Khanah Society of Australia. Instead of someone else for the work. Like to cut down the barley. Can you use that to cover the Omer? And the answer is no. Why not? Because Rashi points out over here, matzah, matzah tatzah, shalom l'shem, and the mitzvah l'ktzah l'shma. If it's certain, then basic. Listen to this. The halacha by coming to Omer is not just to cut down barley. You have to cut down barley to change hard by Omer. And in fact, interestingly enough, it defines just barley. But it was not necessarily cut, but it wasn't cut, the same mitzvah.
I haven't really read.
So the Gemara says, we're learning actually a lesson from Kabbalah Omer that I just want to point out. Kabbalah Omer has a dramatic difference. If you go into the field and you find cut barley, you do not use that for Kabbalah Omer. Yet, she must have cuts her closer. Even if you find cut harvest the barley, you must still have loose harvesting barley. Come on, she must have cuts her in a culture. Yet, interestingly enough, by Shealechem, if you find that it was, then it was not.
It feels like we're not in that world. Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company Anthropic. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed, and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out. Hasn't that guy seen Threads? UK is like one of the most dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's well, probably. So he says you're going to get some. Like I'm not sure. Maybe he means like the Scottish Highlands. He's going to hide and go into some small town and fucking just hang out.
Does in fact work on both sides.
West is convenient, bombing, creating refugees.
So why don't you get phase
Because you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that. But of course you do. Like, that was a bit of the exposure of USA. So I, like many people, thought USA was about aid. I thought it was like a philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries food. Like I had Paul on the show. And he's like, I've had 50,000 villages starved to death because of this. 15 people have been dead. And I'm like, okay, but do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not aid? It's the Agency for International Development, and mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Pence laid it out. He said, USAID was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game, and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but inviting and helping people to just giving them money
you see how it's broken and the old hole. And that's when you keep knocked down, and then you can go ahead and pretend knocked down. And you're not seeing this like this. The error, you need to show up. Maybe you have a broken hole. There's nothing you have to blow something like that, but something not seen. So far, what do you think is so far? Cutting it off the animal, now, blowing it up. That time, right? So far, the one not shoot up, those and that's the way I would do it. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, all the not see the on so far, awesome with the guys. Coming about the way out, right? We need to shift this to Kalisao, and we do it. Oh, right now, we found stage 28, putting up the Mezuzah, or putting focus on your fourth corner. Yes, it would hold. It's
based on this idea of
so the Yidla with Kalisa. Remember, the answer would be the halacha l'maisa. You can't put sickness on your garment like that. You can't put whatever your type of, obviously, it's 60 years of kosher.
And how they find out that it was incorrect?
For musicians, it's very well to get the type of the but when I see Chai,
What is incorrect about it? Do you remember that?
my what's the
It's
I'm not doing say
at the beginning of astrophysics there is this formula. If that formula is wrong,
what does
the
Rabbi
preceding
Eliezer
calculations
allow?
are
So
also
the
wrong.
performance of Machshira mitzvah
So the idea is
when the mitzvah has to be done that day. So the Eliezer says it was a need by type answer, which is Eliezer's svara is like this. If the Torah is Talmud, that the mitzvah has to be done today.
Things are
And
not
normally this mitzvah itself would represent the law. Those are 20 that are specific that this mitzvah must be done today. And today, even if today is Shabbos, that tells me that what? The mitzvah and everything is mitzvah can be done that way. So remember again, Milah is maybe I could find an example of this. And so if the Torah tells you that I can't think of a Milah on the 8th day, I think it's Shabbos, that means anything associated with Milah. If I have to blow the shofar in Shana, so everything to do with the shofar becomes mutter. If I have to eat nights on Pesach, sit in a sukkah on Sukkot, so anything that enables the performance of these mitzvahs, or anything that enables me to perform this is mutter. But what am I saying that doesn't have a time? And the Mezuzah, which I will say again, ultimately it can be done today, it can be done tomorrow. So that and then that's what we do. That's not the Shabbos. That's not the Shabbos. Because again, if the mitzvah is not built for Shabbos, then certainly what? We're not shooting mitzvah. Because the preparatory acts will not be built for Shabbos as well. So I'm going to buy this is such a fascinating idea. I'm going to buy you Adrabah. That's just the opposite. In Kabbalah Hadisnan, the fact that these mitzvahs, Sukkah, so I'm sorry, Mezuzah, and since they don't have a set time, what does that mean on the days? Whole shaita, the shaita is in my name. Listen, look at such a thing we're looking at. See, Rabbi Eliezer would say, Rabbi Eliezer would say, or I should say, Rabbi Yosef says, that the fact that the mitzvah doesn't have Mishnah means that its time is not enough. That's right. Since it doesn't have a defined time, that allows me to say this is not for the mitzvah, but the balance of money that must be done in this way. A bike comes in and says, yeah, and the mitzvah doesn't have a set time. That means what? That would be the balance of money every given day. So let's say this is not
travel session of the equinox, travel up into the other hemisphere, like London or something, and then travel back down.
Because it's not going down, therefore you get an obligation. The obligation is sometime, but just not now. And you see now the fact that it's not time done actually makes it stronger than a time done. You see the mitzvah of Matzah is only 7 days. The mitzvah is only 7 days. The mitzvah shofar is only 1 day. So again, mitzvah is only 1 day. Or the valve is only 1 day. It's just every day, every moment. You go every day. Anyway, so there was interesting machlok is how to do this. So Yosef is saying that the Eliezer is only taking up to your mitzvah for its sitches and for the mezuzah because it doesn't have to be done on Shabbos.
Snipers have to calculate for the temperature of the earth when they shoot.
That's why you will say
Only
it's
the
the
curvature
opposite.
of the landscape.
The fact that it's not
Why do you
limited
think
to
the
a
landscape
it
curves?
must be
The
done today.
landscape doesn't curve.
Which we
It is a
I'm
mountainous
not
and
arguing
I don't know,
something
on
that
flat planes you do the same thing. If you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had a shoot, is it right? Why do pilots make adjustments? I'm not a pilot, I don't know, but I do know that when you look at the film from the space station, when you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning. I see. Actually, the space station and the International Space Station is actually not high enough to see curvature. And what you're seeing is it's not high enough to see curvature when you look at it's actually even it's very, very close to let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying, you think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn into a circle instead of a flat. That's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everything. And well, it doesn't make any sense because everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars. So it's all round except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because I'm not even certain that space exists. Well, the moon is anything more than a plasma. What does that mean? It's a plasma affecting a particular effective circuit. So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed, at the very least, we landed probes on. Other countries have ran. People theorize this is footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station. And I'm saying that's clear, and I'm saying that's lens curvature, and then when you're actually why do you think that's lens curvature? So what you're talking about is like a fisheye lens. Right, but let's not do that right now, because I don't want you to be completely fucking insane, because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus, that appears to be a real world. But in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith, but that's what I'm getting at any moment. Will they understand the precession of the equinoxes? Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years? I see right there.
And the state if you want to say, just like coming on
Straight forever. What is that line?
so to
Yeah,
do
what is that line?
to do the
Well,
Shabbos
that looks like
not
stitching.
sheer
It looks like being stitched together and crossed through that mountain range
she
right there.
came
That is
to
weird.
us
So
that way.
that is
So it was like
by your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that.
you have to
On the
up on
surface,
the
what does it mean?
maybe they operate with different set of
Go back to that.
so he used to say
So what is the explanation? Go back a little bit. What is the explanation of that line right there? How weird is that? That is weird that there's this line because so is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what I'm saying? That things fall into like the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. But now you use a camera as a H100 camera that would this live video feed from the International Space Station has been interrupted because you're watching too much. Change at the onboard camera configuration or loss of signal in the communications network. The video return when connection is reestablished. This is during the live feed from that. It's just out right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of a lens. I'm saying potentially. I'm saying that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns in and it inverts for a moment, and then it goes back down. I've never seen that.
So if you want to tell me it's the movement of the word, like I don't know, I don't need a
or at least an
possible.
oblate
There's no
spheroid,
concept of
as
something in Torah.
Neil deGrasse
Hello,
Tyson says,
we're not
have you ever noticed how
so that's the rabbi
sophisticated
that
this guy
Eliezer
gets
will say,
whenever you throw out the word flat
by
earth?
your
He flips out, like the way
you
Robert
can
De
take the
Niro
lulav no
flips
matter
out
what on the
on
first day you want the
like
first day of Shabbos.
irrational.
What is
Well,
Paraschosh
he flips out when you say that men
Shabbos?
can't be women,
Machshir.
which is very weird.
Machshir,
Yeah,
preparatory
They should be
acts.
able to compete
So
in
whatever
sports,
you need to
which
do
is very
to
weird.
be able to
Like a
perform
man,
the
for a man
mitzvah
of
of
science,
lulav
that's
on
bonkers.
the
or that they
first day
should
of
be able
Yom
to go
Kippur
to
that
jail.
falls out on Shabbos, you
That's
can do. Even
Fuck
what?
insane. Not just
Even if
that,
it
but
means
rapists,
cutting that lulav off
like
the
people
tree.
that rape
Even if
children,
it means
and
fingers,
then
whatever
they
you
have to
have to
pay
do.
for their electrolysis and breast
Without Bana.
augmentation, which
What
is
is without
okay.
Bana do with the word
At what
Bayon?
point in time did you say that this is some sort of a bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners and with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis, even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or raped them. We're all just trying to construct what reality is, and it tends to be a consensus of what it is. There are fringes that on the end that don't believe the full consensus is or they are wrong. But do you know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that there's a flat right? I mean, so this is a grand conspiracy. Like Galileo was wrong, Copernicus was wrong. All these people all know in history is wrong.
It's also
And
based
I
on
mean,
Mashmalon.
the other option is that you're just specks of nothing.
Smack when it's not
Floating
so
around
should I
in
send
this
it?
vast
This is
nothing
of Lula and Tasta
that
by
goes
day
on
and
forever, and then you are completely insignificant.
the lift
You
go
are
back on
not
the results I still get.
very
That's what we have so far. Therefore, again,
well.
we have
That
Rabbi
doesn't
Eliezer
count
comes
mutually
along
exclusive.
that
You know, just
Bayom
because
teaches
we
me
are in
with a
this
fact
vast
that
cosmos that it's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real. It's exclusive to people who believe the Bible word for word. I'm not saying that necessarily. I am I would be considered possibly good by most people. I've been reading the Bible a lot. One of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it. Well, it's been edited. Yeah, it's been edited in the King James version. Who was King James? He wrote books on demons as well. And so, well, even the Old Testament, actually, Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew, the letters double as numbers. There's no numbers in ancient Hebrew, so words have numerical value. And, you know, to imagine translating such a complex language where, like, the word God and the word love, they have the same numerical value. Here's another thing. I read that. I don't know if it's true, so let me find out if that's true. Put that into perplexity. There's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible. In Genesis, when the Nephilim come down and they find women comely, and so they're like, okay, what's actually going on there? And these angels or Nephilim are coming down and they're taking women from men and having sex with them and then creating hybrid offspring. When Representative Anna Colonna was here, she told me about the book of Enoch. So you have to read that. If you never read it, I don't know. So I read it. Hold on. Have you seen the Carpenter's Son? Was he Jewish? No. What did I just have you look up before I lose my train of thought? That's what I was trying to ask specifically. Which part? Oh, no, what I asked you was ancient Hebrew. So the letters also definitely has numbers, because then pi is all about, and then the word love and the word God have the same numerical value. Very certain that that's true, but I want to really double check. Numerology exists around us everywhere, and everything it seems to have kind of
And why not? Why not? They're Kabbalahs. You know, so
There's also a really fascinating statement by this mathematician
just
we
because
talked
by
about on a
covering
recent
the
podcast was
there's
that
nothing to do.
how
Even
strange is
if you want to
it
say, listen,
that
I sit up and
we
love,
find
that
out
doesn't
that the
apply.
universe is made out
How
of
our
math
God meaning.
and
When we
that
said
it's
before,
encoded
love is
in the
already
universe
communicated
itself.
why?
So a
Because
tool
of valid
that
meaning.
we
Allah,
used,
Gamar,
that human
Shivas,
beings
Gamar.
created to measure the universe, it turns out that tool is how the universe is actually coded. This gets back to what you want to say about simulation. So it says no in ancient Hebrew, whatever that word is, gematria. No direct name of God shares the exact same numerical value as the word for love. So what is the basis of that number? Sacred name equals 26, name for God equals 86. Okay.
Let's
Is
go
there
ahead
a word
let's
for
go ahead
God?
and
You know,
learn it out.
does
Let's make
that
Sukkah
have the
the
same?
time.
It's
Let's say
amazing,
by Sukkah,
right?
just like Sukkah,
What is the value of,
let's learn
click
everything
on
out
that,
from Sukkah.
below that,
Like
where it says, what is the gematria?
Rula Badok Shabbos, Nakshi, Omer Dok Shabbos, Nakshi, Alachem Dok Shabbos, Rula,
Oh, Kabbalah.
Mikra,
Says find hidden spiritual meanings and secrets. Okay.
and the say,
It is fascinating.
Sukkah is
The numerical value of words.
That's
Like, there's no way you're going to get that when you translate to Latin. So that's gematria. That is a value of 86. And what is love's value?
Lulav doesn't apply by
What
day
is
and
the
by night.
value? What is the ancient Hebrew word for love?
Not by day and by night. Therefore, you can
What is the
good.
ancient
Matzah, the Chol Machshir Dochen Es Hashabbos. We'll say 20 to Eliezer. You realize that this is that matzah. It's a matzah. Only Machshir matzah. Because it's supposed to say really dramatic. Which means
Okay,
Eliezer.
wisdom,
First day
gematria.
of Pesach comes
Yeah,
along with matzah. You
yeah,
forgot to
that's a
make
good
matzah.
point. That's a
You
good
got to
point.
the field.
Definitely. So, what is that? Click on that. What's the gematria value of lala? Right there.
This is
Right
wild.
there.
So we know that Eliezer. Where did Eliezer learn this?
It's 13, so that's a different number too.
saying,
13 twice equals 26. The value of theology is It is from the carpenter's son. It's all about the perfect of Jesus.
That doesn't work. Because love is unique and separate, right? Because love is
And
anonymous.
it's
English
part of
Sukkah,
these,
Ethiopian Sukkah, Shekhinah Haggis, Paleos, Kibyana. What's Haggis Sukkah? All students why? The Sukkah applies by day and by night.
Coptic.
So where does it learn outside? Shire Matzah, Adon Shabbos Ella. Here we go. Gamar Chamisha,
So
Chamisha,
twice 13 equals 26. The value of Yahweh implying love mirrors or completes God's essence.
So
Okay,
Zir Shabbat,
that's where
Chamisha,
that comes from.
Chamisha.
That's where it came from.
Right,
Right,
Zir
that's where
Shabbat
it
of
comes from. So God's love.
Mal
So
Halal,
love twice
Shia Dochen
is
Es Hashabbos.
God.
Just like by Sukkot,
So here's a question.
Machshir
What
Mitzvah,
happened?
our
So
Dochen Shabbos. Okay, just look again. Machshir
I
Mitzvah by Sukkot, the son of our Dochen Shabbos.
so
How come Machshir Dochen Es Hashabbos?
how
By
was the
Matzah,
numerical
Machshir Mitzvah
value
Dochen Shabbos.
of
I
ancient
did
Hebrew
go back one of the
language
Matzah. The
lost
Neso,
when they translated it to Latin?
So that's
Greek.
why
To Greek first,
go
right?
ahead and write. Why don't you
How is the
go to
numerical value
let's
of ancient
everything else
Hebrew
go down
words?
Let's just say, just like by Matzah,
Numerical value of ancient Hebrew
go down the list.
words
So to buy
lost
share left and
when they translated it to Greek.
everything
Because
else
it seems like
Matzah.
it's not just context. Like, what is your word for that? Like, the word meant a different thing to them. You know, numerical values of ancient Hebrew words calculated via gematria or labeled letters and doubleless numbers was not preserved in Greek translations. Hebrew letters inherently carry fixed numerical values, enabling word sums. Greek letters have their own values. Equivalents rarely match Hebrew sums exactly. So you're supposed to, like, you know, when you read like Russian translations, Russian is like super screw for sure. For sure, like really dramatic. So it is this gematria.
So Minah made the Rebbe
Get like all
from where
words mean another number and all have some sort of secret meaning. Like, recordings,
any of the
So was it
rules
just
with
as much?
Hebrew.
Well, this
And
allows
so
us to
these
avoid
ideas and these glyphs and symbols
remember again,
that
and we
for some are hanging upside down from the trees, declaration how to speak, are somewhat universal. Let's get to that for a second, but let's find out what Jamie's saying.
in order to
Primarily used in Jewish mysticism
to do so,
and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts like Torah by assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters and words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an older language, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language, a language that combines numerical value with
that's not
words?
going to work either way.
Like if you said something to me, it's not just implied by your tone or by the context of what you're saying, but I understand what it means to you. But it's in the numerical value of the words. It seems like a better way to communicate than just nouns and verbs and adverbs. Like rather than bifurcating numbers and letters together, like it sounds like a way better move. I mean, doesn't it? It seems like if you can understand that, if you grew up with that, that seems
What
like
up,
that
G?
would
How you
be
living,
a
pimp?
much richer
Enjoy the Joe Rogan
way of
experience.
seeing
I'm just
it.
chilling.
Isaac Asimov has a motherfucking numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this, and he talks about calamari fishermen who have no concept of the number zero and how they process and understand concepts like
Anything you need to do as a
village is empty,
can be done on Shabbos. You must try to make
just different
what
people
is
are just
that?
trying to
What exactly are we
figure out how to articulate everything.
even though it's here,
Computer programming
that
it's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say. Like, what's the translation for this? Like, we don't have a word for that. We don't understand the concept. Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance. They don't have it. Yeah, which is weird. Like you think about it, like, oh, right, because that requires maintenance, right? If you live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance, and then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, right? Chinese are building highways for you, and the highways collapse. Yeah, the highways just collapse because no one's maintaining. Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But it's interesting. You're pulling people out of the Stone Age, dropping them and dropping them suddenly. So to take us back to this idea that we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this one, there's two things I want to get to that. And I added that. I really want to get to that. And what I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world. I'm like to that. I want to get to is there a conventional explanation for that stitching? Why that image? But what is the mainstream line of what that word you're looking at? All right. Well, it was not the NASA channel we were looking at. I don't, I could dig down that rabbit hole. What were we looking at? I tried to think
rather
of
than
a video of
license
the globe imagery. Hold on. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something that someone created. I'm not saying that no tracks on or taking us on. I'm saying it was like a live video. It was live. Oh, but it could have been horseshit. Oh my God. Right. No, I get it. I found Jamie, you did the job of 15 doing, so I appreciate it. I found a video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is SpaceX. It's not NASA, it's someone else. It's like it's up and down the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature. It doesn't have curvature. When you see a rocket launch, what is it doing? It goes kind of sideways across the sky. And so we've now seen that pretty regularly. That's
Right,
because
so
they're
again,
really not
which
going
is what the
up
trust says, that
I
ultimately again,
watched the SpaceX launch live. I was there. It went straight up in the air, and then curves and traveled sideways across the sky. It begins to a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. I went out and asked, no, I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from like 24 different cameras. But how did it go above the troposphere? Not like this is not above the troposphere. This is like how many miles is that up? This is low Earth orbit. Right. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks like a globe, huh? watch as the camera rotates.
This is also the video. I don't want to get stuck in this.
Right. This,
Incredible.
as Elon would say, it's real because it's fake. When it
Now,
looks fake, that's when you know it's real.
now
Because
that it's established, I love them myself.
It looks fake as fuck. And
She
it's
made
really
software
not
on
real.
Shabbos. Let's put everything else in software, right? Oh, Mary, my God, right? Oh, Mary, Lechem, Lulav, Sukkah, let's do Matzah, let's do everything else in software.
you can actually see that in versions.
Lechem, sorry, yeah, shofar, that's not Lechem, right? You can't learn
The
all
lens
those
distortion on the side of
other
the frame is
Come to
causing
show
the
why
the horizon there to go
Yeah,
down
let's
to
do it.
that's because of lens distortion.
Lolos,
I see what you're saying.
Shabbos,
And the fact of the matter is, even at the height that these are orbiting at, I'm saying, like, presumably a globular planet.
because shofar brings
The
Chokar
word planet, plane, it's like a plane, or the horizon is horizontal. Like,
all of that is about people, the memories that I create.
the height that they're at right now, you can still see.
The shofar brings all of this beautiful collective national memory.
See the limit of your vision, which has a
Because it's so massive.
because it's so massive. You're still high enough. Well, you're still not high enough to truly see curvature.
If we are in a simulation and if consciousness affects the reality of things, then they're only real if we are experiencing
I
them.
said you know that, so why not? So why not? Yes, I'm getting people like telling me to me. So why not learn that from the shofar of Yom Kippur, right?
But
Which
your
you know, I'm not teaching things in shofar. If you have other than the hand, the other things about it. So it's generally how to shofar of Yom Kippur, and more specifically the shofar of Yoga, why not? Because that's Israel genetic shofar. Because also what happens with the shofar blast of Yom Kippur of Yoga is something amazing, which is Avodim slaves go through homes and fields go back to their original. It's something so great. So it's like essentially the US is doing something amazing, which is as much as we prove in the point of Eliezer,
It's
that Allah for myself, not she made
it's not necessarily
our
true, but it's
shofar, our Dover Shabbos,
you come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes
as a source for any of the other teaching ideas why
in gravity, my
shofar is so
faith,
unique.
the glow,
Shofar of Rosh Hashanah is so powerful
because
for the
that's what's been
donos.
told to you since I
Shofar
was
of
a
Yovel
baby.
is so powerful for the children that in
At a certain point, that
and
just takes
therefore
over.
cannot
Not
serve
just that,
as
but also
the
as a fundamental
as the
piece
source
of
of
what
the
reality
fact
is, because we
that
want to believe
the
this.
other mitzvahs are also
What I'm
donos.
saying
So
is,
we'll
we
start
don't
with you for
understand
today.
shit.
We're not finished with the conversation, but again, when we begin to see over and over again, it's something that Eliezer,
What they
Shiri,
tell us,
Mitzvah,
they
Yoga,
is just this
No, the most like
cumulative understanding
incredible.
of things.
Well, with Gemara, it gets
In ancient
again,
times,
it's
they
just
had a
like this in
different
your
understanding of things, and that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe
Right,
it,
but even then,
so the reality is just
built things based on where the sun was going to be during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth spinning around doesn't spin perfectly. There is a 26,000-year wobble, and you can predict it by the night sky.
somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky, and all stars rotate around it. It's extraordinary. We're traveling.
What do you mean? So during the precession of the equinoxes over a 26,000-year cycle, Polaris
No,
just
it has remained at the exact same spot. Supposedly that's because that's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy.
right, but this complex stations of the equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period, it will move in the sky.
Well, the point of Polaris will always remain where it is, directly.
The point and our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle.
It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort of a kind of motion of sorts.
It
It's sort of
changes.
a figurine.
It changes. It changes. Look at it. It says right here. To the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia. While Polaris is the current North Star, other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Barai, Alderamin, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's why. It's not that they're
Earth is flat. I know it's flat because it's uncouth, but it's not just that. We know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate. Things change, and will be dependent upon where the equator sits, where these poles sit, how it wiggles around. When we were younger, the sun was kind of yellow and orange. Now it's just like white. Like reality is changing. Wax changing. The sun looks exactly the same to me. It does. Yeah, the sun is the same to me. I think pollution has affected it somewhat, especially if you live in LA. Well, there used to be more pollution, and so maybe that's an excuse of why the sun would be more yellow. But I've lived all over the world.
Did you actually talk about gravity? Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's going to stop. That's very enough to say.
What does he have to say?
45 seconds.
I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball. I'm confident that the only thing that can stop the ball is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, it's called gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? It was gravity. What's gravity? That's finally what they say. That's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
That's
or it's just density of fluids.
It's really into this topic, apparently. I knew a lot about it.
You know who you should have on is Eric Dubé. You know who this guy is?
Oh, he's the flat earth guy.
Yeah, he's the flat earth guy, and he's written a book called 100 Proofs. And in order to prove something, you also have to prove things wrong.
You went down some rabbit holes.
Well, look, I'm a screenwriter, and so I'm always looking for things like this to write stuff about. And so it's
so in order to
I take it all. I take it.
In order to prove what?
Whenever you have a proof, you also have to disprove. And so he wrote a book called 100 Proofs about the nature of the Earth and how it is, and it has explanations for many of the things here.
Hasn't he debated people that actually understand like how you can prove that the Earth is round?
He does it very calmly, and it infuriates people.
Right, but I actually done well.
It's very enjoyable to watch because it's really funny.
But to people that are actual cosmologists, he's not performed well in these.
Well, the cosmologists will say things that still need to be, if you're making statements, they still need to be, you still need to disprove the other proofs.
Right, but there's plenty of people that have disproven that the Earth is flat.
All I'm saying is experiments and the Joe Rogan experience throughout life. You are really, like when you go up into an airplane, I do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can't because of perspective, because you're so tiny.
Correct, because we're so tiny. So all I'm saying is that through experience, that the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience a globular Earth. You can,
but you do experience the effect of a Earth that's a globe. If you go to the other side of the Earth and it's dark out when it's sunny in California.
They've made models of how that could work.
Dorks have
made models.
But it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding of our orbit around the sun.
That's assuming you believe that we orbit around the sun. Listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun, but we don't live on a globular Earth.
But the numbers match. But the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely
different. If they make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that wrong.
Right, but is NASA doing that? Is MIT NASA?
Of all people to believe, the ones who are digitally stitching shit and saying, that's a government agency.
You went so deep with this, boy.
All I'm saying is my experience. When I get on the plane later today and I'm flying back and I look out outside, I'm going to see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon before me. And when I land, it's everything else is faith-based. Well, that's all I'm saying.
It's not though. It's science-based. It's based on data. It's
the
based on our
science.
understanding.
The word science means observation. At least the testimony of the talking about the measurements data. That data is so far removed, one, from my ability to understand. But you can understand the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers. And the numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day. Sure. And it works. What other experiment can you show me where water clings to a spinning ball? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing that they'll ask you. Like, well, show me any other example of that. And that's 24,000 miles wide. And the answer to that is gravity. And what he's talking about in that clip you just showed is gravity is just sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that. But there's clearly a force that does that. That's right? Density. Just density? Density. Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them when this is far heavier? How come? You don't have an answer for that. Right. But gravity does, right? Gravity is, like you said, it's just a measurement. It's a measurement of how things fall. Right. And and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled downward. Right, but those objects, how come, if it was just density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster? Well, when there's two balls, there's a bowling ball and feathers dropping in a vacuum. They're falling at the exact same time. How weird. Vacuum, no density. They both fall at the same time because of gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum. Yeah, Brian Cox would be pissed if he was here right now. He'd be shit.
All right,
All I'm saying is that my experience, of course, my experience is based on perspective of being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing. Correct. Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. The YouTube channels that I've broken down all of those flatter things, a ton. Go watch those. I tried years ago and I gave up. It is absolutely a rabbit hole. What's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith you have in these kind of ideas and you supplement it with the faith of these other ideas, they're exchangeable. They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, and if you understand what's actually been measured, or if you don't understand the path of satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have had to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results that all these different space agencies have. The idea that they're all in collusion in Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other. They're all in collusion. This lie. The Earth is round. It's much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat and make these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate, they use great words, and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life. I still saw the translation. Yeah, it wasn't mine. Some shit offline. That was weird though. And that's perfect for this world. To have sort of a glitch like that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. There's so much out there that it falls to faith. And also, what is it? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Ultimately, is what is all of that really matter? What does it matter ultimately that there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and doing cultism, drinking babies? What is it going to matter? This is a very different subject now. We've shifted. We've moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat. It's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form to evil people that are involved in cult-like rituals, which is, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children
وبصحنا
killing children, or that they use that sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel chopped this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was to show that was fine. That was a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of demons.
Furthermore, there is not only
I believe the concept of demons. Demons don't materialize before us necessarily. They rest upon the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears. I believe multiple things. This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verifiably true that they have done.
In order to make a knife on Shabbos.
If you were a demonic idea and you got into Oppenheimer's head or Patton's head or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to a bunch of innocent people, and you could say, this is just ground war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on the ocean. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act of eliminating hundreds of thousands or 100,000 plus people on the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You just expired.
Because when I say that, you have to not even say. So that is the only distinction you have on Shabbos. And anything else you could have done on Erev Shabbos must be done on Erev Shabbos. Therefore, see, again, we'll see in the Gemara, the Moel forgot to drop off the knife at the place of the Mila on Shabbos. Sorry, you can't do this all. You can't do it to go ahead and bring it to a Mila.
If you wanted to find a way where a demon, like just like assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on earth? Would they do it by saying, I'm a demon, and, this is what you should do, this is horrible and evil? Or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing?
Creating the knife. That's not shooting.
Like, there's a lot of things, like clearing it when you creep into someone's head, right? And you would oil folks. Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that AZT is killing people, but you also know that you're making an insane amount of profit off of killing people with AZT, and you have already established a narrative, and Kevin Fauci says that the reason why they won't return AZT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. They literally use the same language they used to defend it for years. If I was a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it. It's like, look how much money they're making. We gotta keep this money. There's a way to justify this. You're the purveyor of information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. You think that's what he did there? That was evil. By taking the virus, funding it, even though it's illegal to fund it in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth Alliance, and then, farming it out to them, they do it at the Wuhan lab, and you are, in fact, doing gain of function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You're not a cure. There was a researcher in Canada that took
so they see that I'm carrying the knife. So is that enough? So let's just remember again. If you say it's because of the mitzvah, if it's because of love of the mitzvah, then I have to carry on cover no matter what. If it's because of Hashad, that I don't want people to suspect me for Shabbos, and halacha and mitzvah, perhaps if I cover, as long as I cover it by the two witnesses, that's enough.
Just like a rock star, everybody says, what comes next?
If
What comes next?
you say you have to cover it
So
uncovered,
she started
to show
actively
the
working
Allah for the
really
you can only cover it uncovered,
coming up with this next thing.
I'm
And, we want to speak about it.
But I will say
And
the issue
these
because
level 4
I don't
labs,
want to be
you know,
so
they have to
suspect. I carry from
you
the
know,
original
research from one lab to
I
another.
can carry it
You
covered
have to go
as
through all
long
sorts
as I
of
can
stuff
cover it
in order to do that because it's all
So
happening
my
all of
I'm
these
ready maybe
microbes,
no Umra
viruses,
Rabbi Eliezer Ella
Ebola strains,
Yukid
whatnot. It's all
Look at
happening.
the baby says,
And so,
no,
for example,
Rabbi
there was
Eliezer
this
holds
one
him because
kid
of
who
the
was
the idea
working
of
at
the
the
is
lab
to demonstrate the
Canada,
love.
and he was
Rabbi
moving
Eliezer holds
to
that
the
halakha l'maisa, you have
and
to
so he
carry
was
the
crossing the border.
Milanite
He didn't want to,
uncovered
like, you
in
know,
order
have
to
to reproduce all
demonstrate
his
the
work, and so
love
he just put
for
both of them inside of a
and
thing, trying to cross the
Nevi'o
border.
Mesila,
Well, she got
Ne'im
caught
Nevi'o
in
Mechusa Rabbi
2019
Eliezer.
by the Royal
Your boss
Canadian
is guys is
police,
explicit. You have to
basically
bring it
moving
uncovered.
stuff
You
from
can't bring
Canada
it
by
covered.
Air Canada
These are the
freight
words on
from
Rabbi
Manitoba,
Rashi,
from Winnipeg. This is the
Rashi
Winnipeg
says the truth
lab
is the
to
supposed to be
Wuhan.
as well. But so
And
remember,
they were
what
moving
we're saying over
everything,
here
and
so
I
far is
tracked
that
one of
the
those
reason according to Rabbi
because I
Eliezer
was writing a
that
screenplay.
you must cover a
And
Milanite on
so I tracked,
Shabbos.
like, where did it
When
come
you are
from? Well,
bringing it
it's
to
like
this Mila, this
cut it
wine,
up, and it was on
including
the
mitzvah.
lab there, and
Demonstrate
then that
the
went through.
profound
In order to
love
get around it,
for
got sent
the
to the one in
mitzvah.
Amsterdam,
So
that
Rashi
got sent to her,
says even that
and
in
she
the
was
guy
able to do all this stuff, and she was basically
Sasa
just
Sakano,
shipping,
Kaseu
you know,
Alto
everything, Honda, and all these patented things to
go ahead and
you know, in
bring
order
it
to
to
do it. And
Sakana the
Royal
Rashi.
Canadian
Try
Mountain
and
Police
cover the
basically,
Milanite.
you know,
But interestingly
stopped
enough,
it,
when
and
you cover
she
the
got
Milanite,
locked out of the
what
laboratory and everything
witnesses,
because
what
they
do
were
you
like,
think
is there a
here? This
misappropriation
Sakana
of money
in
going on?
Shalom
Like, what are all
Sakana.
these flights that
The
are
only
occurring?
time according to
And
Eliezer,
they
to
redacted
cover the
who her
Milanite was
financer
transporting on the
was,
Shabbos
and we still don't know who her financer was, but it's one of three
when it
people
is
that
not a
people
time of
can
danger,
probably
you are not
guess.
permitted to go ahead
These
and
people
cover
who
it.
have
Now,
an
what do you
interest
here?
in
Shum Shikutin
this.
Mitzvah Shema.
And
What's the Stephen Hand of Halakha
her
L'Maisa?
thing was just
The reason
ambition.
Rabbi
It was
Eliezer
just like
holds
anything.
is
She was just wanting to have that next hit,
uncovered.
and she would do
One,
anything
in order to
to
demonstrate
do it,
and show
to
a
repeat what
beautiful
she did
love
with
for
Ebola.
the
So she was helping to engineer
We'll see if we
viruses.
have
They were engineering
almost
stuff.
like
She
that
would
she
ship
does
it
very
via
good.
Air Canada
So the
freight
Eliezer is
from
allowing
Winnipeg
Halakha
to
L'Maisa. The Eliezer is very
literally on Air
I can
Canada
carry the
flights.
knife.
So
You're
you're
not
flying
carrying
on Air
it. I
Canada.
don't have a knife. I can actually make
Download
the
cargo.
I can
There's all
force
this
metal. According to
some shit
Rabbi
that I've never
Eliezer
seen.
on
Yeah, some
Shabbos.
horrible
Only caveat is
strain
when
of
you
something,
transport the
something
knife,
that's
you may
patented,
do so with the
and
knife.
then they're just
Cover.
shipping it over
And
to
again,
them.
in order to
None
go
of
ahead
this
and
is
demonstrate
illegal.
and show beautiful love
Some
and desire for
papers in
the
Canada, Winnipeg Free Press or something, was trying to cover it. It just gets kind of. That was one of the weird things that I had also seen. I don't know if it's true in the Epstein files. That there was talk about engineering a pandemic. Did you? Yeah, I read that too. That they were
time of
like
Sakra, like
actively
Mishnah
working
says,
on
time of Sakra was again,
running
evil
models,
outward,
figuring it out.
without what it was transported to the night covers. But mostly even
Very
again,
successful.
they were
But why
transported
was
to
Epstein
covered spots.
involved
It was
if he's a
covered
financier? He was involved in every
thereby
crime.
what?
He was involved in
Avoiding
everything. It was amazing the energy that that guy had. Who has the energy to be like doing all this stuff like all over the world? Like, oh, Nigeria, we're doing this. And
I don't care what
Yemen, we're doing this. And here we're doing that.
that's enough.
And at the same time,
That's
trafficking all these girls and, you know, and young children
We
and
care about other people. I know that we need
all
to
this
care about
stuff.
every
Right.
person.
But
But
it says no
think that
credible
goal.
evidence in the
We
recently
have
released
to
Epstein
care
files
about
links to
what
every Epstein course associated to
So
engineering the
the
COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot.
So in regular
So,
times, you
what was
have
the
to
claim? The
transport it
original
for
claim?
meals.
Go down
When
and
it's
ask
Sakana,
about
you have to transport it covered.
You just asked it about
But
engineering
Lamaisa,
the pandemic.
Sakana
So
as
what does
an
the pandemic
obligation of
claim?
decent
Scroll up a
did
little
not
bit.
look like I'm engaging in some type
Scroll
of
down a
wrong.
little there.
And that's why I
So
cover it
2017
in the
email
presence of
originally
witnesses.
from
And you have
2015 discussions to
by the way,
build widely assumed
Agent
to be
become a
Gates
the seller of witnesses with this one.
forwarded to Epstein proposed recommendations and technical specifications for pandemic modeling of various
In the
strains.
presence of witnesses.
It focused
So
on
let's say,
healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering a virus. Gates Foundation later ran public event 2001 and 2019 a standard exercise with John Hopkins and WHO predating COVID reports. That whole public event 2001 is fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird.
Could the law be one of the
Context
witnesses, or
debunking
is it two
pandemic
witnesses
simulations are
independent of the law?
common. Public health tools for those like those for SARS or flu. Right, but why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in these discussions? Involved in everything. He's involved in gravity. But how fucking weird is that? How weird. A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files running through years before COVID-19. So my friend, and creating the illusion that the time Ghislaine Maxwell is noted for report news. Like she's literally shaping the
Right?
world.
I go ahead, I give all cover it.
She was running the world news.
Which are like the two witnesses independent of me. But if it's me and another guy, we're the witnesses. You know, why are these guys losses?
One email subject preparing for pandemics was sent by a person whose name is redacted.
You have to cover the
By the way, you see that while they redact the person who said that, that's not a victim. You're supposed to redact the victims. They did play, supposedly, because of massive redacting.
Tem cadinho, vamos nesse time de baixas, ultimately again close to the team that they have to be super what people will give testimony meaning that it can be up the mall, can be one of the witnesses. As long as what is not related, right, or anyway disqualified from giving testimony with others. Once that comes up in the Gemara, that she's not Rabbi Eliezer, she's not Rabbi Eliezer, is the halacha myself transporting the night on Shabbos. When you're transporting the night on Shabbos, you have to go ahead and transport it uncovered. Why uncovered? People they make stuff. That's the non-music of an incredible love. You have to take the sakana, cover it, it has to learn because of witnesses. It sounds like
they just did. That's another thing. There was
a
another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard. Was it 4chan? Was it 4chan? So it was a 4chan thread where this guy said that he was a guard at the facility and he posted this before Epstein was killed. He was a guard. They uncovered using whatever
nevertheless, the sheet of Rabbi Eliezer is quite dramatic.
he got caught basically talking about they snuck it. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never logged in. They were supposed to log in. There's footage of like, orange, orange moving
This is really quite dramatic.
glimpses of it on the live somewhere.
In the locale of Rabbi Eliezer,
It's not possible. It's not impossible. It's probable.
and for some
Also,
they did not
it's a
have a
probability.
knife. They didn't have a
Whatever.
knife.
It's more than
So
a
what
possible.
would they do?
The guy who did the
They
autopsy,
cut down
anything happened to him?
Lots is becoming there, make
The guy
holes
who
in order to go ahead and make a fight
yeah,
for
fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that?
the license
Like,
to
yeah,
perform
Breitbart.
Mila
And who's the guy who says that Bethesda? Alarming amount of people commit suicide.
But it's the
Alarming.
nice for any of them
Yeah,
cheating
or die of some fatal reasons.
and you don't have a name.
I
The idea is that you're allowed to forge them, you're allowed to make a knife on Shabbos. It's incredible. So the Como show Rabbi Yosef Levy,
Yeah,
now what's it not
that makes sense.
does
The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him?
in the city of Rabbi Yosef Levy, how you
New York
openly
Chief
bust
Medical
the
Examiner
oats to the
Dr.
fire.
Marcus Sampson
They would eat chicken and
resigned.
they would eat chicken
Okay,
and
so nothing happened.
okay.
You took the
Let's
evil.
do this.
You know who the devil was? The
So what's
Exorcist.
the shot? So the Gemara says, forget about Mila, chicken and milk. Let's
These
talk
things
about
like
that. So
Pazuzu
the Gemara says,
were
Levi
presented
sits out
with
with the
the
baby of
actual
Yosef,
devil,
the
but
baby
we
Yosef.
actually watched the movie.
So Levi
There's
once went to the
evidence
house of
that,
Yosef Rish,
and
Rashi
people
said
talk
Rish,
about
but
this,
it's inside the
that,
oats. He was
there's
Yosef,
evidence
he
within
was
the
Yosef
film
the foul
that,
hunter. Yosef the foul hunter.
it's
So the
more
Gemara says,
than
Kedu
just
Lane, Reish said
demonic
the
possession.
Tubs of
The
the
demonic
Father.
possession comes from supposed, by the way,
They
Jeffrey
brought the
Epstein
lady
was
a
doing
peacock
also
head
funding
and
research
milk.
in
Peacock head and milk.
trauma,
Fix. Right, the peacock head and milk. Well, awful. And also, Nick, you again, lazy wouldn't eat. Lady wouldn't eat it. Yeah, so let's make it heavy. And they give people for heavy. On the way, on my low consistent. Lady said, why didn't you excommunicate? So since I already said, so lady comes to Rabbi. A lady tells Rabbi what happened when he went to the house of Yosef Ishba. Yosef is going to peacock head and milk. Right? So ladies, why didn't you excommunicate? And that's a referral. That's what can why didn't you tell him that what you're doing is unequivocally wrong?
Basically,
Listen to
yelling
this.
at
The lady said, I'm like, ask her that you did not say.
calling him a Nazi and
is
stuff like that.
Yosef
It's like, bitch,
Mishpach lived in the city of Rabbi Ben Sira.
well,
Vanino,
why are we
Dilma
vanishing
Narish
from the
Yosef
party?
but
And
maybe
we
Rabbi Yehuda Ben Sira told the Rabbi Yosef Hagli. What does Rabbi
after
Yosef
that, she
mean? What is
comes, and then
he
he's leaving
Listen
the
to
party.
this. Just kind of
Turns
listen,
to
leave it over.
the
Now, my
mother,
so full
and he's like,
because it says it's cannot eat nevela. And that's when we're going to nevela. And nevela is any animal that dies without shechita. ונאמר, לא שבשל גדידה חליל
and so,
מו,
and
אינה
then
מקבקת
after
את
that,
מוות לו,
Reagan comes down.
אז שאסר משום נבילה
Astronaut
אסר
guy,
ולאשר
it's like,
בחלב.
you're gonna die
So
up
what they
there,
just
pisses on the floor, and everybody's like, shit.
tells
From
us
that
as
moment
well.
on,
Tells
there's
us that
this like
halacha l'maisa,
highly
whatever, listen,
sexualized
again,
devil
these
speak
phrases
for
all
relations.
in the things
And
that
the guy,
come
the
from Varim
director,
Yudalit
is a
Kapaya.
British guy.
So the
And so
beginning
the
of the pasuk
implication,
is
and then
Sofu Kol
he is
Nevelo.
for some reason
The end of the
left
pasuk is Lo
and
Shebashal
then gets
Gedidah
thrown out
Chalil.
of the
So Yosef really
it
says,
gets twisted all the way around.
what's the
He dies as a
juxtaposition,
character.
or what's the nature of the
So the
connection
implication is
between
that
these two
the
things?
director is the
So
one
as
who's
the
raped,
Asr Mishum
right?
Nevela, Asr L'Ashar
And
L'Chala.
thus
Whatever is
invoking
Asr because of
demonic
Nevela,
presence
right?
into
Whatever is Asr
and it
ultimately again
turns
because
out
of Nevela,
that
Asr
I
L'Ashar
thought it was
L'Chala.
a
So I would have thought as
some
follows.
totem that they
Oh,
found
so
that was possessed.
whatever,
All that stuff is there.
whatever,
Ouija board is there.
whatever you
Everything, but it
can't
turns
keep
out
as an
that
event. So what's
you're
the difference?
glad
Whatever you can't
actually
keep
made a
without
movie
ritual slaughter,
called
by definition, is
John
subject to the halachos of Basar Chala. So based on,
I
I
can't
would
remember the
have said
exact
that.
title of the
Oh,
film. And
Sha'asu
he did a movie
Mishum
with
Nevela.
Shirley MacLaine.
Yachol Ye Asr
And
L'Ashar
the
L'Chala.
director of
So
the
they're
film
going to
is this
say
guy,
bird.
Jeremy
Oh,
Thompson. British director looks
which
exactly
is Asr,
like
right? So Asr, sorry. Oh, so bird,
and so
which is subject to the
the
halachos
idea
of Nevela,
is
right?
that
If a bird dies without
Reagan's mother
shita,
is
you
Shirley
can't
MacLaine.
eat it. So I would have thought, therefore, a bird is
Reagan
subject
is
to
her
the
daughter Sasha,
difficult prohibition
and
of
the
milk
British
of
director
Basar
is Jeremy Thompson.
Lomar,
So with his
Khalifi Mo.
movies,
That's all
which
shit
are
in the follow
he directed
Different let's say
the
color
original
thing to
King
Khalifi Mo. So what remember
That's
again,
a
here
kind
it doesn't
of
just say you can't be
strange
milking with what does it
pedophilic
say?
thing going
You
on
can't
in
put a
sources
kid
there.
in its mother's
And
milk.
yeah,
Any type of
and then
animal that is subject to
a special
the halal
they
is one of those from a mother.
it's really a second Robert De Niro. This
Foul
kimchi tea
goes
with bronze and then all has
milk.
kind of like a weird
Therefore,
pedophile
let's
thing.
say
He did
a
this
whole
movie,
the
the
halal
reincarnation
element
of
of
Peter
the
Proud,
dies
dies
a foul and so what's the therefore again it's kind of comes out
remembers his
so therefore lady doesn't eat Muslim Yosef Yishbak because Yosef Yishbak lived in the locale of Rabbi Yehuda Ben Sira. Rabbi Yehuda Ben Sira's Rebbe was Rabbi Yosef Hashmi, and therefore lady assumed that halacha l'maisa the halacha extended in that and was there was no prohibition of basar b'chalav with fowl and milk. Hence, peacock head and milk is absolutely
Sasha in
therefore
her
maybe since I think
autobiography
there's a number of
mentions
incredible
person who covered the book with the Bud Light.
incredible
It's just a coincidence.
see maybe obviously thought that he was wrong
Walked down the
hence he didn't
stairs on
maybe thought he was wrong
never
hence he didn't
vomited.
eat it maybe didn't say anything because the man said there are other opinions so is there something you might go strongly about something you might have your hashkafas which that's from a health in your life. But Lamaisa, there are other opinions, and part of humility is being able to accept other opinions in life, even if you do not agree with them at all. If the Rebbe wanted maybe to give Muslim, Rebbe said, a different thing, I don't agree with it, but it is a person said, no, Allah makes me just but we constantly get in that we hold that oath of Allah is Rabbanah, right? The only issue that I said about Allah is something that actual foul in most Rabbanah. We hold that it's a Rabbanah. We can't eat chicken and milk or any kind of foul or milk with Rabbanah. It is not in the middle of city in which conducted themselves like Rabbi Eliezer, like Rabbi Eliezer, that they would perform so they committed not only acts of on Shabbos,
It's effectively, that's the movie that we're shooting inside of the movie. So this was a way for Peter Benchley, eventually a Peter Black, to kind of transcode
dramatic events.
and the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine, talks about
They
I can't remember
died from their
Mary, who was an astronaut, and in her autobiography, she talks about how he came back from space and lived for person and she kind of, everybody kind of laughed it off, like, oh, it's just kind of a joke that I wrote into my autobiography. But it's kind of weird.
Not only that, it was the one time
Yeah, it's really strange. So people and they hide information in films. And so I think
Gemara says that one time when evil manner beat upon us that we couldn't do Mila, that whole study of somehow that city escaped that
kind of thing.
so that's the Gemara is their edict not being foisted upon them to the incredible experience they had in Mila. That's even that they even on Shabbos they do not shoot a Mila. I'm also again as I mentioned before, it's my culture story. Even though Allah for mentioned the thing that is going to be a key that's what we'll say. Now we come to some absolutely incredible hang up. Really long up. Commission שקיבלו עליהם שיחה, we'll say any mitzvah is probably from accepting upon ourselves.
And from that moment on, has a kind of
yourself is an incredible mitzvah.
She's
In life, sometimes you accept the
the devil. It's his voice. Actually, it's coming out of her.
your
He's talking
responsibility
about
like fundamentally.
when it's rave actors, if it's that actor that's his voice. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
Like
the
Gemara
voice.
says, there are certain mitzvahs which proudly start accepting the simcha. And anything we accepted the simcha, he's going Mila, for example, this Mila says, Sus anok al-nasacha, in Motzei Shalal Rav, Adayin osim osa b'simcha. Listen, here this, any mitzvah colleagues will accept upon ourselves, it's in God's quote over here. Because it comes Sus anok al-nasacha, literally, I rejoice on your words, Motzei Shalal Rav, like one who went ahead and found a beautiful treasure. Rashi says over here, Sus anok al-nasacha, Amira Yehida, Shekadma L'Shara Nishlo, so how do you know this is the first Mila? That's the beautiful Rashi. Daudamal says, Sas Anoch Elam Rasacha. I rejoice on your Rasacha, on the things you said, on the Amira. So Rashi says here, what's the one mitzvah that was given independently of all the other mitzvahs? Which one? The Sneeza. Remember again, this Sneeza was given to Adam. I guess you could say Gid on ourselves. That's a little sad. That's a little sad. Ultimately, so Rashi, look at that Rashi. Satsana Kanasacha, Amir Yehida, Shekadma L'Shara Minas, Yehida, Sheiswa Osin, Usasin Halev, Koshan Mitzvahs, Inal Mohichos Koshar, Yidon Turim, and Mezuzah, B'Tzizah, Inal Kishu B'Sad, B'Alim B'Shamechas. About Zu, Meid Alev, remember again, what's the first time? Something else said this statement, and he gave out enough. When David and Allah was one time in the bathhouse, and he was naked, and he was very
all these kind of
that he was horrible. He was naked
ideas
not
of
only
ancient
his body
Rome,
but other riches.
all these ideas
How could it be
of
that
ancient
I'm
Rome,
standing here
and
in
then
the
it told me a very
and
ground
then
level
you
story
remember
from the
Christmas,
perspective
and he
of
said he never bereft the mitzvah. No matter what, there's always a mitzvah with you.
and it tells a
Just
very
like you think about it.
soap opera like
But
drama.
yeah, you could think that Damir Manraf was the David Shara Asmo the Beis Hamerchas, and it's Sha'er Amar Oivi Sha'in Arabic Komitos, Kevan Shinistato Bamila, Misash Vadalto. So what's it? So that was what he was making in the rest of the because of Mila, and he realized that his audition to
It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the
that
Gospels. And it's all about
the
Christ.
Mila,
And
which
it's
represents
like
the
a low
constant
budget,
mitzvah,
or it was
also
low budget,
represents
crowdfunded story of Jesus.
that
And just basically,
people
like
stray
Rome, tells
so
this
often.
historical tale.
So what's one of the great,
Jesus.
perhaps the
And
greatest type
okay, so I'm
that
watching
we
I've
possess
seen
is the type of
every
community,
movie
the type
about
of
Jesus
morality.
ever made.
Isn't
I've
it
seen
incredible
King James
that the same
versions. I've
part
seen
of the body, which
the
would
Zeffirelli
represent
film. I've seen
consistent
Mastication of
willingness
Christ.
in
I've
a
seen
person, like his
Passion of
Anita
the
Miller's
Christ.
always
I've
with
seen
me.
all
It
of
represents
the
the one
Jeremy system.
constant source of tradition I have in my life. Is very often the same
I've seen
thing
everything.
that
I
goes
worked
ahead
with
and
Paul
leads us
Verhoeven on
astray
his
and makes us make
Jesus
so many
film.
mistakes. It's just an incredible use of
And so
not for now, but if I were to say something now, what I would tell you is like this. It's the same idea. The pasuk says, "Vayisrael abundantly kirba," right? So the Torah says, Yaakov and Israel in the womb of Leah and Rivka and Yimid. So the struggle. Mara says, "I was struggling because Yaakov represents kedusha, Esau represents tumah, and kedusha and tumah can't live in the same space. It's a constant struggle. Wherever you see the greatest amount of kedusha, you're always going to find the greatest amount of struggle. So the milah, which represents constant and consistent kedusha. A kedusha, my children are wonderful, but I wear my children for a couple of minutes in the morning. Like my kids are wonderful only by day. Shabbos is great once a week. Mitzvahs come and go. The only one mitzvah that's a constant is milah, and yet that place of kedusha, because it's such a place of incredible mitzvah. It's just it's like Yaakov and Esau struggle within each of us. It's all consolidated into that one part of the body. It's not incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. So any mitzvah that we accept the simcha, we continue to perform the simcha. So milah, which we accepted the simcha, ultimately we continue to perform the simcha to this very day. The mitzvah, shekibu alein b'kata, or any mitzvah, which we kind of accept as kata, we means to quarrel, which means we accept it begrudgingly. Any mitzvah we accept it begrudgingly, we go on our rights, like morality and immorality. It says, "Vayishma Moshe ta'amokam mishpachot." Obviously, Moshe really heard people crying for their families, and really what they were saying is they were crying over the laws of morality. Adayin osa osa b'kata. We still have difficult times of it. It's almost like we do not willingly accept the code of morality. Right? Civilization for nations rarely, right? You're not accepting the code of morality. So we have to accept it. But we accepted it begrudgingly. Because we accepted it begrudgingly, therefore again, we struggle with it to this very day. Interestingly, we receive the manifestation of this quarrel. The life of the longer than Tigla. We'll say there is no fasting though. It doesn't have fighting. Right? Because there's silver. Right? There's no silver wedding that gets after that. Right? What is a wedding represent? A wedding represents a monogamous relationship. Right? A wedding represents a permissible relationship. It represents a relationship of a right. There's no wedding that gets off without a little bit of a struggle. Let's see, here we go. Tanya, it's incredible dilemma. Tanya, the Shem laws are over. Mitzvah Shemasi is not actual. It's also going to point out that you want to give this that the way, and this is not just true in a historical sense, but this is true ultimately again in a personal sense as well. Any mitzvah, the way you relate to a particular mitzvah is fundamentally rooted in acceptance upon yourself. If something is accepted upon yourself as sinful, then you perform it as sinful. If something is accepted upon yourself begrudgingly, you perform begrudgingly. And this is incredible on two levels. How do we relate to this? How do we, when I serve this quarrel, how do I relate to this? So I relate to this as this is something I must do. I'd rather not do it, but I have to do it. I don't want to go to Gehenna. I don't want to disappoint my parents. I don't want to disappoint this one. So I'll do it. I'll do what I have to do, but I don't want to do it. Well, if you don't want to do it, that will be manifest in the way you do it. But if you find a way somehow to relate to your Avodah Hashem as something to accept the simcha, and that is manifesting in your performance on the mitzvah as well. And it shows our children also. This is an incredible use of it. How do you teach your children about Yiddishkeit? You teach your children about Yiddishkeit. This is something you must do. Is it something foisted upon them? Shoved on them? So that they must. Well, again, if they're going to have to accept it because mom and daddy making you do it, so they're not going to use you to go ahead and develop a real love for us. But the main thing is in the Kabbalah almost Yerushalayim, the Simcha and the Hava, that in Yom Hashem, you make it a beautiful Yiddishkeit, a loving Yiddishkeit. There are privileges for they're not going to manifest in the way they conduct themselves for us. The Gemara goes right there on the same idea. Time sure also over. The mitzvah Shemasi Yisrael Achron Alein Yisrael. Mishas Zir is the office. Any mitzvah for which Klal Yisrael is most nefesh. Any mitzvah for which we were willing to sacrifice ourselves for death, right? For death. The Gemara says Mishas Zir is the office at a time of the go. have all this having like on beautiful worship idolatry, this law of dying in 2 seconds together. Also, same so. For one thing, any mitzvah we were willing to die for, probably so has. Or was strong. Any mitzvah willing to die for. So we'll say, for example, idolatry. We'll say, you know what's amazing? You look throughout the ages, how many Jews died on Kiddush Hashem? How many Jews were willing to give up their lives? By the way, lest you think that was only religious or pious Jews. True. That's true. Our history is steamed with the blood of Jews who gave up their lives during their lifetime. Didn't live as Jews. Didn't live as Jews. They didn't practice as Jews. They didn't believe as Jews. But then yet, in that one incredible moment, when they were forced to choose between their lives and their God, they gave up their lives for Yibon Shalom. So also, you see that Jews, the Gemara says over here, for I love this loving. I might not be so great in life if you ask me who I am at my core. I'm always an Obed Hashem. That's why to this very thing, one of the greatest qualities that Klal Yisrael has is the ability to give up our lives for our Kodesh Baruch Hu. It's never after music. This Zila. We'll say how much this year has happened for us with the mitzvah of Zila. So I die in He Ale Uchekas B'Yad. So we'll say any mitzvah any mitzvah willing to lay down our lives for us is strong in our hands today. To go film, I die in the room. So we'll see any mitzvah we're not willing to die for, Ultimately, again, it's not so, its observance is not as strong as within our people. What's an example of that is the film.
So many people are against AI, like airplanes.
And they'll be speaking like a little bit about
all it is visual effects. And I have experience like today of doing it. What used to be $1 million a minute is now $5,000. And so to do it really, really well,
what would I be willing to lay down my life? And again, on a
kind of amazing.
to my children know
So I
what
think for
I would be willing
independent
to
cinema
give my life.
and for the future of
So who's willing to give their life to
production,
me? Who's willing to give their life not to worship about all this stuff? We know that that is who we are. But there are other instances that probably so work as new people. And therefore those instances are a little bit weaker as a child. We're a little bit weaker in their observance. An example, Philip. This is the example. The Gemara says, Dam Rav Yanai, Philip treating guf naki ki Elisha B'Knafai. Philip requires a clean body, just like Elisha B'Knafai. What does that mean that Philip is a clean body? And Rabbi says, Rabbi says it means that you can't fluctuate while wearing Philip. Rabbi says you can't sleep. So says that's why you can't keep our not so meticulous with Philip, because sometimes it's hard to maintain a clean body. So because of that, people aren't so meticulous. Also, it's not even Elisha B'Knafai. Who's Elisha, the guy with wings? Why do they call him Elisha? Because this is an incredible story. Why do they call him Elisha B'Knafai? They already said it. One time the Roman decreed that whoever goes in and puts on tefillin will split his skull. Can't put on tefillin. And what happened by Elisha? Elisha put on tefillin. Elisha defied the Roman edict and he put on tefillin. He went out to the marketplace, he went out to the marketplace, wearing tefillin. And a Roman officer saw him. So Elisha began to run. The officer ran after him. Not to say at a certain point in time, Elisha realized that he could not outrun the Roman officer. So what did he do? He took his shell rosh off, the oxen the other, and he held the shell rosh, he cupped it in his hand. Unrelated, when the officer caught up, the officer fired. He said, I got you now. Unrelated, what do you have in your hands? He said, I have a pair of wings, dove's wings in my hands. The nimtzas go kanfeyona. It was a miracle occurred, and sure enough, when Elisha opened his hands, the tefillin shalosh had turned into a pair of wings, a dove's wing this evening. The fichach, how you call it, also basna. Therefore, I was thinking from the time of that story on, it called him Elisha Bal Sinachai. Incredible. Why was the miracle with dove's wings? The next one, Damarley, a little under the shadow, Why did Alicia say Dubs win and not a different
It's
person?
really good to see you.
Pues inventando que necesito
Everything?
yo.
Are you
Vamos
good?
a escoger
Yeah, I
Sin
am.
más, señora no puede casar. Pero se
It's
dirá
been a
Mayono
few years.
I thought
Yeah,
about
stand
it
like
the
you know,
moment
just like
Bobby
the
said he's
dog
going to run for
when it
president.
comes to the dog. The
You're
dog
the first thing I thought of.
stuff
Thank
is
you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Curb Your
no
Enthusiasm.
tolerance.
I thought
Uno
you
no
were
como
amazing.
Thank you.
It's such a good show. It's maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Turns out I'm not built for this.
Nobody is. Trump is the only person I've ever met that somehow or other survives and seems exactly the same. Most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you're rejected by your tribe. You feel terrified and filled with anxiety, but that's why people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe.
Yeah.
This is how they keep people involved in these where ideologies eventually become cults.
I'm gonna
You can make a really good argument that both the right and the left, that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes,
They
because
all had
they're
a risky lunch habits. But they
most of
forgot to
us
drop off the
are
90
sort of
on
in the
error
center.
check. So what do you
Right?
do?
And then you have the 10% on this side, 10% on this
That
side
goes
that
to
are so extreme,
Shinobi
and loud,
what
and they
do you
keep
do?
everybody fired up, and
What
it
they
is
did is
cold.
was like, in order to go ahead and avoid the sun,
It's
carrying
weird.
one
It's
way
weird
to
to
another,
watch
they
intelligent
carried
people
the night
get
through a
captured in it.
series of different
I was just watching
rooftops
this video
and
with Bill Maher,
caseros
and
and
Bill Maher had
truck
Adam Carolla on.
So the
And Bill Maher was talking about Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to anymore.
Okay,
Like they have this like spat because of
Carry
politics. Bill Maher is
faith.
very much a
Carry
left
faith. There's no
wing
need to go ahead
person.
and
He has
stab,
been
bust
his
it.
whole life. He
Carry,
has not
there's no,
changed his
there's no
opinions
quick of
at all.
There's no
So he's been
himself.
very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well as the right. And I don't know if it was because he had a terrible tribe which is just crazy. He has to talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this.
Carry it.
Yeah, because he was like, he said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. And so people, because I know that feeling, because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were
to carry it
the
straight.
Democrats were
Carry
angry.
it straight. But rather, it's like even though
It's like these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of
they
power.
don't allow you to
But
carry
the
the
least
name.
charitable, most
Let's
vicious
say
people,
Salad.
the moment you're running against them at a political party, they will pull all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Even if they're, even if you're in their party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Which was that was because you know, like Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you're hustling, you're working really hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down. So politics, as soon as you say, as soon as he said, before that, the hit people were coming after him. They were always coming after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
Oh, big notch, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, and it's just weird, and there was like a feeling of doom for me. Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough. Like,
And it transformed on shot by scenes of blue
yeah.
caps and cashews.
Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, he's not gonna make
Not the
it.
Grammy as a wine.
You know, a good indication how they come after themselves, each other,
Carry
rather,
its space,
is during a
basically love and
debate with
everything.
Kamala and Biden. When
When
Kamala was accusing Biden
So
of,
who's the
at
opinion
the
that they
very
cannot
least,
be
sexual
self-important
assault, right? Like this.
Elevates on that.
It's a creepy.
Yeah, it seemed like she was accusing him of sexual assault. Then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
That is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to. Is they will viciously attack the other.
road.
then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still in shock, I'm still angry about what just happened in there, and they're already over it. They're already like, yeah, this is politics. It's nothing what we do.
Did you ever see the debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
Sure, I did, but I'm
See if you can pull some of that up. God, why can't we go back to that? Like,
is it like civilized?
completely.
Yeah.
For Mitt Romney's like, he's a Mormon, like super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So he's like super polite.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama, because, they're matching each other's energy. He was very polite too. They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do.
Right.
Not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that.
Or how they look. Sure, it's Chad, where it's Trump. It's crazy when you look like that.
All the crap
It's like the guy makes fun of his own hair, like he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, here it is. Romney at the University of Denver. Okay, this is just a comparison between that was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to map Trump's energy. Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to defeat him.
Yeah.
And that's what
Never again.
I think he does well.
But if you want to diffuse that, what you would say is like, this is not productive for anybody. Like, if you have a really separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast, and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country, and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think is all the above. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that
So watch this. So what about
some, not all politicians really work on a catchphrase in there.
Well, Trump's really good at that. Like, he names people, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. It works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond. Like you said, that's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzed.
Well, these, in this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond. If something you think is inaccurate or whatever, you respond. But there was a time where there was nothing, and whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about who's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor who comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cries on the campaign trail because Hunter S. Thompson said this, made up this crazy story about him. And this guy, you see him having nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail, like his subsequent speeches were all like nuts. And he falls off. He was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive. And just, well, that's a power of words. Which, by the way, like, when Bobby decided to run, and I talked about this in my book, Unscripted, but when he came on your podcast, was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They were going hard at Bobby, like he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then he came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation. And you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're non-judgmental, and people heard what Bobby had to say. And it changed everything for him. Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said. Yeah, no, so before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was much more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed people want to use them from universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was wrong. And they believed in snake oil or chemtrails. That's what I thought. And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
Which was crazy. So when you're in it, and you know
Although
who
our
you are and
mission
you
of
know
brain has been
how you're feeling, what your body is
Rabbi
doing, and
Eliezer and Rabbi
other
Akiva,
people,
what is going to be
news
very
outlets are
clear
saying,
is that Rabbi Akiva is
that's not
reflective
true.
of
It's
the
got to feel so
majority
weird.
of
Well, it felt
and the
really
majority
weird because they
opinion
weren't
was
addressing the
you
fact that it was helpful.
cannot carry a
That was
Milanite
crazy.
on
So you're talking about this
Rabbi
massive
Eliezer
pandemic,
was in
and you've got this
minority
guy in his
opinion.
50s.
So what
I'm
happened?
supposed to
One
be a
time there was
vulnerable
a
person,
situation
and I'm
where
in
the
my
mall
50s, and
forgot
I
to
got over
bring
it in
the
a couple of
knife
days,
on
and I'm telling
Erev
everybody how I
Shabbos.
did it, and
Bring
they're
the
saying
knife
that I'm
on
some
Shabbos.
quack who's
People were very
taking
distressed.
veterinary medicine,
How could it be
which is
that
just
the mall was setting
a
aside the
flat out lie.
majority
It was weird.
position of the
Yeah.
It was
you
weird,
couldn't
but
carry a
it didn't
Milanite on
like
Shabbos?
it
The
didn't give
person
me
like a
anxiety.
Darsach like Rabbi
It made me
Eliezer.
laugh a lot. I
Number
laughed a
one
lot,
was the guy
because
who Kada.
fortunately during
Rabbi
this entire
Eliezer
time period I
Shamuti.
was doing stand-up and
First
hanging
of
out with
all,
comedians,
Rabbi
we all thought it was so
Eliezer was
funny. Like,
excommunicated.
bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
Story.
I never would have believed it.
Yeah, and you have this outlet, and you are able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
They thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bullies, but during the whole exchange, they went, oh my god, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was.
yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners, viewers than their show. Crazy. Because all I can do, come on, Gary, are you fucking out of here? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are crap.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
You know, the
So,
wall
yeah, so
fencing, the
you saw
river
things
course.
firsthand.
Well, but
So you
tonight
had experience before.
used to back
Then,
down.
when I read Bobby's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before
First of all,
yes,
you never passed
the
the
real
Eliezer
culture, which was
because you were
just
excommunicated.
I
Oh, you have to
read it,
grab my
listen to it on audio tape
Furthermore,
in the
again,
store.
whenever you have a mahmoud,
So I'm sitting there cooking at 196
I
degrees. Where you're already kind of freaking out.
Yeah.
You know, it's taking there so long before you die. You know, that's the whole key of the song. You can get it way before you're going to die. That's when you get out. But if he's staying there for a few hours, you're a dead man. So I'm kind of freaking out already. And I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohort who have been doing this kind of shit. The same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they're going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about this is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. Yeah.
And they're footnote after footnote after reference after reference.
Exactly.
Saying here's this, here's that, I'm not making this up.
was on the other side
No one's trying to sue him.
and what they
Yeah,
actually
and this is one thing I keep bringing up.
was not
None of
really
if
the
that was
transport of the
lies,
knife across the
people would
fields,
have.
but
They
allowed
would
the
document
transport
how
of
it's
the
not
knife
true.
from
They would
one
show
end
the
of the
actual
Mabui
paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's not. No, it's all
but
true.
that is a
Which
very
is,
different discussion.
you go, well, how do I not know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this is happening? It takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it. I also knew his work as an environmentalist. I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like
Although
what
it's not
he did
ideal, but I love
was essentially help clean up the East River. If it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a holy shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up. That range, I can't
And by the way, you know, when people talk about Bobby and
Your
they
mom,
want to paint
I
him
got
as
sick
somebody
fuck
who
right before
is
tomorrow. Maybe
kind of
because now
hurt people
you're in
or
the
kill
flow of your
people or
learning or
whatever
you're
that
in the midst of
sounds like
learning.
or looks like.
That's the Torah's
When you
flowing
look
out
at
of you a
his
bit
career
more.
and who he
In
is and what
I
he's
got sick
accomplished,
fuck, we
yeah,
are taught
he
we
spent
give
a
you
lot of time
that must be
suing
a lot of nice
huge
because
corporations
again I'm in the
because
midst
they're
of learning.
polluting
We're talking this out,
water,
but the learning is
ways,
flowing a bit better.
because
So
it's
that's why it
hurting
turns out
people, killing
that
people,
halach
giving
reminds that
people
that case
cancer.
where
So
apparently again
why
we
would he
allowed
spend
for
all
the
of
mode to
his
transport
life
the knife
fighting
was the
for
case
people,
where
fighting
the
for
knife was on
individuals?
one side of
You
the
know,
mabui,
and
the
then
name was on the other side of the mabui. The
so they
problem
change
was
and want
it was
to
a mabui
really
without a sheet
hurt
of
a
bones.
lot of
They
people. It
allowed
just
for the
doesn't track. It doesn't
transport
make sense at
ultimately
all.
again
Well, the
of
whole thing came about because of
knife,
vaccine.
but that's
And
only
his
in that
questioning of the vaccine
particular
narrative, which
case
is now way
of
more
the
mainstream.
non-sheet of mabui.
Because
But that does
I,
not
like
indicate that
many
halach
people,
reminds
said
us
the scientists must be
we'll
correct.
stop over here for
Everybody else
today.
is a
We'll
kook.
pick up on
You
the
get
rest
your
of the
vaccines,
Remember,
gotta
we're
do
still not
whatever you have
finished
to do.
with
But I was
this
also
soul stigma
pretty
focus.
aware of,
Between Rabbi
I had
Eliezer
a
and Rabbi
friend
Akiva. Now, it's
who
never
had
going
a
to be between
child
Rabbi Eliezer and
that
Rabbanon.
they vaccinated him, and
What
when they
can you
vaccinated
do
him, he started
regarding
responding.
Mila on
And
Shabbos?
never
So the
responded
Eliezer is
again.
saying,
He became
halach l'maisa,
nonverbal
anything you
autistic
do the
for
Mila on
his
Shabbos
whole
and
life.
machshilin
And
Mila.
he
Right? Anything
firmly
necessary for the
believed
Mila.
it was because of
Carry
the
the
child's
knife.
reaction to the
Make it
vaccines.
like if you need to. Rabbi
That's a
Akiva said, no, the only thing
taboo
you're allowed to do
to
is the
bring
bris
up.
Mila
When you
itself.
bring that up,
The
people
machshir
immediately
Mila
back off.
may
They
not
get
be
scared.
done
They
on
get nervous.
Shabbos. If for some reason you didn't do
I
machshir Mila
firmly
on Shabbos,
believe that when
you
you
had a
have
block,
this
you
sort
have
of
to wait
visceral
till Sunday
reaction
in
to
order
any
to
sort of
perform the bris
subject
Mila.
like
Let's say,
that,
halach
without a
l'maisa
look,
Hashem,
examining of what is objective truth.
Right.
When you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this, or you'll be ostracized. You'll be cast out of the crew, the tribe. You're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
That is what, because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, "This is my experience. This is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is what happened. This is my experience." And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying, talking about it, you're not allowed to talk about the experience they had, or ask why it happened, or let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate with that. It's not smart. We've been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped, that has ended? If you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least been wrong about, the amount of drugs that they have pulled, substantial.
Right. Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, companies, scientists, whoever, realize, oh, actually, they're doing more harm than good.
What it did with birth defects in children.
It's,
It's crazy. They just didn't prescribe that to mothers.
well, it's even like getting x-rays. It used to have mothers, that were pregnant, x-ray to see how the baby was doing for a long time.
Pretty cool things. It only happens in the science center. If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker, it's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
You ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those x-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the x-ray machine, they would x-ray their hand to make sure they would work, and they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right, so
Maybe you'll find some of those. It's very strange because we didn't know any better.
right, because we didn't know, nobody was out to kill anybody or to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, and do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drug companies have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narratives like this is a slave.
Well, that's crazy.
That's just your X-ray. Somebody's into calibration and everything. That lady cooked her hand. Isn't that awful? Oh, it's so spooky.
That's really crazy. What are they? You're not gonna have to answer to this, but what are the things that we have to go through the airport
So I
Oh,
switched
you
to
say?
so remember the
Yeah,
last
yeah, that's like a radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's pull that up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that EMF from even electric cars is dangerous. There's people telling you you shouldn't have earbuds in your ears. You know, you should only listen with a cord or a speaker if you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense.
Something
Yeah.
in the process.
Going directly into your
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing for you, but if it's like wearing AirPods and how little damage is it actually doing? That's the question. Is like, what is the real issue? Most TSA bodies can use millimeter wave radio waves, so not X-rays and do not add to your ionizing radiation exposure. So, so it's not X-ray based, right? It's a radio wave. But is it? What is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to X-ray scanners? That's just scanners. Is there any damage? Just look at
Like they have like a driving school, right?
follow
So
up.
they sit down the
Millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is it dangerous? Health and Radiation Protection Agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it when they turn it on. Right?
Exactly.
When you
No, it's in the other room, and you're like,
they're in a
this
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head. And yeah,
They make you wear like a lead vest over your body.
yeah, it's intense. I mean,
They still do that?
yes.
I haven't got one of those lead vests in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room, and they're like, don't move. You're just sitting there with a,
If there's anything I want you to know about these body scanners.
I mean, I don't want to talk. I'm not causing outrage here. I'm just curious. It's just fine, like.
The TSA ones are dangerous.
Okay.
Major health agencies do not see any proven health risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical concerns. Some millimeter wave scanners use low-power, non-ionizing radio waves. Studies use have not found harmful effects at the power level used in Restream. Sensitive groups analysis that model risk for children, pregnant people. What? Why does it say pregnant people? Which kind of people can get pregnant? Do you think, hey AI, hey super genius, think maybe it's women, you fucking asshole? Infrequent flyers still found low added risk for backscatter scanners, far below routine medical x-rays or even radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
Alright, radiation in the plane.
Flying, when you're flying,
There's so many things. Isn't it just like, we're all going down.
put that into perplexity. Please, what is, why is flying, why does that give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? What is it? Your less protection? Yeah, is that what it is? Is that what it is? Yeah, you're up high.
From birth
Less air.
first few days,
Something I saw
from
Instagram recently
we'll
too.
call it,
Having the screens right behind your head. Oh yeah.
Well, Wi-Fi on the plane, it's like just bouncing around. Yeah.
Wi-Fi. Well, they used to be able to smoke.
Which is crazy. The plane that it was on had the no smoking sign. It's
I
never a
would
good.
feel super uncomfortable getting on that plane.
It's not a good feel. Yeah. When you're like, okay.
And they used to have that little asterisk.
Yes. And that's really crazy.
In this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa! So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray. That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay, what this is. Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Good question.
Because I want to mention flying all the time.
They're the ones that would.
So getting an X-ray every day.
That's. I mean, everything is. Killing us, right? That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us. There's so many things. There's going to be
I don't think every
meteorite that's going to hit us first.
but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive. Pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems is still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level, and they would be the ones that you would be able to stand from the best, whether or not flying, and flight attendants, whether or not flying, flames that actually matter for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything
Well, so
yet.
what happens
No,
is
So that's
7
good
days
news.
on.
Somebody
He
would
was
have
under
said
320 in
Many studies find pilots and flight
A
attendants
lot
have
of them
higher
said,
rates of
even
some
if she says,
cancers,
I need something,
especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and some studies breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear how much of it is from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, like UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm cause will
to go ahead and
flight
perform a
radiation
local.
alone. That does make sense with disrupted sleep because I talked to a pilot once who would late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrapped. Like people do the night shift. Like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping during the day.
Can you adjust?
30,
If you can.
not from the
Even if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m. Like you're not, that's just your life, man. That's how you live.
That's like shooting film. And you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. It's so unsnapped. There's always one person that just like
Can't handle it.
freaking crazy. No, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. I don't know what happened to him, but he freaked out.
Some people they can't sleep, they become big
I was like, that's actually a very important piece of how
Very emotional.
Well, there's an indulgence on set too. Actors, it's like there's a lot of appreciation sometimes because you just get accustomed to it, how fortunate you are to be able to do what you do. Very few people get to be an actor in a movie.
Yeah.
And your spouse is
Yeah, and then meanwhile they grew.
right.
They're working. Whereas before you went to Bever's after.
They spaz out, they'll get fired.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like, it's not an equality thing. Some people, they're okay with royalty. Or on this film set. It's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same time, it's a very unique experience, right? Because this person has to be on camera, and every inch of their face is, going to be 6 feet tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, and look okay, and they feel okay. Because if they don't, then you don't have anything to shoot. So everybody is just like,
Yeah.
are you okay? Are you okay? Are you
The results of that are psychologically over a long period of time. People should usually get
Agree.
that's their normal experience. Is everybody's treating it like
It's true. It's kooky. And that's why, people that start early, especially that have success early, it's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. This is not normal. If you think this is normal, then you're going to be real sad in a few years.
And I don't think you can recover from a bad developmental period that way.
That's hard.
It's different. It's different than anything else. Like, you can have a bad childhood, it'll make you more resilient. But a bad childhood in front of the whole world, and you've never had to really work, and you've never had to really struggle, and you've been famous since you were young. So your interactions with people from the time you're young is people loving you for your work, which is not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look.
Right.
That's a big part of it, which is hard. It's not just your word, it's like, we're talking about you have to look good. How are you doing it? That's part of the job.
Especially as a big factor. But I always liken it to like concrete. Like, if you make concrete incorrectly, so like if you decide to mix it but you don't have enough water, or you don't use something, add water later once it's solid. It's like, that's what it is. It sucks. It's just going to be sucky and weak ass concrete. It's going to break.
When did you get, what was your first break? Was it news radio?
Yeah, well, I was on another show before news radio called Hardball. It was a sitcom that was on Fox. That's when I actually flew down to LA for. And if that show got canceled, and if I didn't have a lease on an apartment, I would have went back to New York. I hated it.
Why did you hate it?
Well, I didn't like the whole scene. It felt, I was used to fight gyms, pool halls, and comedy clubs. Those are the people I was used to. They're the funniest, like, most
crash on people, and everybody's crashing on everybody, and it's like, it's jolly. Those are jolly places for the most part.
Yeah.
And then I went from there to this weird world of Fortnite. And seeing people and I'm thinking, like, that's the devil's rag. Like, why are you reading that? Like, don't read that.
Right, because they're just mashing. They didn't get the role, or they didn't get the film, or whatever. It is odd, but yes,
It's a cookie, and it's also the group thing. It's like, I saw it right away. Like, if a film was really good, if everybody decided it was really good, you gotta say it was really good. You can't say, I fucking hate it.
yeah.
Like, there's this Jack Nicholson movie where he played this asshole, and I think it was Alan Hunt played, yes, that one. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what? The whole idea was that he was a fucked up dude because he was on some sort of medication. That medication made him racist. Like, those didn't make any sense. The whole thing was nuts. And I remember everybody saying, what an amazing movie. I'm like, God, I felt bad for her. Like, get the fuck out of that relationship. Find someone who's nice to you. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Like, it didn't make any sense. And I remember, like, arguing with people on set about it. Like, they were all like, oh, I thought it was an amazing film. Like, they had to say it.
Right.
It was Jack Nicholson.
Right.
Oh, it was an amazing movie. And I was like,
Right.
that movie was fucking depressing, man. Like, that was all that poor lady had. This fucking asshole, this old asshole.
It was like the movie Precious.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I heard that was
It's just, you're just watching it, you're like, oh, nothing else bad could happen. It just gets worse. By the end of it, you're just feeling like, why are we lying?
like those guys. I don't want to feel depressed.
Okay, so then you got news radio.
So then I stayed in LA just because I had a lease. That was, I'm not kidding. I was so ready to
You
go.
were not gonna break that lease.
I was trying to save
Expensive.
I was like, okay, I have some money because I did the sitcom for 6 episodes, so I had some money. So I was like, how much money would it cost me to just fucking pay this lease off? Just jet. And I was like, I just stay here. And then I got another development deal. I got a development deal with NBC. And they had this pilot before I did the show. They said, we have this show that we have a pilot for, but we're going to fire this one person on the pilot. And would you come in and read for it?
Did you know who was being fired?
Yeah, well, it was actually a friend of mine.
Did you know at the time?
Well, he
It's hard to place
It's
something.
Ray Romano.
Oh,
He's a good friend of mine. He's awesome. And I had worked with Ray like multiple times in New York, but Ray got fired, and then they replaced him with another guy who was in the pilot, and then they decided to fire that guy. So I was like, okay, well, at least I'm not taking Ray's job.
Yeah.
I'm taking, but then Ray went out to do, everybody goes, Ray
Yeah,
was
you did okay.
him getting fired was the best thing that ever happened. So then I go in and they let me watch the pilot. It was already made. So I got Phil Hartman and Dave Foley and Candy Alexander and Andy Dickinson.
Yeah.
I got to be on this show. The show's amazing. So I did that.
Well, how long was news radio?
5 years.
Wow.
But it really wasn't popular. It was only popular on reruns. Once it got into syndication, because we moved around like over the course of 5 years, 9 times, I believe.
When you were doing news radio, that's right. I don't know what years.
So it was 94 to 99.
Okay. So I got Curb Your Enthusiasm in '99. So before that, I was working for Robin Michelle Ryder as a personal assistant, and I was also doing like catering at night sometimes, just to make ends meet. And one of my jobs, and I never knew what the job would be. You know, they'd say show up here at whatever 5 o'clock. One of my jobs one time was in news radio. There was a little reading room where agents and people came in, and I was in charge of like making sure the food on the table looked good.
That's hilarious.
I just stood there for hours. I think Phil Hartman came in and was like, hey, I didn't know him at the time, but whatever. And he said, oh, who are you here to see? And I said, oh, I'm just in charge of this table.
Interestingly
But
enough,
that was
it's
my
not
big
because you're gonna hurt
job for
yourself
the
and
night.
walk without food. The
My
thing is
friend
because you
Joe
walk without
Diaz,
food,
who
it is
is
such a
at that
disservice.
time he
Like,
had
it's so
just
embarrassing
recently gotten out of jail.
when you
He
walk
came
around
to
without
visit me
food.
on the set,
There's
and
basically
he realized that the good food was all in the VIP
Yeah.
green room. So, and he's like, he's kind of overweight for a while, but back then he wasn't. Back then he just looked like a big football player, just like big, scary looking Cuban guy. And he was in there eating a shrimp cocktail, and they're like, oh, he's a scary guy. Is he supposed to be in here? They all like freaked out because Joey went into like the super secret room. I was wondering, I wonder if he went in there when you were in there.
Oh, you read it? I was like, excuse me, sir, you only have 6 shrimp.
Better to sell you food.
I have to watch the table.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be in there. He just went in there. He just went right back out. This one is like, this is what good food is. He went in there, started challenging them. They were all freaking
What
out.
up,
It was
dog?
very funny.
How are you?
It was very funny.
But did you like it?
I'm sorry
I
about
it better when you
You're okay, big man. It happens.
What's
You just gotta understand some shit's not funny.
I always felt
All right.
like
What's new in your neck of the woods, big dog?
the weather's great.
versus the in a grave state of suffering.
I was out watching the open mic last night. I didn't get to perform, but I was watching.
How did anybody say anything? Like, was anybody really good?
Not really.
Okay.
It was just a little cracking.
Do you think next week is gonna be your week?
So let the nefesh, let the soul of the vitality of the week.
It's not on for another 4 weeks.
Whoa, what happened?
Says
The Fringe Festival is coming up.
Are you gonna do that?
I'm just looking for open mic spots because if I do a fringe show, if I do my own fringe show, I'm just gonna lose money, so there's no point.
Can you please elaborate how you're gonna lose money?
In order to go ahead and purchase
It costs money to do a fringe show.
Oh, no way. Why is that?
On that day, they were preparing.
You get a higher sound, you get a higher, you get a higher venue.
Oh, so it's a really big deal.
The venue higher is expensive, right?
Yeah. So how much does it cost?
To register for the fringe show, probably like $250. Then the venue is probably like $50 to $400, right?
Okay.
And then rounding, probably like to do a fringe show, probably like $800 to $1,100, right?
Okay.
If I do a fringe show $800 to $1,100, then my average ticket price would probably be $10. For me to break even, I need 100 people to show up.
Ah, I see. Okay. And then what happens if you do a good job? Oh, so it's legitimately setting up your own show. Okay. Let's say I gave you $2,500 and I said, Zoot, I want you to do this. I'm not doing that, but let's say I did. Where would you have the show? What would you do? How would you set it up?
Would only drink wine that was aged for at least 3 years. So apparently against each wine has greater benefits on the individual for blood letting purposes than regular wine. And if I'm not
in the garden.
Okay, where's the garden?
The gardens on that fleet of license, like the most popular place like to do a show.
Okay.
Why
wouldn't you do it at the Rainbow Room or the Rhino Room? Yeah, I mean that's your like home base. You're comfortable there. You know everybody there. Do you know the owner? Who owns the Rhino Room?
That's YouTube bloodletting or the dance of bloodletting. Tell your wives.
Who owns the Rhino Room?
And if your wives know that they're not going to serve over dinner, what's going to happen? more sumptuous meal. This way, you will make sure that you have enough to go ahead.
Okay, big dog.
In the aftermath of blood bellies. Apparently, you know what's saying. So the way it would work is otherwise.
Well, that was nice of you for apologizing.
The husband would say to his wife,
Were you pissed? No, it's just like, dog, I'm not, that's not funny. And I'm not down for the kind of humor.
Therefore, go ahead and tell them that Nachman is coming for dinner and they'll prepare something nice. They both said, listen to this. The Gemara says, "V'ikulu ayarumi asiri barne hayarama b'shabbos." The channel on one side. So harama means, engaging in like a bit of trickery is also, with the exception of these cases over here. What's the next? Supposed to be evening hunches of Nachman tell the students to go ahead and deceive their wives.
Comedy stores is amazing. It's great to have that place, but there's too many people. There's that many people. I think you devalue people. I don't think people are worthwhile to. I think people are way better off living in a small town or a small city. I think it's healthier. I really do. Yeah, I just think when people become when you get on the highway, you see millions of people like fuck. You see like the 405, like 4 p.m. It's
And it's like 10 lanes. Just chock bumper in both directions.
and everybody thinks that everybody else is annoying.
Purchase
You're in your way.
Oh,
Everybody's
you mean
just
on the road?
Yeah.
I thought you meant
Just so
Like you're not going anywhere. So
Go
I'm
ahead.
just getting in front of you. This is fucking good. And everybody gets crazy. It's not healthy. I felt like that wasn't healthy, and I really hated the whole mentality behind the group thing that was part of Hollywood. Because everybody's trying to get cast in something. In order to get cast in something, you have to ingratiate yourself with the producers and the casting directors. Everybody has to like you. So you have to have the same opinions as they do. And if you don't, you have to fake it. It's like, this is gross. This is gross. The way they behave is gross. The way the casting people treat you is gross. I didn't like it at all.
Well, you mean just going in and auditioning? That was hard.
Well, there's a lot of it where there was like this arrogance. They're giving you this chance, and they're like really arrogant. I was like, hey, I don't even care about this. But
That's why you got fired.
that's why I got Fear Factor. Because I was the only one who made fun of it.
You never had to like eat the
So I ate a bunch of stuff. I ate some spiders. I ate a Iraqi king spider. I ate a Madagascar hissing cockroach. I ate a tomato worm. I ate a sheep's eyeball. I ate a bunch of stuff because I ate it just to show the people that you can eat it.
Ew, you never throw up after.
No, I only threw up once in a week.
We didn't see you.
Phil was really good at it. He did a great job. And there was a girl that was. She had a.
Bobby has never thrown up. It's just in the name that he doesn't eat. So he will eat anything and do anything.
Oh, I've definitely thrown up. This time it was this lady was eating worms and she had to swallow the worms and she couldn't, so she spit them up into the glass and then she could keep going. She could re-drink what was in the glass and she already spit up. And so she did it. I went, I'm thinking how odd, like what a great job they did for like editing the music that it got me so wrapped up in it, even though I was at home. I was like 5 feet away from that lady while she was doing that. I didn't throw up. It bothered me, but I was trying to help her. I was trying to get her and talk her through it.
That's why you were so good on it, because you were never making fun of people. You were never
Definitely made fun of me.
well, but not in a you're so crazy to be on the show, and why are you crying? You're the one who wants to come on. You were very
I wanted to help them.
Yeah.
I wanted to help them produce their best. And there was a lot of it that I said, look, I know it sounds crazy, but if you just force yourself to chew this and swallow it, you can do it. You gotta just take your mind out of this place. It's not that bad. And sometimes I'll eat things just to show them, like I ate or roach, just to show them how I'll eat this. I was eating this roach. That's not that big a deal.
ew.
It's not just swallow it. Do you remember what it tasted like? Not much. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But it's in your head. It doesn't. But the actual taste itself was not bad. I mean, it wasn't good. It wasn't for roaches.
What about rats? Did you do a lot of rat work?
We did work with rats where people would like line up thing in a coffin and covered with rats and the rats would nibble on it. Yes.
I was
They were
able to
pet
manage that
rats.
social
They were fed as healthy
So
dog.
ultimately, again, the fact
They
that
were
wasn't
like
the case, rather,
raised rats.
it had to give
They
us
were
a
like
one day
dangerous
out of
street
the
rats
year.
that have been eating
That's
each
how
other.
often
Did anything, you probably can't talk about it, but did anything ever go
Hardly.
Hardly on the rhino.
Really?
No, we got lucky though. It's just luck. I really believe that. Because I made the right calls once. And
Yeah, they take control.
I told the people, don't do it. When all the contestants, I said I wouldn't do this. I'll tell you right now, I don't think you should do it because it's not worth it. I go, the kind of catastrophic injury you get from a bull stomping in your face, it's like you don't come back from that. Okay, you have to understand, there's not a 0% possibility that this bull will stomp you or kick you when you're in the air being launched off its body and get kicked in the face. Like that's possible. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Some people would back out, right?
They all did it.
They all did it.
I think. I'm pretty sure.
And then they got thrown.
Who are higher
I mean, this is
This one lady weighed like 98 pounds. She got bucked. She went flying and landed right on her back.
Properly.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I
I
hear more about
mean, and look, I've had bull riders on the podcast. I've talked to
That was what we
we have bull riders on here for years.
doesn't it?
Lo lees heter du kallt
You might know.
Don't stop so much as you
What are you doing? Tell me. Hey,
First and big blood buddy.
Seriously?
Do not
Yeah,
sit in
whatnot.
a windy place. This is a
Honey, you're on speaker. I'm here with Joe.
We're on the podcast. You're on the podcast, so don't swear.
Honey, you're on the we're talking to Joe right now. You're
For us,
live.
he said, we shot it in the wind will come, and the wind will remove your name blood. Varsity did something.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. Probably should have told people that he's going to start attacking you.
Is there anything you need to tell me? Or
If a person should also
You need not to do it.
small have a other nature of himself, chef will be
I
about
get tears over here, honey. It's really hard
blood
right now.
in a home that had walls that were 7.5 bricks thick. It was a very thick wall. And therefore,
I
a
love
lot
you, baby. I love you.
no reason, like no reason
Bye, Bobby.
could ever
Love you
come
too.
inside. Because you're my father, obviously I
That's hilarious.
one day small
What was
raised
the
in blood
what were you showing me?
and what? Salty.
Bull stuff. No, Mexican teacher.
Well, that's the house where they went and checked the walls of the home, and they saw the busser.
This is a guest that was on my podcast. He's awesome.
One layer of
Brilliant rapper.
Once you remember again,
Oh my
he made
goodness,
his
dude.
fists
Oh
layers
my
of
goodness,
bricks back
dude.
there.
That's so
And what
terrible.
remains of
Oh
the
my
missing
goodness,
layer
dude. Don't do that no more.
was enough to
Can
allow
I ask a question
goes back to all that blood level.
To the bed.
Getting terrible. So the beginning
We're
of the
especially
story.
women
Sorry.
out
That
there.
was no
Yes.
that was
I assume they do. I think Mike not all the time because I saw one guy get one right up his butt. Yeah, there's no special equipment to protect it there.
What about your?
Yeah, you should wear something for
You should
sure.
wear something.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that doesn't seem like that's healthy. I don't think there's anything healthy about it, right? I mean, it's just like a lot of pressure on your.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
When you
Yeah.
finish, when
Yeah.
you finish, then what's going to happen?
Oh,
So open up
yeah.
your again,
No,
Johnny's.
I told you never do that.
Oh, I thought you were just telling the other people not to.
Oh, no, I would never. I have a healthy respect for animals,
The person
especially big ones. I think people get
He
super
hug
delusional. We also get super delusional when we compare size. Like if the sour monkey's smaller, hey, that thing will fucking kill you.
Oh, no,
Don't
don't pick your eyes out, right?
Oh, the rip your face apart. Yeah, there's a crazy video of this guy in India who's sitting down and he lets this monkey like sit on his lap and he's like being all calm with the monkey and the monkey just decides to tear a giant chunk off his head. And the way it does it, it just bites his head and just yanks like a football-sized piece of meat off this guy's head.
And there's no stopping. There's no stopping once it starts happening.
You don't know how strong they are.
Yeah.
Imagine being so strong you can just rip someone's skin clean off their head. And it's like a little thing, well, 30 pounds.
It looks adorable.
Yeah, and he thought he'd be cute. He's like, I'm going to be very small.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't watch, but no, I don't. Do you want to watch it? Yeah, I'll look away.
So he lets this thing
Right.
sit on his lap, and then it just decides to bite his
Oh,
head.
Shut up, I'm gonna put some drink in you.
Oh, over.
You're ashamed of the person who slapped and
Yeah,
immediately
so
got
then
up.
he scarred
Kicked
for
his
life.
thumb of the arm. The person who did blood and immediately
You know,
got
it
up.
was a dumb decision. He let that thing dominate you. He didn't understand what he was doing. Let that thing get on top of him. The thing just decided for no reason to
Require
by
a
his
little
head.
bit of like a
So we
pause,
used to
a
have a
little bit of
pet
a waiting,
female.
a little bit of a resting
Yeah.
before
Dumbest
one
birds,
goes
by the
ahead
way.
and
They are
gets
so
up.
dumb.
You do not
Their
says,
heads are
our
tiny,
shmuel,
so their
our
brain
shmuel
must
push for
be,
the
and the
double
rest of
called
them
plus notice.
big.
The shmuel
So
says,
you just have this emu like
I left
coming
for
at
the
you every day.
time.
It
For
wasn't
blood letting
relaxing.
is once
I
every
used to,
30 days.
I got to the
Ours
point
will
where
say
I had
keep
to
blood
walk. I
letting
had to
once a
walk
month.
outside with a
Start blood
shovel.
letting once a month.
Just to protect
Healthy,
yourself.
keeps
That's
you vital.
crazy. I'm afraid of
You're
ostriches.
not stuffing.
Ostriches.
I think next time I wonder if they're
He
nice.
says the same thing. He has this big ranch in Texas and he got ostriches. He's like, dude, I hate these things.
Yeah,
Look at that face.
no, it's terrible. They're mean, and you know,
They tried to bite us on Fear Factor too. We had an episode where they had to drink a whole ostrich egg. Raw ostrich egg. But the ostrich, we had ostriches in the background. They started just fucking with people and biting their heads.
yeah,
But
they'll pick you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know what else is dumb? This lady was a falconer. That's what they're called, right?
Between 40 and 60
Falconer?
once
Falconer,
every
when they
60
train
days.
at the
That's
Above
Mozzie.
60 once every
Yes.
Yes.
So this lady, she had a golden eagle, she had a
Ball,
couple of falcons, it was fascinating. But then
She
she
was
had
the
an
right
owl.
above that
And
is
she said
Sunday.
owl is, there's, first of all, one misconception is that owls are smart. She goes, they are so dumb. They're the dumbest birds next to emus. Only emus are dumber than owls.
I didn't know that.
Oh, really? That's cool. Like, why do we have this, you know,
Idea that they're white. They're very wise.
yeah.
Why do we think they're wise?
He's counting how many licks it takes to get to the center of the zero box, remember?
Yes, but he could never get to it. So maybe we should have learned. Yeah, these guys.
It's bullshit. He's a fake professor.
We had some owls in our day with Bobby.
On Mondays and Thursdays, when our fucking
Is this Bobby?
session,
No,
the
someone.
celestial gate through its city.
What is this?
And I was
Is
like,
it Falcon?
and when the
Can't
gate
see where
was
it is.
on one of the session,
Oh, that looks like an eagle. He's using it. Is that an eagle or a hawk? What is They had a golden eagle.
Now, I love myself. If a
But
person
he kept
doesn't
trying to
put
live. He had a
themselves in
little
a state of
campfire
suffering,
outside.
then
Kept
hello,
trying to
somebody
live
else
on
is
fire.
willing to go and let's
That's weird.
Why is this bird so
problem is
stupid?
if I put myself in a state of suffering, very often the
Yeah.
model will say,
So this lady,
already in
she had
suffering,
hawks and
let's just
falcons.
that
Just like the problem with hawks is, as soon as like you let them loose, they immediately find something to kill. Which is like they just everything that's near them they kill. She goes like, this sucker kills birds, he kills squirrels. Like you let the owl go, the owl just like goes over there. Same thing. Now the hawks, like it's time to kill.
No, that's what they do. It's weird. Like I said, Bobby loves hawks and falcons, and he will. I went hawking with him once.
How do you do that?
Well, you have these. They do it in twos, like these two birds, and
Are they his birds? So he's trained these birds?
he's trained them, and the other.
That's kind of a crazy thing to be good at.
It's a very crazy. But look, even since he was young. But so it's pretty fascinating because you have to do it when after the leaves have fallen from the trees, and there are two birds that hunt together, and they go up into the trees, and then it's really beautiful at first for me because it's
Until the carnage.
so they start going from tree to tree, and they're communicating with each other. And they'll see, you know, Bunny, cute, sweet. You see where this is going, and they see Bunny down there, and they go, and one of them does something, and then the other one swoops down and grabs it, and they just tear it apart. And the next thing you know, it's just, you know, Bunny does. Yeah. So it's cute until then, but it's pretty fascinating to watch them.
There was some kind of a war in my backyard that was going on for a while, and I don't know what animal was doing it, but I found a bunch of beheaded hawks. Yeah, I don't know what bird was killing the hawks, but they'll kill the hawk and rip its head off.
So ask Bobby, he will know. He will know.
I assume it was something bigger,
It's,
right?
but yeah, they're big already. It's hard to imagine what.
Owls eat hawks.
I'm really. Are they fast enough?
Oh, yeah. Owls are silent. And the thing about owls is there's a really interesting video you can find
where they take a bunch of different birds and they have them fly from point A to point B, and they have a sound meter, and the sound registers the decibels of their flight. Owls, it's also so those islanders so sneaky. So there's a great black and white video of this owl, and it's night vision. They use a camera, and you see this owl sweeping up on a hawk's nest, and snatches a hawk right out of the nest.
That's weird. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think I've ever seen an owl in flight.
Or
That I
Dallas
realized.
Brothers, or a Wednesday that is open before
When
3
I used to
or
Only at night.
Dallas do
Yes,
Essendon,
I'm going to
or
find
a Wednesday that
where I
is
live.
24
One time I was driving
or
home, and there was
Dallas
this
to look
owl
at Ball
that was
Basket,
right
or
on
a
the side of
Wednesday
the
that does
road.
not
And
have
as I was driving,
fourth
he took
day of the
off with
month,
a
right
rabbit
afterwards,
in
or
his
doesn't have 4 days of the
talons,
month,
and then just decided he didn't want to carry this rabbit anymore and let it go. And maybe it was dangerous because the rabbit was kind of big, and then the rabbit dropped in the middle of the road. So I pulled the car over, I got out, and I looked at this like gutted rabbit, and this owl would just jack this rabbit.
more as a
That's so weird. I'm assuming it was an aggressive male owl.
Even looked at me, it's younger. It's a lot of
The
them.
idea that, as I was saying, is better to avoid
Rabbit
blood
was diseased or something.
No,
as a proposed heightened level of suffering.
rabbits can't even hear.
Remember that
That's the thing about owls. That's why they're such brilliant nocturnal hunters. Is because see if you can find that video of the birds, the different sounds between they like there's a hawk, there's an eagle, and the owls. It's like nothing. Just swoops in and snatches them. They eat a lot of cats too. Yeah. Yeah, a friend of mine found there was an owl nest, and he found like 6 cat collars in the nest.
Oh, I always just
That's good.
It is a lot of coyotes, but it's also owls.
Did
Owls
not
kill
take
a lot of
a
these guys.
that is
Yeah, and they can fly with their cat. That's what's crazy. So
That
much
wind is called
to
Tabua.
fly over a series
Libido
of super
Kibu
sensitive
is called Torah. Hayat Habak Lubu
So that's a vision,
What about
super
that?
loud.
Because had we not accepted Torah, that wind would have been as much as ours. How much more? Also, each of the history from the first history, blood letting, so this is only effect of the blood letting and on that week that it gets but apparently blood letting after 15 weeks doesn't have the enormity of the effect of blood letting. So if it does it, it gets the week out of the I mean, well, they're figuring out what the same is that blood letting after 15 weeks doesn't have an effect about like but if you listen to lightning stuff, like you look at
They see so well
I also
inside.
like that doesn't feel as heavy. So this is actually really working with blood letting. Blood letting is a little bit of okay, I make these friends feel out. Okay, person does blood letting. Really people think immediately. I feel I have to but just ultimately I get multiple have to cheer to do. In terms of what it changes, and I love some of myself. But I feel like you can wait up until the amount of time that it takes to walk half a minute. Finally, he allows the Nadia about Boston Africa. Something you can think after blood letting, it's only going to take what you do to move. But if you think later on about what's happening, that is actually gets in the house, or you will look up. You don't know. You're focusing on the issue. If you don't think of the issue, then what you do is that you have an effect on you one day or the other. You are the case. I believe that's actually everybody knows. I feel like that's real. In this, if you have to up until the amount of people that think that's real. And you have to do this tomorrow, and about that, you will be coming up with something. So that's the big guy. You got to have the way. Not even after blood letting. But if you before that or after that, it's problematic. Or give a look at the ground. Or, you know, that have the maximum effect after blood letting is the way the amount of time it takes to walk a half a mile. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any effect. Mathletes that may have colored pizza, narration is the last day. If you find that you're selling 100 words for a great fire, 100 animals for a head, and 100 animals for a animal head for a good fire. There's the fun to look for. But if you're selling 100 animal lips for a good stone site or contract, it doesn't make sense. So the currency is the list possible for home. Our name now is no one's been impacting that going on. And again, but ultimately, again, right? And we're not coming to this. Oh, they call that. How many have you not so much to come? The lift here. The road is down on my side. And ultimately, the rest is another thing we're talking about. A lift to me is like a lost one. Just like the lift, ultimately, again, don't do like anything about it. You don't have to do it. Don't go ahead and apparently
Estimated about 3 million rats in New York City.
they would call
That's
it
like
a
10 million
living
people.
place, which was
Disgusting.
But I don't think
3 million rats.
I don't think they really know. This is, I think they're probably underestimating it because underneath the city is where all the rats live. There's no way they're doing an accurate count of all the rats.
I feel like LA.
Oh, I know what it's for them. This was with the biomass on Earth. I think that's true. I think the biomass of ants on Earth is roughly equal to the biomass of bees.
The things that are going on inside your head are insane.
That is a good number, though.
And it's a good number.
We're giving this threat that you could tie the umbilical cord. So turn around on Shabbos. Turn around on first New York City, you could tie the umbilical cord on Shabbos. The Yossi Omer, the Yossi says you could even go ahead and touch the umbilical cord on Shabbos. The Tomlin Hashalyo, the Deshimutim Havla. And it wasn't only that, but you have to bury the placenta in order the baby should be one. It was like 1
quadrillion individuals
Tomlin Hashalyo says 5 lines up in body mass. She keep referring to the meal. The
So
smallest
20% of human dry biomass was at the
there's some type of like
and more than all the
go
wild
ahead
birds
and
and
bury the
mammals combined.
placenta.
That's
The
crazy.
baby
There's
has to
more
remain
weight
warm
for
under the
ants than
placenta.
all the
I remember the
mammals
woman has given
and
birth to
birds
babies in the world.
combined.
If you bury the placenta afterwards, apparently that helps with body temperature. One, after they make school they have. So you could bury the placenta or the version you want to
They're cute.
so those will look
Carry all those little tiny.
It's weird. It's like, how
And
do you
the
guys
Zoom
know?
says, loyalty, they go ahead and they bury the child.
Have you ever seen
The
what
skull,
the other
like
So they take them and
the
they,
sun shall shine.
unfortunately,
Go
they
ahead
do a
and
genocide on them. They cut our ants for science. And they fill up their entire colony with cement. And so they show what the structure
You mean when they were
the
studying?
daughters of rich
Yes.
people with
This
this
is how they
would
find
bury
out
the
that you have to
placenta
kill it
in tufts
and
of
turn
wood.
them into
The
concrete.
nose and
And so this enormous cutter ant colony that's underground, then they dig it up and only the cement is left. And it's bananas. It's so they have fermentation. So they have an area where they put leaves and to ferment, and then they have a tunnel that goes up the surface so you can get air. So this is it. They fill up. This is the ant cutter ant colony that goes down outside of our yeah, they're freaking out. And so then they have to excavate and they dig up this area. And it is absolutely
Everything that is
so
said
the concrete that's left is what the colony actually looks like underground. It's just like the size of a house. Like, look at that.
It's so impressive.
These stupid fucking ads that you can't even get rid of that cover a quarter of your screen. But let's pause that real quick. Look at that. Bananas. Absolutely bananas.
Somebody
And
took
it's a tiny little ant
raised the baby,
and all his
feed the baby,
friends
took care of
can
the
take
baby,
something like that.
allowed me to grow up
I don't
with
even think they're all friends. I think there are some that are like, I hate that
Yeah,
asshole.
probably.
He's so lazy. We're all working our asses off, and he's just over there like,
There's some
ants where the female will find the male and they cut his legs off
naar,
his arms
hoe
and
we
legs are
horrendous en zo.
to
No curry soy.
to the colony so that
When
he
you
can
were born,
breed.
on the day that you were born,
Find
you
that
umbilical
which
cord was
which
not
one is that?
cut.
Yeah, they find him
Over 9,
and they cut his arms and legs
Well,
off so he
that's
can't go anywhere.
right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed with one of the Mishiva Marathon,
Like
you were not salted, again, we'll put on the list.
how
Sell low
can
salsa.
he?
Again, we'll see all these things.
They're almost like little
A lot of
robots.
times, you know, a lot of us, right? And on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was cut. Or excuse me, on the day that you were born, you can't see the elders have Rabbi Shabbos.
But the thing is, this is
How
a
will you get
universal
first on
thing. This is what's
No
really
karasai,
like
your
here we are in
umbilical cord was not
Texas,
cut.
but there's
You
probably
can't
leaf cutter ants right now.
remember,
Florida, there's probably leaf cutter ants right
anything,
now all over the
anything
world,
in the process
and
that
they're all
is
doing a
not
similar
done.
thing
You see
underground.
that
But
even
leaf
the things
cutter,
that are
so
normally
they're
done
completely different than, say,
and if these
red
things
ants.
can be
You know, there's a bunch of
done.
different kind of ants.
So
But
we can't
the thing
support
that
that, but
differentiates
we
leaf
can
cutter
go
ants
for
is that they
or
go
mine
to
know
trees,
that,
they chop off their leaves,
and you are
they
not
take these
washed
little
in
pieces
water,
of it, and
then
then they
you
carry it
punch
back
it
into
up,
their
still
leaf
have
cutter
like
ant
the
colonies.
And
And then
then
they
you
have
see that in the normal
all these places.
then go ahead and wash a baby
So
on
they
Shabbos.
store the
Not the
leaves,
hamela
and
for
the
him,
leaves
and you are
ferment,
not salted.
and
You
they're
can't
kind of
share
rot,
milk and
and
have
have
like
air pipes that go up to the surface. It's
So that's the thing
super,
that
super
apparently
complex.
they used to
And
apply
it just
salt
makes you think, like,
to the skin of
how do
the
they
baby
know to
when
make
the
this
baby was born.
chamber and then a
Man,
passageway to the chamber? And how do they all know all over the world?
The
Right.
more the ingredients the baby butter was salt, but not that the
I
actual
have them
salt.
in my yard. and I
You
see
can't
their
share milk and have like the Shabbos. Sell no salsa. You can't share a lot and have like the
like
Shabbos.
saving
Where
your
you
life,
see
not
that
breathing.
you swaddle
It
the
was
baby
a
on
specific
Shabbos.
kind
Which
of
is swaddling, going back to something we saw before, which is that halachah l'maisa, halachah l'maisa,
wings
the baby
afterwards,
when the
but I
baby
didn't see
was
anything
born,
about
he lives.
cutting off the males.
Kind of disjointed a little bit, so they
They all
would come and swaddle the baby very tight in order to keep the wings back.
I wish I could remember what it was. It was a specific kind of ant.
From the
I'm gonna
it's
It's just
all the things that were not done for the baby.
insects were lucky they're little.
Was normally done for a
Because
blood
they're smart.
or for a
Well,
mother
you don't think they think.
Hadrin Allah Panin was a prayer, not because in the near future tomorrow we begin just like
Activity.
I think they have activity, but I think they're operating on a program.
They don't have feelings.
I don't think they do. No, I definitely don't think they have feelings. Is they, I mean, if like a praying mantis was the size of a German Shepherd, we'd have a real problem.
Because they're
They would kill you.
vicious.
100%. You wouldn't be able to get away from them.
Do you think they have feelings?
I think they're the scariest life form to me
Why?
because they're so strong for their size.
all
They're
right, so they say good morning.
like,
Let
you
us
can't
begin.
even like I've seen
Today's daf
praying
is
mantis
podcast
snatch
128.
hummingbirds off of a bird
And
feeder
we're
to
picking
kill
up in
them.
here, so I'm showing about
And the
the
hummingbirds,
one,
they wait on the bird feeder. They sit
and
there
we're
like
picking up
this.
at two
They
guys,
just
two
wait.
lines
And
at
they
the
don't
bottom.
move.
Nice machine.
Hummingbird doesn't recognize them. The hummingbird comes over, eats out of the bird feeder, and just snatches them. And the bird's bigger than the mantis. And the mantis can hold on to the hummingbird.
Where
It's
does it
trying to
take
fly
it?
away.
It takes
Just kill it. Kill it. Eat it right there.
Really?
Sure.
But aren't they small?
Exactly. That's why we're lucky that they're real small. Because if they were the size of like a dog, they would 100% be able to kill you. Just like that monkey is like super strong. Well, if a mantis was the size of that monkey, the monkey would have no chance. That mantis would just snatch it and just start
That's a
eating
good
it.
point. Because that guy, because a monkey must look at a man and think that guy is bigger than me, but I don't care. I'm going for it.
Respect for people. I think their interactions with people are that people are soft and that they're scared of them. And so that's how
What's monkey gonna do with this?
Sit, look at that mantis here sitting there.
Yeah.
The night machine is going to
Hummingbird doesn't know what's going on. He's just motionless.
go ahead and
And so as the hummingbird gets close, it tries to get a little water.
after all this totally permitted for use.
And watch how it snatches into it so fast. That's right there. Gotcha.
What's the case where you use it?
Look at the size of the bird. The body, the mass of the bird has got to be a lot more than the mantis. And the mantis is just holding on to it definitively like it has no chance. It's got nothing to lose.
You increase the
But
list of years,
That
we take the
is
picture,
so
so what's the
crazy.
let's move on. The aim
It just gets it. So there's other ones where you see the mantis like hanging on and hanging.
The nice of that
They're
fit
incredible
is
little
not
creatures.
Is that what they mostly eat?
of that fit.
No, they
Is
don't.
not
It's
over against
just sitting there eating.
got taurine, got so much
The
stuff,
weird thing
and
is
a
the
dried
amount they can eat.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like a tiny twig. Oh, how can it eat a hummingbird?
There's a video
Go ahead and
there's
that
one
you can't do.
Instagram page that
You
I
know,
follow
it
that's just
says,
mantises eating a bunch of
stop
different bugs.
right. Voila, no. My time out, even the Marvel of
Is it relaxing or just fascinating? It's just like gets your mind off of
It's just weird. Weird to watch this creature and it eats a roach that's like bigger than it, and it eats the whole thing. All like this guy just gets this roach inside the roach. He's just gonna chew the entire roach. And that sucker's still alive from the beginning. He just eats his head, and then he stops being alive, and then he just goes right through him. Look at this. This is nuts.
And then do you think it doesn't eat again for a long time, like snake?
Probably doesn't have to.
Ew, that's so
You went ahead and planted a plant and understood that roach. Flowers. If you plant
I hardly see them.
that's not considered to be something that is
You have a highlight
and
reel.
even though it's only covered in the nevertheless, you are still giving up to this.
And their eyeballs
The law
are
might say
crazy.
the next
Yeah,
people
it's a
was,
weird animal.
you can't lose
I mean, if that insect was big, it would be a real problem. So he's like, dang, that roach would just snatch it. That's like you eating a poodle. It's crazy. It just eats the whole thing in one sitting.
Thing,
The nose, the head, eyeballs, the tail, everything. Just eats everything.
now you can move
Yeah, but that exists in nature. I mean, we're playing
like the
at a
whole
totally
guy
different
with
game.
the end of
Our
that
game
video.
is, we're
Not
soft.
one piece from there by it. Go back to the answer, but I buy it. Find reference
Yeah,
back to
imagine that was like
the yes,
imagine
yes,
that thing
the
was
law
like
is my
a giraffe.
issue. But
Dude,
you
giant
go ahead
roach
and
runs
do
my city and eats everything.
Sounds like a movie. That sounds like a great movie.
So
Make me
the
excited.
nifty and the
I mean, it just gets stuck in a tube. Guy's head. Something like that.
Dumb like a fly.
What is
That
that?
Jeff Goldblum
My
movie was great. And that was a remake of an earlier one. It was an earlier The Fly movie, which was a lot weirder.
Really?
Well, it was weird for the time because the guy had like a weird costume on, like his fly head on like a person's body. But the fly was cool because you see Jeff Goldblum, like that's the original fly.
Oh.
See like one human hand, one fly hand.
So it's going to have the metal, but it's not
I love
standing.
this.
So this guy just had like a
Notice that what happens
it's like a
if
regular dude with a mask.
you
I'm a fly.
it doesn't work one way. Like one of the side by side that you have.
Because
The
you
part
can
that
see
says
like
that
him
it's
start
literally
to slowly
Yes.
carry over the money.
Yes. His mannerisms.
A reference to the idea that
the spikes start poking out of the skin. So
point.
what is this?
Yet, you know, tells us what
Realize
type
the fly guy.
of governs to reach both
Matching DNA.
what type of point do you go ahead
He's
and
great.
use?
He's
Only
yeah.
the type of point
He's
that
very,
has an image.
very intense,
So if the
and at
point
the
has
same
an
time,
image, then I love
very
how this stuff works. But if the point doesn't
likable.
Yeah, fun.
then the
Jolly.
right second it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Tell me what makes you work.
At least they might just think that hasn't been
Well, him in Jurassic Park like really helped make that movie like the rational scientist. That was like, what
Whereas
the
it's
hell
only
have you
supposed to
done?
be deemed on a point of something.
You know?
This messaging is deemed on
Because you couldn't do it. You never decided to do
Whatever the
shit.
listener says, it's not really supposed to be.
You know, it's like,
Exactly.
you know,
Yeah, he's thinking.
yeah.
So,
Not judging, not
what about the
freaking out.
Well, definitely sort of judging. But it was just that, like, yeah, there should be a fucking scientist that says, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Are you sure you should be doing
Yeah, these don't belong. These are from a time when we weren't around. We shouldn't bring them here. We can't compete with them. If it wasn't for that big rock that hit the Yucatan, we probably would have never become people because they would have been around.
I never saw Jurassic
Or
Park.
actually, although our respective reactions to
How'd
that
you
is
avoid that movie? It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Really didn't sound good to me.
my
dinosaur?
It's so good. It's such a good movie.
It's such a good movie too because it was like one of the first movies that used CGI, but they did it really well.
Yeah.
And the thing about CGI with dinosaurs is it's so different than CGI with like, do you remember I Am Legend? The Will Smith movie? Never saw that one?
No. Is it science fiction?
Yes.
I don't watch.
No. It's just a zombie movie, essentially.
Yeah.
Like a disease strikes you or something. But in that movie, there's CGI lions in New York City, and they look so good. They look bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And
because
when was that? That was like 2010.
I feel like it was earlier than that.
Also go ahead and
2007.
Okay, but go ahead. You were going to say why?
Because you know what a lion looks like. You don't really know what
Ah,
dinosaur looks
yeah,
like. So
yeah.
your brain doesn't register that,
Right.
oh, that looks fake.
Right.
Yeah. So when you see the T-Rex when he comes over the fence, and also the way they shot it, like Spielberg's a genius. The way they shot it at night, where it's kind of like, in the jungles, it's like partially obscure. You ever seen the scene where the T-Rex emerges for the first time when the kids are in the car? Oh, you need to see it.
I have so many to look up. I have so many rabbit holes to go down.
How have you not seen this movie?
I don't know. Is
The
it just
original Jurassic Park is one of my favorite movies ever.
okay? I guess you can watch it.
I love it because for me, it's a real potential possibility. I'm friends with the guys over at Colossal. Those are the guys that brought back the dire wolf. Like they have actual dire wolves now.
What is the dire wolf?
The dire wolf is an extinct breed of wolf, and I know there's geneticists out there that are freaking out. That's not a dire wolf. It's not. What they've done is just taken the characteristics of a dire wolf and recreated it.
Are they small? Are they like the size of
They're bigger than a regular wolf, and they're weird looking. Like they have a mane, and they're all white. Like they're really cool looking. Yeah.
and they walk on our golf course. Like, of course. But now I'm thinking about your
Oh, he walks on all fours.
Does he?
That's
He can't walk, but he can't
Oh,
move.
that's a dire wolf. Colossal guys, yeah, they're really interesting. It's really interesting because you see them.
Wow, it's really pretty.
When I saw them, they were in summertime. They apparently they were about 6 months old, and they're going to get a lot larger.
Oh, wait, so they came back from extinction?
Yeah, they brought them back from extinction through genetic engineering. They have dire wolf DNA. They have dire wolf DNA. They mixed it with gray wolf DNA. I don't know how they did it. They can tell me. I'll figure it out 5 minutes later. But whatever it is, that's a different thing that never existed before since the dire wolves went extinct.
Wow.
Yeah. So my fear is that these assholes, not these guys, but that some scientific asshole will make a Jurassic Park. We'll say, hey, we found an island that we can buy that's 50,000 square acres or whatever it is, and we're gonna take and put a few dinosaurs on this island and make it so that people can go visit it. That's possible. People can do that.
Well, it sounds possible, but it doesn't sound worse than like AI things that can be done on your computer and keyboard. Great. Like,
You're more afraid of AI than you are of dinosaurs. That's rational because AI is more likely.
yeah, because if somebody said, hey, you could go visit this island that has dinosaurs, at least I'd have a choice, and I'd be like, no thanks. But, like, I will sometimes, if you're just talking about a poncho,
or for that matter,
yeah, like a poncho, like a little like that's a whole, it's a word that doesn't come up much, but when it came up, just talking to my friend about a poncho, and then all of a sudden on my phone, they're like, yeah, so it's, that to me, you are, you're gonna get some poncho ads.
If I get one right now,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. We're all dialed in somehow.
well, that's for sure.
So I'd rather be running away from I would rather die from being squashed by a dinosaur than just go crazy from thoughts of things that have been put in my head from AI.
Sort of. I don't want to die either way.
Why am I charging
Well, you
that?
had if you had to choose,
Die by dinosaur.
Everyone say that.
if you had to choose one or the other.
I really don't think either one is preferable. I think the dinosaur is more unlikely. The AI one seems very possible. There's not. It's not a real good roadmap that I've seen where AI is not completely disruptive in every aspect of our life. And the only people that do provide that roadmap seem to be profiting off of AI.
Yeah.
You know, some people think it's going to increase productivity, like Elon thinks it's going to increase productivity to the point where no one will have to work anymore. And you'll have what they call universal high income, as it's called. But then you have this real problem of what do people do with their time?
Right.
Like, how do so many people really identify with whatever they do as a job?
Right. Right. And it gives you a sense of purpose, right? Most people need a sense of purpose to feel happy.
They also like providing for themselves. Like, people like the fact that you work all week, you come home, you get your paycheck, and, you know, now you can go to the restaurant, you got it's all your money.
Yeah.
You bought it, you worked hard, you bought it, whatever you bought, you paid for it, you loved it. You're like being good at something. Right? If you're the guy that, you know, if there's something going on, you need something fixed, you go to Henry. Like, Henry loves the fact that Cheryl calls him up because she knows that he knows how to fix things. What do we do with Henry? When Henry loses, it's like we say, your job's useless. You're basically like a guy who wants blockbuster video.
Well, is that like very, very wealthy people that are born into money that don't have to work, that don't have to?
That's even worse, right? Because that's like very wealthy people that afford the money have never had to prove themselves. They've always been more special than everybody else. If everybody has universal high income, that would be basic. So optimistically, I would say the optimistic take on it is, if that was the case, what the real positive aspect is, you wouldn't have to work for your basic needs. And what you could decide to do instead is pursue something you're really interested in. Like maybe
Become an expert in something.
or study a bunch of different languages all day.
But will people?
Some people,
Yeah.
but I think that's always the case.
That's true.
Some people take advantage of the situation, and like some people during COVID, they said, okay, some people just became alcoholics and they lost everything. Some people said, I'm going to start a side business. I'm going to start an online business because an online business, they can't shut down during no pandemic. And a lot of people become very profitable because of that. It's like, why do we need to just work all day? If you're a laborer, is that really the only use of your time? Like, if you're doing it for food, I get it. You're doing it for housing, I get it. It's a good job. It's a solid, honest way to make a living. But if you don't have to do that, and then you just get money from the government and from whatever income AI is generating, wouldn't you rather play soccer or go do this or whatever your thing is, painting, everything is,
Right.
you know, you could find a thing that gives you meaning other than just your work.
Right. Because if you're working in a factory and you're just, putting the tile on the
Commissioner said
that's not fulfilling and you're not
that
going
if you have
That stuff has only been around for a while, like a small amount of time. Like being a worker in a factory or in an office. How long has that even been around? The idea that we can't exist without that being around is crazy. Because for thousands of years, there was no money. They just like hunted and fished and traded things and started raising animals. There's no money. You basically just try to stay alive by gathering food.
So do you think that if nobody had to work, that we could do without money altogether, that the money could disappear then?
That's a scary thing because someone's going to have it. There's going to be reason.
But if there's no value to it,
There's always going to be value. Like, this is the scariest thing.
I'm pretty country or worldwide.
Everything, the control of resources are always going to be valuable. It's always going to be valuable to have oil. If you have oil, you can do so many things. You can make gasoline, you can power things, you make plastics, everything comes out of oil. Everything is petroleum based. Even your medicine is petroleum based.
Yeah, but if nobody was paying you, to
carried with one hand.
make it.
He's moving on Shabbos.
So
However,
everything's free.
they had that
That's
two
the
hands.
idea.
Plus,
How's that possible? Because then no one would want to make a Ferrari. That's
Well,
the
that's what I'm
reason why
saying.
you make a Ferrari is because it's hard to get, so it costs a lot of money.
Well, if AI is taking over and taking all of those jobs, and you're, like the idea is that nobody's gonna have to work. Well, if nobody has to work, then the cars are still being made.
So bundles of Sia, Azo, Holanis,
They decide how many cars get made and how many people can have a car.
purpose of burning the firewood.
Yeah, this is the real deal. Like Oxford, England, just established like this new. They're doing this thing called like 15 cities. They have like an area where you're allowed to travel to, and if you decide to travel outside of that area,
However,
you get a
the
certain
ninth
amount
of the
of them per
Hindu,
year.
you set it aside for
And
animals.
Well, you get a certain amount of what?
travel passes to leave your area. Congestion zone.
The cocaine,
Whatever it is, you call it whatever you want, but whatever it is, it's the government telling you you can't leave an area, and if you leave that area, it costs you money. So it costs you the equivalent of like $100 a day to leave this area. If you get over a certain number of months, it's similar to what they did in New York City about garbage and stopped it. Yeah, well, it's crazy. That's why they stopped it, because this is the beginning of a terrible trend. So what this is the beginning of them telling you where you can go and how often you can go. And this is the government doing it. And temporary congestion charge. Bullshit. They've been proposing stuff like this. It's bullshit. They've been proposing stuff.
Then they want to do it
They want to
too.
control people. They want to be able to tell you where you can and can't go. The more they can put restrictions on you, the more they can pass laws they can profit from, the more they can benefit from whatever control they have over you, the more they can tighten down on you. And England's a great place to do this because they've already gotten things passed through in England. Like, England doesn't have jury trials anymore, except for like murder and rape and a few other things. All it's a judge. So all the people that are getting arrested for social media cases, no, it's different judges. It's wherever you get brought up, wherever you get arrested. Right, they arrested 12 one judge, yes.
Just deciding
Exactly.
their fate,
Right,
whether they like it or
And
not.
it turns out
Without a doubt, they're going to go with whatever the government wants. And they arrested 12,000 people the last year for social media posts. Just in England.
I know that's intense.
So that's the place where they're, it's a congestion zone. Fuck off. They're controlling everything.
What we don't know because we're not there. People will get bussed into that area already because it's already.
Busting Aliyah. What's
I don't care. I don't care what's going on. That's Bangladesh. Okay, that's New York City. That's Los That's LA. You don't get to control whether or not people can leave an area. Period. It doesn't matter what you call it. I don't care.
They closed the road temporarily, so they had to put up some.
It's a terrible precedent. It's like what they did with COVID. They shut down the 2 weeks to stop the spread. And what happened? It lasted a year and a half in LA. Like, it's not. You don't give them that kind of control. You can't have ever the control to tell people whether they can or can't leave an area. Fuck off. That's crazy.
Your houses.
Yeah.
For a while, like you weren't even allowed to go outside. Well, how about that?
Dipshit mayor was saying usually snitches get stitches, but now they get rewards. Do you remember that? In LA, they were telling you to turn your knee.
Oh, I don't remember it in LA, but I remember it in other states.
It was the mayor of LA. He thought he was on the right side of everything until Black Lives Matter started protesting outside his house every day for the month. That guy, find that thing that snitches usually get stitches, but now they get rewards. Like, literally said that.
That is so crazy.
Snitches. Snitching on your neighbor for having somebody to kill over.
That is so crazy.
People were exactly 5 feet apart from each other.
Let us know where those folks are. If you observe recurring violations of the Safe Harbor Order, please continue to let us know at coronavirus.lacity.org/business violation. I know the old expression about snitches. Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. We want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe.
It'd be cool if that lady was doing sign language, just faking it. Sometimes
Still going out there, he's still talking, he's not talking, he's just like, hey, okay.
Very few people know American Sign Language. There's like a bunch of people faking it before they got caught.
No.
Oh yeah, there was a guy next to Obama
But
when
it's
Obama
possible to
was
hold
giving a
up
speech
different
once,
opinions
and this guy
in
was
different
completely
unions
making
of
it up.
Come
democracy.
on.
What is
Con man,
apparently
come
what
on.
people
He tricked
hold
himself into
like
being 3
Gladiator.
feet from Obama.
Well, like
No
Gladiator,
security
ultimately
screening. They
when it
just
Nobody knows how to
I don't know,
comes
was
to a much more
validate
limited
or
view of
believe it was
themselves
verify.
when it comes to people
Oh
committing
my
up
God.
to people's
I took
narrative.
so that this guy on stage, and you can tell
The
he's
exact
Oh
ethnicity
my God.
of Rabbi Shimon.
He's like fake silent. You ever seen this? Find a man fake silent with Obama.
How did they get it? It wasn't during the speech.
Silent
I
which
have a
means
hundred
this
people
guy right here.
from the pistol.
So
Yet the
this
Yitzhak
guy
Ra'anu
on the right,
of the pistol
yeah, that guy, he's completely making shit up. So wait for Obama again. So this is the Mandela Memorial. When does Obama come out? There's one with Obama next to the guy. So that was what it was. So that's the guy. See, oh my God, completely faking sign language. It's just a kook. He was like, I can do it. Yeah, I'm good at it. I'll get there.
That is crazy. People are nuts.
You should know that.
Listen, I've learned it over and over again. They're even nuttier at a level that I didn't know.
What was the big turning point for you? Was it just being attached to Bobby and watching all that, or
It was Bobby running for president. It's so crazy. I mean, I really got a crash course in elections, and it is the craziest shit goes on, and everybody is. That's all they think about. You know, the people that are involved. They get up in the morning. How can I put this guy over? I'm just saying, and they have these people that their only job is to start a rumor, is to say something, put something in the press that doesn't matter if it's true or not. If somebody else picks it up, they celebrate for the whole day, and it's like that story, whatever it was, the thing that they said gets picked up. That is like a day of celebration. It's a celebration from the other camps, and then it's like your camp is now trying to figure out what to do about that, or what kind of damage it's going to do, and is it worth even fighting, or is it better to just let it wither on the vine? It's just all day, every day, people are trying to find the craziest. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's about, certainly if it's about politics or not. It's more exciting if it's something personal. Oh, he's winning. Lips in his face. Oh, she's. It's just.
that is an important thing. I learned lips in the like,
How are you going to govern this country?
it's so tall. Out of nowhere.
It is
It's so
absurd.
weird. It's absurd. It's a
You like that? Well, beat the shit out of people and wear heels.
right. But if a man does it and he's lying about it, I think that as a short
Did
man,
he ask?
I think they did. I think they asked. You're talking about homeboy from Florida. Yeah, I think they asked, and he denied it. It was pretty clear. It was like one podcast or one talk show, one of those late night shows where he walked out, and I was like, "Why you're walking out like a horse? Like you're clearly on your tippy toes. This is crazy. You've added like 5 inches to your height. This is bananas. It's inside your boots."
And then that's what everybody's talking about.
Don't do that. No, that's like a self-inflicted wound.
But then it's like, oh, well, he's too short to govern the country.
That's crazy. If people think that, that's all.
Oh, people are crazy.
Yeah, but they're not going to think you're taller than you really are. Like, they've seen you for fucking decades. He's been in the public eye forever, and then all of a sudden he gains 4 inches. Everyone's like, what's going on? Like, people know you can't, they're scrutinizing everything. You can't pull over their eyes that hard. And also, it shows like this weird thing where you're so worried about what people think about you that you're willing to wear lips in your shoes. And again, I say this as a short man. You know, it's like, it's important. Like,
Like just being authentic.
That's
Because if you're being authentic.
That's who you are.
Yeah.
You're not going to change people's opinion of you if you wear a fucking stilt.
Well, what does it matter? Like if a guy had a toupee and he was running for president, we'd be like, nah, no. Because it might make you feel better too.
Fuck your feelings. Take that fucking wig off.
You should run a campaign.
Especially you wearing a wig and then all of a sudden you put it on and you expect me to ignore it. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you're like bald forever and then all of a sudden
And in the day that you start wearing it, there must be a day in somebody's life when it's like, I'm just gonna go for it.
Anywhere around.
Well, there's a bunch of like really smart people who have them on, which is really weird. Like, how can you be so smart and you don't know that that thing on your head is ridiculous? Like, you were bald, and now you're not. You're not supposed to just go, hey, congratulations, I grew all your hair back. This is fucking nuts.
You find it so distracting.
No, I just find it a character.
I see.
Right?
Okay.
It's like you're a 60-year-old man and you're concerned with looking attractive. Like at this stage of your life, like come on,
Let it go.
this is a
Like
crazy
whatever
thing.
was gonna happen, it should have already happened. And at this point,
This is a crazy thing to concentrate on, especially if you want to be taken seriously. Like you should.
so what about a guy that's 25 that's wearing new pants?
It's that. Look, it's like male hair loss is devastating. I'm talking to I got hair transplants I did the whole time. I tried minoxidil and all the other different things. It's like you don't have any control over it. And apparently now, like supposedly UCLA has a new remedy that just grows your hair back. And it's in tests right now, and they're gonna be able to put it in your spine and control it.
Is it like the helmet that you
No, it's like some kind of medication that you topically apply that grows hair on mice, and apparently it's gonna work. I mean, it's kind of amazing that they haven't cracked that code yet. But one day they will, and if the UCLA thing, then the wig business goes out of business.
Then would you take it?
Even if I did, I would shave my head. 100%, I love it. I love having a shaved head. I love not having to talk to a barber. I don't give a shit what I look like.
I'd rather shave your head than have a meaningless conversation for 10 minutes.
100%.
Do you shave it every day, like every
No, I shave it every couple. I shaved it this morning, but I shave it every couple of days. But if
if I said, if you take this tomorrow, you'll have a full head of hair, you'd be like,
maybe I would take it and then just buzz that down and have it really short, but I would have it still short. I don't want to.
I can do it if I want to. I don't do it. But I could.
But I used to love when I had a full head of hair. I used to love having a haircut. It was my favorite thing.
Wow, interesting.
I just love like I love the feel of it, like you grow that little stubble up there. I just don't want it.
That's it.
But when I was in television, I thought about it. I was like, God, I can't lose my hair. That's why I got a hair transplant. I was like, I don't want to. I'm starting to make money.
But that didn't work, or you didn't like it?
It works for a little while, but the way I described it, I was like, it's like you take people from a neighborhood where everybody's really healthy, and you move them to a neighborhood where everyone's dying. So all your neighbors die. So all the other hair that was supposed to fall out, that falls out, and the other stuff falls. The stuff you put there, it looks kind of ratty and sparse.
What do you take it from the back?
Yeah, they take it from back here.
And then you put it in the front.
Yeah, a lot of guys go to Turkey now. Their whole head redone. And sometimes you get a weird hairline where it's like a little too low and crazy. It's a little too flat and weird. You're like, what's going on with your hair?
That's hard. Because how do you know? Because you're under.
Well, you probably think it's a good idea. The doctor thinks it's a good idea and he convinces you like it's gonna look good. It's like it's gonna look amazing. And next thing you know, you're
Are you out completely when you have that?
no.
You're the doctor's talking to you, and it's like, oh,
They don't even talk to you. You like watch a movie or something like that. You just sit there and chill. There's videos about doing it online.
you're not going to
Those guys out stupid holes.
Yeah. Why are women doing
Women do it. When women start losing their hair, yeah, quite a few of their patients are women. That's like maybe have alopecia or something. Yeah, they can't grow back, so they transplant it. They do it.
And you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with women wearing wigs too.
You just don't like men wearing wigs.
No, I like men
So
wearing
interesting.
I like men wearing lipstick either. Unless you're a singer or someone freaky. Person.
But you don't want like the guy at the grocery store checking you out.
Well, I don't care. You might be a weirdo. You know, you're allowed to be a weirdo. I don't want you to but if you want me, if you want to be like, if we're all hanging out, we're going to go out to dinner, and you show up wearing lipstick and eyeshadow, like, hey, Bob,
fuck's going on with your face? Like, if you don't think I'm gonna make fun of that, you're crazy.
Yeah, okay. So you just make fun of a mom, and you're not so mad that you're not going to talk with the house.
I mean, it's just it's a bad choice. But it's like I wouldn't want you being the treasurer of the United States. Lipstick on. Yeah, let's it's like, you remember that guy that was working in the Biden administration that was a man with lipstick and a shaved head, and he was stealing all the women's clothes? He was stealing all those clothes from the airport.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a crazy person.
Like the first case commissioner was, I had young chicks.
They were hiring him just because they were weird. They were like, this is going to make us look woke.
I'm allowed to bring you thanks for
We're going to hire all the right people.
step from the
It's going to be
beginning.
very
Therefore,
inclusive.
again, God,
Okay, great. You're
that's the
hiring
idea.
mentally ill
If
people.
an animal falls into a
You're
body,
hiring a man who likes to steal women's clothes from the airport.
bring mattresses,
Yeah,
put it on the riverbed, but then with the stuff on, I'm going to get out. Much like the police have
Okay,
kids
it goes back to politics, right?
the problem
It's
is I
like,
have another vice.
so you watch
The
that,
second
and then
vice is that
the next election, it's a new group of people, and they're
the animal where it is,
Right.
but you cannot
It's
go
not like
ahead
just one
and start
side
cleaning
is-
mattresses
Oh,
regarding getting
no.
down.
I think that's a big trap to think that it's only the Republicans or only the Democrats that are weird. No, everybody who wants to do that, the vast majority of them are unhinged. Because that is not a normal job.
So you can
They're not good at it.
almost
They're not good at talking. They're not good at public speaking. And even the best ones are like, that's why when a guy like Obama or a guy like Clinton comes along, I'm like, holy shit. Because they're so much Trump. They're so good at like talking to large groups of people and being themselves. So when someone's not good at that, it's like glaring in the obvious BS.
So again, if you can support your animal raiders, also in an ideal sense,
right.
you always got to object to simply sustaining animal rarity and avoid
That job is crazy.
the animal cannot be sustained where it
But then
is.
do you have to
And
be
in
good
that
at
scenario,
talking?
you are permitted to go ahead and bring the parliament.
Well, right.
I have a
But
hard
that's
time
the other
about
thing too, is like
running
for something, being part of a campaign is so different than
by
actually
effectively putting the
doing it.
mattresses on the riverbed.
They're completely different. It's like auditioning. It's so much like auditioning.
But it's completely
It's a different, it's a completely different skill set.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah,
It's auditioning, you actually acting in the room.
yeah.
You know, when you're running for president, you're not running for president in front of everybody. This is how I'm going to do it. You're going to pretend to be my chief of staff.
Yeah.
You're going to be the secretary of defense. I'm going to put on a play. I'm going to show you how I would handle it if I ran across the line.
I would rather that. I would like to see a campaign like that where it's just a little mini play. Yeah, like a little
Crisis
cabinet.
situation.
Yes.
Little Cuban
It's
Missile
kind of
Crisis
goes
right
about
in front of your eyes.
Just to
kind of
see
goes
how
about
everyone
the
would
chicken
feel.
that ran away. What is
That's,
the chicken that ran away?
that's why when people pretend to be a president in a film,
I love
people
for
are like, you know
myself.
what? You
You
can
can not get that good.
like people do
You
that all
want
the
to
time.
back
That's true.
What's
So let's keep
not
becoming president of
broken
Ukraine.
in?
Let's give it
Sounded in low.
He was an actor as a president in a TV show. And that's why everybody liked him.
Go ahead and
Did you
make
know
guys
that?
what's really
I knew he was an actor. I didn't know he
Go
was.
to knees,
I didn't know he was playing the president.
the
He was
guy
playing
that
the
you
president.
knees,
He was a
like
comedian.
pulling, or
He was
even like
playing
a
the
chicken
president
lift.
in a television show, and people loved it.
Chicken,
And they're like, you
you
should be
can
the real
push it,
president.
or let's say,
That's
the
how
poster,
goofy
let's say,
people
the
are.
cow,
Yeah,
the
that definitely happened in
the
this
baby,
country.
and the baby.
100%.
All the people that have played
But
the president,
you
people will be like, yeah, that guy could definitely do it.
Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen,
But
people
you know,
just,
and
people
you know,
say, yeah.
He could probably be president right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone like that, like a
you can go
top-notch
ahead
actor,
and
really
pull.
wanted to campaign, everybody would be fucked. Except for
Pull
they
the
just
picture,
tear
never hide and open the front.
and
They're not
attack
trying to go
him,
there.
make up a bunch of
And
stuff
go
on the
with
hand
my
and
camera.
say,
So why is it?
And actors are,
Chicken.
they have thinner skin than
you know,
politicians.
someone.
Yeah, most of them, because it's as an actor, you're putting yourself out there all the time, and you feel insecure. People are, one person doesn't like you or says that you're horrible, then it's like, oh my god. But politicians are like, what else you got? That's it.
Well, they're just used to being full of shit. They live in
This is the difference.
they're comfortable.
I think that there are some politicians that are true, that are authentic and truly working to make the country better. That is one thing that I've seen.
I think there are people on death row that are innocent.
I just don't think it's
You're right,
most.
that's understandable.
I
That's
think
the reality.
the reality.
What do you think? Why do
You
you
can
think
go ahead
most?
and also
Why
God
would
gives
most
you
people do it
hope.
that aren't
Like you can
interested
go ahead
in
and literally hold on to your
truly,
neck or hold on to your
making the
side
country better?
and help pull it
Better.
along. You can pull along after the
Well, it all depends upon what is what's your motivation. Like, what are you doing it for? And I think most of them are doing it for the same reason why people become famous. They're doing it because they want to be special and they want to say the things that people want to hear so that people like them and they can make money. I think that's why they do it. And then once you get in, here's the thing that seems to be pretty apparent is that once you get in, for the most part, you have to adhere to the mindset of all the other people that are in your business. And if you don't, you get cast like John Fetterman. Like you get cast out. They hate that guy now. They're mad at him. Because he says, I think you should probably have ID to vote.
I know. I like John Federer.
He's great.
Yeah.
That's sweet
And
guy.
he says he's authentic. And he says,
Well, that guy genuinely worked in charities for his whole life. Like he genuinely worked in doing philanthropy work and like real stuff. Like he's not a greedy guy. He walks around in a Carhartt hoodie and shorts. He went to the fucking inauguration in shorts and a Carhartt hoodie. And I talked to him when he was there. He's like genuinely sweet, like in real life. He's a nice guy. He's a big teddy bear. Like a nice guy. And unfortunately, he had that stroke, and so it messes with his ability to recall things. So when you talk to him, like on a show, he'll have like a little iPad that translates stuff, just so he can recall the question and do it again. But you know, he's a smart guy. It has a weird problem. But the thing is, like, you have to. And if you don't, you're not allowed to have a deviating opinion. If you do, you get cast out. You know, Thomas Massey, see the same thing with the Republicans. Like anybody that has an opinion that doesn't deviate from the groupthink, you get cast out, or you're a traitor, that's what everyone thinks about you. There's a lot of that, and I think there's a lot of people that are in that business that start off with good intentions, and then you see them slowly give in. They slowly succumb to the weight of what that position is.
you know, it's not like they're making a lot of money.
Once it gets up, it turns out that what?
The way they make money is inside of trading, sure.
It's like all these things that everybody
Oh,
thinks
it's
is
so
what?
ubiquitous. That's the dark
Not just art,
That's like a secret.
That's why they believe.
That's why Nancy Pelosi's 1,000 years old. She's worth $400 billion, and she makes $170,000 a year. Makes sense out of that?
Yeah, it's a little.
Makes sense out of that. First of all, if you had $400 billion in the bank, would you keep showing up for work if you're 85 fucking years old and you're in a job that pays $170,000 a year? I'd look at that paycheck every week. I'd be like, I'm good. I'm gonna get out of here. This is
You can
crazy.
relax on an island somewhere. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Mexico on vacation. This is nuts.
Yeah.
I'd be enjoying this money. Why would you still be working? Because her net worth keeps going up and up and up. You've seen PelosiTracker.com.
Yeah, my boys talk about it. Yeah.
She's better at the stock market than Warren Buffett. She's better at the stock market than George Soros.
What is it possible that she thinks she is moving the needle in politics and the right?
It's possible. It's possible that she convinces herself of that. It's also possible that staying in office is the best way to ensure you're not prosecuted. Yeah, because if somebody goes after you, if that's how people, and if you really did have insider information and you bought a bunch of stock on something that you knew that, I think there's a real good case that that shouldn't be legal. It seems like it is legal now. But if you're involved, I think it's a very gray area because in Congress, people are allowed to trade and buy stocks, and they will certainly have bought stocks when they knew that a certain market is going to be affected by a decision that only they knew was going to be made.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence for that. Like, that's how you make that much money. There's a lot of them, and it's not a Republican or a Democrat issue. It's red blue, red blue. They're all making crazy loot. Not all of them. Like Tulsi Gabbard didn't do it. There's a bunch of people that didn't do it. But there's a lot of them that wind up making a ton, and they get super good.
Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to say, yeah.
Without providing any product. If you invented some new mouse that's like better than any other computer mouse, see why you made that money? Congratulations.
Yeah.
But what'd you do? What'd you do? Most people make 170 grand a year and kind of doing well.
Okay.
Probably have a nice car, probably live in a nice house.
Yeah.
That'd be the rarest of rare people. Imagine if you were making 170 grand and you were working side by side with Bob. I'll be buying a fucking Ferrari. He's got his own private jet.
Like showing up with his driver. I don't know the answer to this, but I probably should. Exposed every year. Or is that just when you're running for president?
They want a lot of you. They want to see your tax returns. But
Cute.
when you look at like the net worth, it's very difficult to find out what someone's net worth is. But if you look at the net worth of Congress people,
but you could assist. So
What were they spending years before they went in?
These are my OPs as have actually
she was in debt before she went to office. Yeah, I know she's worth millions.
animals.
She's good. She's really good at her job.
Got lucky?
She's really good at her job.
She's really good at her job. I mean, I have seen, you know, through the lens, which I'm looking. I've seen a lot of people comment to the administration that haven't already had money. You know, so in that case, it feels like they're coming in for the right reason.
Right, but when they got in, how much more money did they make once they got in? That's when things get weird. Did you start your own crypto coin? Did you do a pump and dump? You know, that's odd.
Yeah.
So that's
Don't hate the
Isn't it?
sir.
Oh, and I don't have the answer to this either. You probably would more than anybody. But is there a group out that watchdog group that's looking at all this? That's like, here's another thing I just discovered about this stock that such and such voted for.
There's a lot of people online that do that. There's a lot of independent journalists that do that. But the thing is, that never gets covered in mainstream news.
Right.
Most times on mainstream news, doing a deep dive on Congress people's income. Yeah. Just to see what, because they want to get access to those Congress people. They want them to come on their shows. It's a weird business. It's a weird business because most certainly when people get into office, they profit immensely. You don't just, so if you're like, let's just pretend you're the president. If you become the president, I think the president gets paid. What do they get paid? Like $400,000 a year or something like that. How much does the president get? By the way, Trump doesn't take that money. He doesn't take a dime of it. $400,000. But he doesn't know crypto. The point is, it's like, so you make that money, and then you're in office for 4 years, and you go, okay, well, are you gonna live like Jimmy Carter? Because Jimmy Carter lived a simple life until he died. He never profited off the fact that he was the president. Or are you going to be one of those people that give speeches at banks and you inexplicably make like 300?
All right, well, everybody's been waiting for you. How you living, pimp?
Did you hear that Michael Jackson was a spy on Epstein Island and he was saving kids from human trafficking?
Who was?
Michael Jackson.
Oh, okay. Is that a joke?
Yeah, it's real. The DOJ put it on the actual files that he said. He was there as a spy to help people.
All right.
Children from the island.
All right. Was Michael Jackson as shitty as you are at mini golf?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then you've got something in common with the King of Pop. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. Are you ready to lose? My man, are you ready to lose? That's what I'd like to hear, man. All right.
But he's the king of comedy.
Rabbi Rothschild, next question. Dog, I'm funnier than you will ever be. On my least funny day, I'm funnier than you are. When I came out of the womb, I'm funnier than you are on your funniest fucking day. They could pump you with a funny drug. Oh, ha ha ha. Very funny. All right. Are you ready to lose? That's my question.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Michael Jackson ain't saving you today, baby.
That was not a good shot.
Doug, you know it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Oh, and that's a better shot?
100% better shot.
That's bullshit, dog, and you know it. Do you see how good my shot
I'll
is?
show you one.
Let's see your garbage shot. Your shot's terrible. And everybody knows it.
Have you ever gotten it in 2 shots?
Yeah, when the hole is up against the circle part. What up, Doug? STFU. Oh, fuck you, man. I knew that wasn't going to be good. I knew it wasn't going to be good.
I told you you suck at this. I might have done the perfect shot.
Dog.
Do you know I did the perfect shot?
Why did you do the perfect shot, dude?
Because you hit my ball.
Not necessarily. I could sneak this bad boy in just like this. Oh, that was terrible. Welcome, Kibby. How you living?
What is that? What is that statement?
What up, big? What up, big?
So I go for the same.
Why not? Why not?
I'm not going to give you
If you're telling me already that you would help
a
her with
crucial intelligence on how to play this hole.
boil water, whatever else. If you tell me that you could go ahead and call the midwife, if the midwife could travel,
What do you want to do,
that
baby?
clearly tells me that whatever a woman needs to give birth, I can do for on Shabbos, even if it requires full Shabbos. So why does the Mishnah have to come in and add in your race? Oh, and by the way, you could be Machal Shabbos for her. So what's that tell you like? Last what is coming to include? Listen to this.
You didn't ask me who I saw.
Did you see Chelsea?
Yeah. It tells us that if
Was her pussy wet for me?
Oh my god. I was talking to her.
Oh, did you tell her that her boyfriend lives on another continent and his name Rabbi Rothschild and is the biggest fan of her comedy in the world? All right, what's his name?
She could soak her, the friend could soak her hair.
Oh yeah, it does.
Therefore, she can essentially transport the oil in her hair. And when she gets to her friend in labor, she'll squeeze out the oil from her hair. The name is Sipik Besaira. And again,
Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
Be a lovely clean. You ultimately again bring her oil in a clean. So again,
What letter does her boyfriend's name start with?
So if the woman in labor says, "I need light." So what are we saying? Her friend is going to light a candle for us.
Dude, you're more protective of this dude than you are of Chelsea herself. Wow, you got a crush on this dude.
So whatever you have to do, what's the case about sight? The woman in labor is blind.
So let's see your shot.
She's saying, "I need an air."
That was terrible.
The Merdang was there.
Did you suck his dick?
Therefore, again, it's usher.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Zoot, did Mudang think that was a good shot?
Yeah, Merdang's the blackest man alive.
Isn't he Asian?
Black.
Oh. Why do you say he's the blackest man alive?
Blackest man alive. He lives in Australia. He lives in Salisbury.
Is that like a black area?
Yeah.
All right, let's just be honest. The blackest man alive lives somewhere on the African continent. I mean, is that not true? No, then he's not the blackest man alive. The blackest man alive lives, I think we can all agree, he's like super, super dark. you can only see him when he smiles. He's like incredibly dark, and he is like perhaps a tribal person, and
Who's the blackest man alive?
probably some motherfucker in like Scandinavia. That's Scandinavia, baby.
Soak her hair in oil, bring the oil to the woman in labor, squeeze it out there. And if that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil.
This motherfucker lives in China. He's one of the billion people who live there, and it's not anybody in Japan. That's not Asian enough. Thailand, that's not Asian enough.
At least it's not such, not to be carrying. 1 second.
Who's the most?
When she gets to her turn, she's gonna have to squeeze out her hair from the middle. And sweet dog is a malacha also. So once the malacha of sweet dog, then what? Then what? I just had the utensil with the oil. But Yosef Karbayo ain't sweet himself. Because Rabbi Yosef had the opinion that the concept of sweet dog.
Who's the ugliest motherfucker?
I'm playing mini golf with them right now.
She's kasha because hair is kasha. It's hard. The hair doesn't truly absorb. Rashi says, ultimately, again, even if you say there is sweet and say,
Zoot, you lost. Michael Jackson would be disappointed.
Yeah, Michael Jackson would be disappointed in me for a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Look how good a shot this is, son.
I wish I lived next door to Michael Jackson.
All right, dog. Dog, you know that's a bad shot, and everyone knows it's a bad shot. Maybe one of the worst shots in the history of the game.
Fucking hell.
It's like when they developed this game, they knew people were gonna try that bullshit, and they were like, just make it just a hair, like short of that. Let's see your shot. Are you proud of that shot?
I can still get it in.
The answer is no. You're done. Michael Jackson's disappointed in you.
Right, that's showing out of 10.
0. Are you fucking serious?
I'll give your shot. You just did a 0.
Dude, mine's negative.
You might be able to come back.
No, I cannot.
If I miss this, you got a shot.
No, you're not missing that shot. Dude, it's tied.
Alright. I'm in the lead.
That's incorrect. Look how good a shot this could have been.
I mean, you think it was better than the shot, though? I don't think you have that bad of a shot there.
Dog, I made it into one of the greatest shots in the history of the world.
Yeah, but
Don't do it.
did you?
Don't do it.
But I might have fucked myself. Rabbi,
What up,
I
baby?
think we're equal. I think we're equal right now.
You think we're equal?
Yep.
That's incorrect.
Who's in a better position, me or you?
I am, because I'm making the shot easily.
You think I'm not going to make it?
I think your shot is garbage.
How Allah Kedushas Hashem.
It's on a hole, baby.
When a person does a mitzvah, when a person does
I hate this hole.
Even though again doing mitzvah out,
You agree with me, so.
nevertheless,
Oh, dude,
I love Kedusha.
that might be the way to do it.
There is a definitive Kedusha which develops upon someone.
You're stealing my fucking strategy.
Let's see what this is just a moment.
Yeah, but I did watch it.
Look how sick this shot is, Zoot. Look how sick it is.
Where I observed Yom Tov Sheni out of doubt, and yet what? And yet halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa.
Yes, easily. Hit my ball. Are you serious?
My shot. I think your shot was better than our shot.
No.
You were top.
Wait, what are you talking about? Okay, then my shot was better than your shot. You're stupid.
Remember again, in the last it says
My shot was better than your shot.
when who allowed for someone to perform a mitzvah. So the Maisa again, that is a privilege. That's the
That's not good, dog.
Oh,
What up? Oh, I definitely helped you.
God prepares an incredible opportunity.
I need the greatest shot in the history of the game right now.
Here, Tzaddik is taking this a step further. He says, inspired time.
F that. F that, dog.
this is enough.
The person does a mitzvah,
First time getting
even
a
just out of
shot.
suffix. I'm not even sure.
No, everybody's gotten a 5 shot. Everybody's gotten a 5 shot.
I've done it before.
I hate this one.
ויש לו ספק האם מקיים את המצווה.
I think your shot right here is 0.
He's not sure what he's doing a mitzvah or not. Nevertheless, the whole
You're great at all the time.
Hit my ball.
See, listen to this fascinating idea. That was
You're not even on the same league.
a lot of stuff.
Oh, you got so fortunate.
So interestingly enough, so Tzaddik says as follows. He says,
Are you
might have
serious?
thought that a person only acquires Kedushas HaMitzvah only when
Oh, no.
that's unequivocal that he's doing something that is the Okay, so Tzaddik says over here,
Garbage.
even if a
Hit,
person is
scoop my ball over.
person is doing something because he's not sure. Person is doing something because he has a doubt.
That's a terrible shot. You're done.
So halacha l'maisa.
I think I am.
Halacha l'maisa.
You can get it in the next show.
Baby, you're done. It's over for you. It's never been more over for anybody in the history of humankind. Zoot, I have a game-winning shot. Zoot, I have a game-winning shot.
You're gonna get it.
Champion, baby.
Imagine if you missed.
I mean, you still wouldn't get it.
Imagine if you go down.
Why would that happen?
Because at the end of the day, people never down. I know that I'm performing.
My shot was amazing. They'd make me the most decorated person in the history of mini golf. Zoot, you have an invitation.
That's what this is. I know that I'm performing. That's what happens. He says, that in cases of doubt, right? In cases where I don't know, the halacha says you have to do this out of doubt. That's also the will of God. So as long as it's the will of God, says the
Zoot, F your fucking amazing shot. F your fucking amazing shot.
I think we should base it down.
I don't know.
Even from
It is like a wake in solitary confinement.
Okay. I'm sure he connected with somebody during that time.
I was in solitary confinement for a week.
I don't believe anything that guy says. So.
What the entire essence is. The entire essence of it says
Zoot, are you proud of your shot?
Yeah. Do you think he just edited the video and just say that he was in solitary confinement for a week?
I bet he could have, but I bet he had a team of people who were running cameras and shit and talking to him on the intercom or something.
Because that is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants.
Yes, that's what
And if it's what HaKadosh
All right,
Baruch Hu
well,
wants,
I mean, that's not really being all alone then.
It's interesting that he brings the example
Zoot, look at this shot. I want to know your opinion on this shot right here. Do you think it's the best shot you've ever seen on this hole?
Why am I doing this? We have the calendar, we know the calendar, we have everything is set up. Like, you know, Israel, of course, they're not doing it, they never did it. So why am I doing this? Okay, so that's obviously a halachic question that has a legitimate and good and bona fide halach against it.
I mean, most people would not bend a week until a turn.
Not all that much. He's using that turn as an example, but some says it's not true. Says at the end of shooting Yom Tov is what the Ribono Shalom wants me to do as a result ultimately of listening to the word of Chazal. So therefore, by definition, that ultimately yields a sense of his karkas. That's what yields a sense of closeness.
Well, it's better than your shot. Your shot's way far away.
So even a mitzvah performed, the safek ultimately yields definitive connection to the Ribono Shalom.
Zoo, you have like one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game right here. All I have to do is just boom. You're done. It's over for you, son.
It's actually very interesting. He says, for example, that's why we'll see.
Yeah, baby. That was a great miss.
Still go ahead
No, dog.
and say,
I don't think about impossible things.
Now, one second. What is that? What's that thing about it? Just a moment. Now, again, the simple example of this, of course, is Yom Tov Sheni as well. Right?
You're going to hit my ball, and it's going to be marvelous.
One second.
Dude, now are you ready for one of the best shots in the history of the game?
How do you say that on second day Yom Tov?
That was amazing. You and I both know that was absolutely stunning.
That's legislated by Chazal. That's not a big deal.
Dude, I don't want to get into that lottery discussion. You're so terrible at it. Look at this. Zoot.
How do you be terrible
By not winning it?
Yeah, isn't that like 99% of people?
Okay.
Anytime you're doing something,
More than that.
You're going to hit it. Why not? Chance of winning it.
Not necessarily. It could be rigged.
How do you know?
You can't order any rig.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Lots of people. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein won the lottery for $85 million. Like, it's fucking rigged.
Is the ability to come close.
Yeah, you don't have this tough regulations as we do
the goal.
over there as we do here.
Yeah, we do, and it's all rigged.
You know, Chazal speak about this idea that the greatest danger when it comes
Yeah,
to
regulate
is that it becomes
regulation policies and investigations and all that stuff.
Yeah, and they just say nothing happened. There was a fucking guy who, there was a guy in Pennsylvania, I think, who won, and he was like, I forget the story. He won. He was like the gaming commissioner or something, and he won. And there was I think he went to jail, but then he was pardoned by Donald Trump or something. It was something like that. Maybe that's not exactly right, but there was something like that. Or no, that was a different case. That was a judge in Pennsylvania who was giving people really long sentences and getting like bribes from different companies to do it, from like private prisons. And but there was something strange about the Pennsylvania lottery too. And there are all kinds of like, I don't know, like investigation shows where they show like that you're terrible at this game, but they'll also show things like the balls. Some of them are filled with helium and other ones are filled with air so that they go higher, or they'll be like a little bit smaller than the other balls so they go in that little tube faster. There's like all kinds of ways to do it. Dude, are you gonna accept your invitation?
This is my last game.
Okay, then it's your last game. Dude, you have an invitation.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wonderful to have everyone with us in the base measures farm.
I love this hole.
Have everyone with us. on Zoom. Beautiful. I know a little bit easier today for the Chevron today with some coffee. See a lot more
That's a
smell.
terrible shot.
Good.
Maybe one of the worst shots you've ever seen.
So let's begin. I want to begin by thanking our.
I'm going to show you one of the greatest shots in the history of this whole and this game. Look at that shot, too. Just an absolute garbage shot. A terrible strategy. Just all in all, one of the worst performances I've ever seen. Yeah, baby.
That Jeffrey Epstein lottery was a good fake. He could have been on lottery just paying, but the lottery just paying the other person. Sorry, one lottery paying them to say that so they can compete in their lottery.
No, we don't have multiple lot. Well, I guess we do. I don't believe it. I don't know. Like, it's rigged, dog. It's rigged. There have been a lot of cases of like showing that it's rigged.
And we are picking up with the Kakakos.
In Australia, we have like 50 different lotteries. So
All right, and I bet they're all rigged.
That's 2 dots. The second it's 2, 4, 6, 8 lines.
I bet they're all rigged. I mean, maybe not. There was a guy when I was growing up as a kid who lived in our neighborhood, and he won the lottery. And he seemed like he lived a nice life, so I don't know if that guy did it. Maybe some other people can do it.
Does the shutter have to be attached? Not attached. So we'll see all that in just a bit. First thing we're going to do. Everyone agrees that.
Did he suck at mini golf as well?
Cannot create an ohel arai. I will say now, an ohel arai means a temporary thing. You cannot go ahead and create that on Yom Kippur. Things are for Shabbos, and of course, goes without being created on Shabbos either. What's the machlok? Yes, the machlok ultimately is can you add on to an ohel arai or can you add on to an ohel arai? You have a temporary structure.
Why would you resign? You're tied.
And add on to that structure on Shabbos or Yom Kippur. Look at that. Last Rashi and Amadalis.
What up, baby?
The easiest example of this is you have like 4 posts and like a covering.
Baby, I just did.
So can you go ahead
and you know it, and I know it, and everybody knows it.
So the Gemara says.
0 because you didn't score. Did you just gas? What the fuck was that sound?
Can you go ahead and add on to it all right? Now this is coming up also because
yo dog, are you gonna go?
Shuttering a structure on Shabbos is potentially an issue of building of binyan. So that
I'm gonna deliver a devastating shot to you.
We're just kind of quoting it as a
Oh no,
now let's get
that actually helped you.
What
up, baby?
Just to reorient ourselves a little bit in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah spoke about Pekat HaCholot, which are shutters. And as we pointed out yesterday,
look how good this shot is.
Rest on the side of the house and then you close them in when you want to, but rather actually a shutter that you would put it in and take it out. So the Mishnah said, that the Lazar says, put it in and take it out on Shabbos when is not your kosher the talu.
All I have to do is just not help you.
You need 2 things for the Lazar. Number 1, that the shutter is tied to the window or really tied to the structure, and number 2, talu. Talu means it's suspended.
Hit the thing.
The shutter itself doesn't
hit the thing.
That's what it sounds like.
Are you serious?
We'll see what it means. And if you don't satisfy those 2 criteria, Rabbi Lazar says that you cannot use the shutter on Shabbos, for it is a potential issue of binyan. In love, I'm sorry, and then the Chachamim say,
Zoot, who is Australia's biggest female talk show host? I'll wait.
What exactly, no matter what, means. So says the Gemara, let's analyze. My Benkach. Ultimately, what does it mean? Benkach. What does it mean? You know, either way, you're allowed. So remember, the Chum said either way, you're allowed to.
Zoot, who is Australia's biggest female talk show host? I'll wait.
bein kosher, bein she'ena kosher. Whether
I'm thinking.
perhaps
All right,
it's as
baby.
follows.
Look
Whether
at
the
this
shutter
shot,
is
Zoot.
tied or not tied,
It's
but
over.
What do you think of the
the whole
filter?
the idea is you need
Like
to-
it's an hour-long show
maybe
where
the
she
Chachamim
interviews people,
the Chachamim say,
like
what did she
Oprah
say?
or
The
Ellen
Avra,
or
the
something.
Avra, you see in Rav Kahana, what it means
We didn't
is,
have those
according to
anymore.
Chachamim, all you
Why
need
not?
is for the shutter to be prepared from Erev Shabbos, and then you are permitted to go ahead and use it to shut
The only one we had of those
So it
was
doesn't have to be
the only one we had
tied to the
talk
structure.
was
Suspended
Brave,
from the structure.
and
As long as
now we have
that
Sam
shutter
Pang,
was
Sam
prepared
Pang Live,
for Erev
which is in
Shabbos,
this Bob
you
Rose
put
Road.
it in and
Okay.
out of the window on Shabbos.
Did Sam Ping suck dick at mini golf like you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Sam Pang Live, Sam Pang had a divine
so just
show, but he's like really popular on showing you being paying attention, which is a game show, like game show with comedians.
Two things.
Are you going to be on that show someday?
It must be tied to the structure and
Maybe.
suspended from the structure.
I think you
But
could.
if say Benkat,
I've
either
been paying
way,
attention.
you could put the shutters back into the structure. So we're trying to figure out Benkat.
All right.
What does it mean?
Come back when you want to
So
lose.
here, if Kahana is coming along and saying Benkat, the shutter
Come
need
back
not
when you
be
want to
attached,
lose.
and the shutter need not be suspended. What does the shutter
He's
have
the
to
biggest
be?
female talk
Prepared.
show person in America.
Prepared.
All-time
As long as
Oprah
it's
by
prepared,
far.
then
Not
all
even
you
close.
do again, you are ready to go. And once you're ready
Oprah
to
was
go,
like a religious
no problem.
icon.
Comes on the women says, I don't know how do you know that. How do you know that? Maybe it means they totally totally. Maybe how
Next question.
Maybe the shutter at least it has to be tied to the structure. Because it will say why.
Oprah,
You have to
Oprah.
tie
Oh,
it to the structure.
It's not even close. Oprah got her own fucking channel out of it.
Part of the structure. And just perhaps what the comments don't require is that it doesn't have to be suspended. So it could be, laying on the ground.
She got her own channel and her own president, dog.
But
She said she wanted Barack Obama, and the fucking United States of America followed. She was giant.
So there is machlokes here. So too there is a machlokes ultimately in the case of Nagar HaNigrar. And also we're going to see Nagar HaNigrar. Nagar is a bolt. Rashi says over here. Nagar.
There's never been anybody bigger than Oprah in the talk show realm, and there will never be anyone bigger after. She's the biggest.
So Nagar HaNigrar literally means a dragging bolt. What's the case of the dragging bolt? Here we go. We'll say this now.
Although I've heard rumors Kim Kardashian wants to be a talk show host, she could be bigger.
You have a dragging bolt, which I've also said is on the ground.
All right, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
But you cannot use it outside of
You know what?
Now, what's the shot?
Why?
Take a look at that. Nolan Bob Mikdash, the Chayvan, the Kasha bolt, since because apparently we're talking about a case where the bolt, although it is dragging, meaning it's laying on the ground, it is tied to the structure. So since it's tied to the structure, you can only do
dying
that.
and strengthening some instances. TV talk shows.
Okay, well.
You gotta realize something, right? When people stream stuff,
the worst
their
case
brain
scenario
is
is
programmed just like Netflix and stuff. When people watch TV, they could miss an episode, right? They wouldn't care. But there's something in the brain that's wired to let the streaming where you just need to watch every episode.
You know, that's not that dumb of a comment. Her sister's got a popular podcast, Chloe. It's called Chloe in Wonderland. So maybe Chloe will be the talk. Maybe Chloe will be the big talk show host.
In both places, it will be awesome. So also, interestingly enough, what do you see here according to this first opinion? That Allah if you have a bolt, and remember, whatever is going to apply to a bolt is going to apply to a shutter as well, right? Shutter as well. So halacha l'maisa, what do you see from here according to this first opinion? If it's not attached and it's laying on the ground, halacha l'maisa, you can't bolt that door even in the Beis Hamikdash, for that would be a potential issue the oraisa of the Rashi says v'hamunach she'eno kasher klal elaku shonto min afkar manicha gabe karka hilchov kishetoko b'Shabbos bonahu l'Yisrael the oraisa afu b'mikdash. So we'll say if we are to point to his first opinion, you were to take a bolt that is unattached. What it means unattached, when you were to take it out, you put it in the corner somewhere, and you were to re-bolt that on Shabbos, Halacha l'maaseh, that would be an Isser D'oraisa. So the Gemara says, sorry, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says no. Hamunach b'mikdash, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even munach, even if the bolt is not attached and laying on the ground, you can still use it in the Beis Hamikdash, the Hanigrar from Medina. But ultimately, again, outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the bolt does have to be attached. Now let's try to do this logic. Take a look at Rashi. Hamunach mutar b'mikdash, the Chayban Dimitukan Hu Me'esmo Lahachi Lav Amoker. So what's the Rabbi Yehuda sheet is as follows: since it's clear that the use of this bolt is the bolt it's clearly prepared already from Eretz Shabbos, and therefore it's not supposed to even look at that. So it's like, so you see from here, the fundamental machloek is by the bolt. Namely, again, does the bolt have to be attached or not? So it appears no one really requires it to be suspended. It doesn't have to be attached. And a camel, by the time it's really holding our halacha and stuff, if it's unattached, right, if it's unattached, ultimately, I think you can't use it anyway. Can't use it anyway. If it's attached, but laying on the ground, the mikdash will use it, outside of the mikdash you can't use it. Even if it's not attached. Even if it's not attached, you can use it. So no one for the mikdash on mobile. What's the right to say? So what is the Naga Hanigah? What is this piece of the dragging bolt? Right? The Nigra really dragging. What is the dragging bolt that you're allowed to use it outside? Hold the cush of the coloring, the rosho might be allowed. Any time that the bolt is tied to the structure and it's suspended, and the top of it hits the ground. So this is when things are kind of come out. It sounds like the Naga Hanigah is ultimately again that it touches the ground, but it doesn't lay on the ground. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, no. If you literally have it tied and suspended, so Rabbi Yehuda says that's called suspended. Suspended is when only, let's say, the top of the bolt hits the ground. We call it the bottom of the bolt, right? Where I guess you don't have the bottom. One end is touching on, but the other end is not. Rabbi Yehuda says that's called suspended. Suspended is mutter even outside of the Beis Hamikdash. That happens. Mutter. Ella Ezu Shemedina Aser. Mosheino Lo Kasher Lo Talui. Yishamter Umani Public Hearing. He says, so what is the case? Ultimately, again, of the bolt that is going to be Aser outside of the Beis Hamikdash. It's a bolt that's not tied, that's not suspended. When you take it off and you take it out of the door, you simply put it in the face. So, but I'm not really sure about how to say it. Man, kind of, what is that mean? Who is the author that says that you destroy children, and suspended? Rabbi Eliezer says there is none other than Rabbi Eliezer. So that's like, makes sense, because what is the same working by the shutter. By the shutter, you need it to be customer and public. Right? You need to be tied to suspended. The same time we said that by the bolt, really I do need it to be tied and
Conspiracy theories, right?
Ultimately by the shutter.
Very jealous.
I hold like a different title.
That can happen
Here we
if
go.
people can
Tell
doctors this is harm addicted. Doctors believe it, doctors push it.
See if you have a read.
And then you find out later, oh yeah,
so conscious in Balabais Dios for certain. If you have a read, that Balabais is ultimately prepared to go ahead and use the opening and closing. In other words, you have a read that's being used as a bolt. Then what? This man's the kosher, the chalui, the pesach, when it's tied and suspended in the doorway, then you are permitted to open and close it. Aim kosher b'talui, aim kosher b'talui, but ultimately, again, if it is not tied and suspended, aim kosher b'talui. In halacha l'maaseh, you cannot open and close. So we'll say, so that opinion, that kind of come over here, is the same opinion as Rabbi Eliezer. The school of thought that says that in order to use anything that is removable from the structure, you have to put it in and put it out. Halacha l'maaseh has to satisfy two criteria. kosher, high, and totally suspended. So watch this.
two or more people
Omer,
working
Kukan,
together to do something
Af
nefarious.
Api
It's always
She'ino
happened.
Kosher.
It's been going on
Shmuel
forever.
says,
There's a
no,
ton of them that I
as
can just
long
rattle
as
off the top of my
this
head.
is the
And I've had a few conversations with people on the
is
podcast where, like, I
prepared
think
from
most
yesterday
conspiracies can be
website.
attributed to
Had in mind
ineptitude, and there's
that you were going
not
to fold and unfold
not
the
most,
door.
a few.
Ultimately, again, the
Some,
Kukan Af
but
Api
when there's
She'ino
profit
Kosher.
involved,
As long as
when
it
there's
is
profit
prepared,
involved,
even if
power
it's not
involved,
tied,
there's
and of
control
course it's not
resources
tied,
involved.
it's not suspended,
Most
even if it's not
conspiracies,
tied
in
or
fact, turn out to be
suspended,
true.
halacha
You know,
l'maisa,
and
Right.
the more you dig deep, the
halacha
more you
l'maisa,
realize, look, there's a
you are
concerted
permitted to
effort
go ahead
to make these
and
conspiracies
use
seem
it. So let's
ridiculous because you
so
don't
begin
want
to
to be
see
taken
this.
as
So you have now the two
Right.
polar opposite
Right.
approaches.
Yeah.
Rabbi Eliezer, who holds that in general, whenever you have something that is
congratulations.
so we'll say
You're
the fact of
accurate.
the thing is,
Well,
these are
I'm
items that
personal.
are
I'm a
quote unquote
professional
adding
clown.
on to the
Why do
structure.
you say that?
So
Because
whenever you're saying that adds
You know,
on to the
I'm
structure,
the easiest person to
Salah
mock of all
Salamaisa, how do
time.
you deal with
I
that?
am
Rabbi
a
Eliezer says
conspiracy
the
theorist
only
who
way
is a
to
cage fighting
sidestep the
commentator.
issue of
Like,
Bona is
half
how
of the time,
to ensure that
half
the
of the
item
time
is
when I'm working,
attached
I'm like,
and
we're going to get you
suspended.
in the
If
face.
it's attached and
That's,
suspended,
you know, it's like that's
clear
like
that
normal.
halacha l'maisa this is
normal.
part
I
of
mean,
the
people,
structure,
like, people look
and
at
it's
that
clear
as
therefore
like
that
that's
putting
normal
it
for you. Like
in
that's like
is not an issue of
brutish,
Bona. Comes when
barbaric,
it's sitting a meal and
like
says something
stupid
dramatically different.
behavior.
Shmuel
Like,
says no.
okay,
All
That's
you
okay.
need
yeah.
is to know that this is set aside. And also, by the way, you notice again, this goes back to our discussion yesterday. Remember again, we had
ramped up to 94% of the
we
world
spoke about
once
it
we
both again. We
occupied
went through it with
Afghanistan.
It's
Like,
how do you
like how much of that's real?
or how do you change the
United
status?
States, the CIA
Is it
rather,
that
sold
the item
heroin,
must
sold
undergo
cocaine
some type
in
of
LA
significant
ghettos to
physical
pay for the
change?
Contras
Or
versus
is
the
it enough
Sandinistas in
ultimately to
Nicaragua? That's all
habituate
true
you,
too.
as
That's
it
real.
is in a
Like
certain
there's
way,
there's
and that by
conspiracy theories
definition
you can
is
get into
bound
that
to
are
identity.
fucking real.
That's the machlokes
And you
of
don't want
also.
people.
So now I want to shutter
You
my
don't
house on
care what
Shabbos.
people
I
say
want to
about
be
you.
able to go ahead and put the bolt in on Shabbos.
If they
So
say,
how do I
"Oh,
do
he's
that? How do I do that? So the Rebbe will say, it has to be clear in an
Well, I
objective
think that
physical
gives you
fashion that
superpower.
this item is a part
Just
of
say,
your
I don't
structure.
I don't
And the
care
only
what
way
you
to do
think
that
about
is
me.
how?
Yes.
Kosher tuggle.
It's
Shmuel
like
says,
right?
no.
Nobody wants people to
The Rebbe says, again, remember, we're not going to use these things all right, so as long as the nice thing you have intent that you're going to utilize this item, halacha and I said that's enough. As long as you have in mind, you're going to put the bolt back. As long as you have in mind, you're going to put the shutter back. Even if it's not kosher,
Yo, what up?
it's not right, it's not kosher, it's okay. Okay, I'm ready to go for Sivas. On the last one, halacha, okay, now watch this. You might make it. Halacha follows.
Baby, I'm retired.
His commentary on the specific
Yeah, I've made more money in my life than you can count.
let's just trace back how we got into this. Initially gave us the case of the shutter.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
Go
Go back to your fucking island.
Chachamim came along and said, Benkach u'benkach, which was Benkach u'benkach. Does Benkach u'benkach mean that sometimes you don't need either of those things? Or Benkach u'benkach means you only need one of those things? So now we go through this progression, and it appears that the sheet of the Rabbanon is like the sheet of the Tzillah, namely, that Benkach u'benkach means you don't need kosher and talmud. Because what emerges is two dramatic different schools of thought about how you deal with this type of shuttered door bolt situation. The Rebbe Lazar school of thought that says halacha must be kosher and talmud, and the Chacham now to the real school of thought that says no, as long as you have it in mind before Shabbos, you have to be some level of kavanah. It has to be with tukam, right? It has to be ready. That's enough. So Judy comes along and says, halacha tells us that halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, as long as the item was muktzah, as long as it was prepared from Erev Shabbos, even if it is not kosher and holy, halacha l'maisa, you are permitted to go ahead and return it back. Halacha follows the sins of the
Goes back to,
learned called sleep
campaign. It's like
any covers
any words that come out of your mouth
utensils
that
any base called
like you
kisakiri
said, clip.
yesh lahem
And it's just
space
gone, and
achizah.
then
What's
it's
that very
now
interesting?
you're
So any covering of utensils
you
is
didn't
half
play the whole thing. You
rectangle.
didn't sit. This
You
just
color the
it's
Shabbos.
exhausting.
Ultimately, again,
It doesn't matter
trying to
the words that
clarify
come out of
what
your
we
mouth. It
actually
doesn't matter
do. It's just a little bit. One of these, that's what they're going to see the covering of utensils. The Shiloh is if they have the designation onto themselves, like the utensil cover had the designation of the community, so that's what you'll see. The next mission of the US kind of jumping around a little bit on this. But nevertheless, we learn the news, no? All three coverings, right, as long as they have a handle are permitted to be carried on Shabbos. So apparently, the Gemara is saying that because you have a handle, makes this cover into a that's only meaning the handle by itself is not enough to make it free. It's only a free if ultimately the cover has the ability to function as its own independent free. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. I'm not doing the Rushi Alei for us. Shakisui Rose is the first line in Rashi. It's the first line. Shakisui Rose Kashmi Shakas. Also, this meaning that the front cover is fit, right? It's usable ultimately again for its own Kashmis, or for its own use. In the color of the Shakas. The only Torah Shia love, but if ultimately again, there is no designation of a Shia. Lo Amina Lo Amina please do also Shiva thing. Let's skip down a little bit. Skip down. Alma, Rabbi Yochanan, needing to let the Torah Shia love. Lo Matalki, I will say, you know what Rabbi Yochanan is saying is as follows. Someone's going to discuss hot covers. This is Rabbi Yochanan. When can you carry a hot cover on Shabbos? Or as well say, this is not talking about removing the pot cover from the pot of food. That's what I have to do. We're asking us, get a pot cover. You want to move it on Shabbos, you move it on Shabbos. Essentially, your woman says, you can only move it on Shabbos if it has the identity of food. So what do you see from here? Look at the last few lines of that down. Amr of Yochanan, using the letter for us, Kiyamah,
Yo.
different to Yochanan, an item that does not have a designation of the essential.
How are you, huge?
Carry on Shabbos. So let's see, 1 second. So let's just digest this for just a moment. So Yochanan is saying, if you have a pot cover, I would like to go ahead and move that pot cover on Shabbos. Can I move it?
What's good, Eugene?
What does it depend on? Does it have the designation of the utensil?
Living life, listening to Joe Rogan. What are you doing? Okay, is it good? Are you at least 18 years old? Well, you're welcome. Feel free to play. Feel free to listen.
This is a hardened unit that chooses a door. So how are you permitted to move it at all? So we have the notion of free. But what do you mean by that? He says, I'm over the Yochanan needs to lack of Torah. See, I love them. It's so mega. It's more mega than the high plant. Nine Torah, see, I love. And this is what identity of a queen doesn't have. But also, no elbow into Torah.
How you living?
Say 1 second. That comes up to why it used to open and close. I will say that doesn't make it a functional tree. If anything, what that makes it is a building utensil. A building utensil. Also, it's really Shiloh. Maybe you'll say, no, maybe the doorbell, like you need to believe the doorbell, does have a designation of a being slick. How does it have the designation of a being slick? If you came out and you could yellow, so right the half of poetry, hold it back to a bargain. You can always use it to turn over higher, or to go ahead and back. Apparently this was a really hard read. So again, remember, I guess it was also flat. So you can use it to turn over. I don't use it to back. So as such, it does have the designation of a creed. I what time you learn. How do you so that's all. So guards on the same, which was yesterday already. Bryce said that if you have a cardio subjective, you have a bundle of palm branches. So guards on the same is that really you harvest them, you gather them for the sake of firewood. When you knock out in the yeshiva, and then you decide to go ahead and sit on them. Start with passion. You have to tie them together. So that's yesterday class. So I love for the night that you have an item that is inherently more complicated. You gather wood. Travelers work for the sake of going ahead and burning it. Right? So halach on the nights again, that wood is muktzah. That wood is muktzah. So the silent hours, you have to change the part. You don't want to use it as firewood. Instead, you want to go ahead and use it. You want to use it for sitting. The shaila is now, how do you convert the pile of wood that was firewood muktzah into a pile of wood used for sitting, which is mutter? The Gemara says. So the Tanakhama says you have to tie it together. So what you have to do is you have to go ahead and tie the wood together. Because let's say apparently the act of tying the wood together shows that you're not using it for firewood, you're using it for sitting. You're doing a little more interact like that. No. You don't have to tie it. I want to remember again, this is Reb Shimon Gamliel the Shitasa, right? Reb Shimon Gamliel holds in general that how do you establish the status of an item vis-a-vis Moktzah and Shabbos?
Today is.
It's all about your das. It's all about your das. The same way the shutter doesn't have to be attached and suspended, the bolt doesn't have to be attached and suspended, and you don't have to do anything to the pile of wood either. All you need to do is have in mind, I'm not burning it, I'm sitting against the same pile of wood, but I'm using it now in a different way. And the decision to change the mode of use, by definition, changes the identity of the item. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Svirle Kavasi Bekado, Upala Galera Kavasi. Therefore, you have to say Rabbi Yochanan holds like him. In one case, in this
spelling test, and I'm telling you that I think that the teacher wrote it incorrectly and or something.
So Rabbi Yochanan used Rabbi Shimon Gamliel halacha l'maisa. That's why the pile of wood ultimately is used, even without trying to get it. You just have a change in condition.
Dude, spelling tests were so fucking intense because you wanted to get everything right.
In a different case, or he argues in a different case.
And math tests, doing fucking math tests, what would we call those things? Timed math sheets, they would be really big as well. All right, let's get into it.
All right,
I got 99 Azuris, but a bitch ain't one. Chillazone, Murex Trunkles, that bitch sounds like a Pokemon. Goals, that's the Jewish diaspora and exile. Chachma, Bina, Da'at, Chachma, wisdom, Bina, understanding, Da'at, knowledge. Geikak and Af Yam, left is dying. Pissing
shutter your window. Even if the shutter is not tied and suspended, that's in. Right, Moedin means you're permitted to go ahead and
may Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant you peace. Why not? Hakan ani medaber every veikar every mikra'i al shei befolo anakmi amor medaber yiddish o shua erami shega otan ani yakol medaber kamida mesirigena aval ani ha'adifim lakin bo medaber engid ze nishmat tov lecha.
What is it that you're wondering about? Is it because the local if
I get these fucking Israel is gonna shit themselves. Really? Oh, for sure. Really? Oh, Nagila Hava, Nagila Nishmecha Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Nishmecha Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Venismecha, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Venismecha, Urakim, Belesemea, Urakim, Belesemea, Urakim, Belesemea, Urakim, Belesemea, Urakim, Belesemea, hey, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Venismecha, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena Venismecha, Urakim, Venesamea, Urakim, Venesamea, Urakim, Venesamea, Urakim, Venesamea, Urakim.
No, of course, you have to change. The person has to change. I have to change my behaviors. I have to change what I do. I have to change how I live very often aspects of my lifestyle in dramatic ways. But the Maisa, the path to Tshuva doesn't even have to begin with the Maisa. Tshuva thought that's change. And actually the different in the Sefer and Tshuva both discuss this idea.
There's some fucking anti-Semitic things that they say in the
The Gifter calls it
that was cool.
same idea. That
Really?
this notion
Yeah,
that both
that's
actually
cool as
dying
fuck.
in Rambam Parakal.
Alright, now what?
In Tshuva, the Lashon of the Rambam is
Review Yiddish, right?
Kishiyasa Tshuva Chayav Ministadis. So both the Gifter and the Soloveitchik bring up this idea. Why do you have to say Kishiyasa Tshuva Chayav Ministadis? Just begin with saying Chayav Ministadis. Chayav to confess in Kishiyasa Tshuva.
Something
They
so
both understand the Rambam's
pleasurable
statement
that
that when a person does Tshuva, Kishiyasa
even
Tshuva
beside the dead.
refers to a pre-actional part of Tshuva. So what's the
Halavai,
actional? It's cognitive Tshuva.
I
What's
wish so.
cognitive
Amachai,
Tshuva?
that's
The
our
moment that I have this epiphany that life has to be different. The moment that I have this epiphany that I just have to do things differently. I haven't changed.
Amachai is
Right?
order rather
Nothing's
than
changed. Nothing's altered. But Lamaisa,
I swear to God, because after we struck Halavai,
unless
that's
we
a
think that
reverence.
that thought is not
Or
significant,
to state
the
my
Rambam
wish,
qualifies it as part of
Yiddish
Lamaisa.
Cup, Jewish head, Yenta, the talk with big sky, fetish line, Catholic, brass tax, munching on pussy, snacking on pussy, the shirt is soulmate, Bashirter
So the
is
halachas
a
get
male
a bit more
soulmate, Bashirter is a female
scenarios,
soulmate,
but big gadol,
mishmash or
big
taking a
gadol,
bath,
you have
that
that
was
position
a
of the
mixture
scenario.
of
Good,
means,
says the
means
Mishnah.
nothing.
Good
Yontif.
before.
It's happy holiday.
Shishon
To life,
We'll say
carved,
you have a pot cover. I don't know when I say pot, Dr.
neutral,
meaning
flat,
a
kosher,
cover
smooth,
utensil
mensch,
that has
that's a dude, that's a good dude.
Shabbos.
A female
Ultimately, again,
equivalent
it
is
is
not
carried
mensch,
on
and like
Shabbos.
that.
Carried on
It's,
Shabbos. Move it on Shabbos.
I feel like mencha should be a word, but whatever.
We'll say that's only true when you have
It
a
would
covering
be
for the ground. And we'll say, now what does that mean? Look at Rashi.
Isha
Chayil. You go
work
or Bor, Vidus.
what else?
Kibona, Ilav Muchcha, the Ilav the Muchcha. They suck easy to do. The Mishka Bad Reverend. So listen to this. This is actually quite fascinating. So the Mishnah begins with a general statement. The general statement is that halacha l'maisa, anytime you have a covering for a utensil, if you want to move that on Shabbos,
it was
requires a
Yasher
handle. So
Kokaka,
the Mishnah, by the way, when it's that's only, listen to this, for coverings to cover the ground. So also imagine the following situation. You have, what are we referring to over here? Essentially like a Talmudic manhole. So you have a hole in the ground.
May your strength be
You
directed
don't
forward,
want
then
the hole
we can
in
Yasher
the
forward,
ground.
Skoya.
Ultimately, to what? To go ahead and cause anyone dangerous. What do? You put a cover on it. You put a
Oh,
cover on it. So halacha l'maisa.
Shtetl is a town. Shadel is a wig. Strimal is a hat.
Right? And therefore, again,
Milkshake,
putting
fly
it in
shake,
and
carve.
removing it becomes a problem of binyan
Milkshake is
and
dairy.
stira.
Fly shake
So
is
how do you
meat.
avoid that issue?
Carve
You
is
put a
neutral.
handle.
Hamish
All
or
right,
Hamish.
because once you go ahead and you put a handle, what does a handle represent?
Holy
Well, it's like there's a
Shmata
reason why
means
manholes don't have
rags.
handles.
Spigot means mother-in-law.
Exactly.
Chazir is
Besides the flat tire,
Chazir
because
to
no
feet.
one wants you lifting it up.
Schlep
That's the reason. So therefore, again, the Mishnah says something very interesting. The Mishnah says that Allah says if you have a covering in the ground and you put something on top of it. So again, Lamaisa, if there's no handle, that indicates that you want it to remain there. If there's a handle, that indicates that it's all made to be put, to be loved and put back. So the Gemara says, so I'm Rabbi Yisrael Rabbi Kisek HaKos. So we'll say, also remember, I want to point out that Tanakama doesn't make any distinction. Tanakama makes a blanket statement. The blanket statement is that if you want to move pot covers on Shabbos, or I keep saying pot, but it's utensil covers on Shabbos, the utensil cover requires a handle. Comes along Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says, when is that true? Only the Kisek HaKos. Only with covers that cover openings in the ground. However, about the Kisek HaKelim, Rabbi Yossi says, when it comes to coverings of utensils, I think Yoshi says the covering has the same status as what? As the utensil. Therefore, just like the utensil is not muktzah, the covering is not muktzah, whether it has a handle doesn't have a handle is fundamentally irrelevant. Says the Gemara, I'm Rabbi Yehuda bar Shila, I'm Rabbi Yassi, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, for which yesh toras kli aleihem. When is this so that you can move the covers of utensils? That is only true when halacha l'maisa, the cover is functional for something. The cover itself has to be a function. It has to be able to serve some type of result. He said, "B'kisuyon halalu causing the tashmish da'alma." It has to be usable for something. For something, the Gemara says. Rashi says, "About kisu kli." But just because something is the covering of the utensil, that doesn't automatically endow it with utensil status. So also here the Gemara qualifying. So the reason coming around qualifying thing. When do we say that the coverings of utensils can be moved? Even according to Tanakama, who says that it doesn't require, according to Yossi, who says that it doesn't really need a handle, but it still has to serve a function. The Gemara says, in Ilo Lo. Everyone agrees with what? Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, when you have a kisu, when you have a covering that covers an opening in the ground, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa, this is the first. This is definitely the first. It's amazing. You know, the Satan works in all kinds of ways. It's fascinating to see. Nothing when it comes to Ruchnius, nothing ever goes fully smoothly. It's always got to do it. It's always looking at that. So the Gemara says as follows. Even the nation when they left the time, the Pasuk says, "The full nation Allah yet like it's not yet kind of anyway. The Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, "Yechuli alma," because when it comes, remember, kisei kakos in yesh lahem. Yechuli alma kisei kakos in yesh lahem beisachiza in ilo lo. And also when it comes to the coverings of karka, right? When it comes to the coverings on the ground, everyone agrees that you can only move the kisei karka if it has a handle. Which I will say is logical and intuitive, right? Because remember, without a handle, that cover what? The cover what? Becomes part of the ground. It's part of the ground. So the only time you can really go ahead and move it is if it has a handle. Ilolo. So to the Gemara suggests, I will say everyone will agree that by kisi kelim, even if it doesn't have a handle, you can move it. Why? Why? Because I will say the same way that the kisi karka, without a handle, what becomes part of the karka, and therefore, so kisi kelim is also part of what? Part of the kli. It's just like the kli is mutter, so the kisi is mutter. So where's the matter? Just keep reading. The kelim tabrinu ba'ara. Interesting case. So what happens if you have a kli that you attach to the ground? Mar savar gazrinon. So what happens if you have a kli that you like cement it to the ground? So let's say or you attach to the ground. So one opinion says, well, if it's attached to the ground, then it's really like kisei karka. If it's like kisei karka, you can only move the cover if it has a handle. If it doesn't have a handle, you can't. The other opinion says, no, we're not worried about it. We'll say that there's a fundamental difference between kisei kli and a kisei karka. And Allah might say kisei kli, a utensil cover, always has a status of utensil. Therefore, Allah might say, can you move whether or not it has its handle. And even if you have a kli that's attached to the ground, that cover is still called the kisei kli. That's not called kisei karka. It makes sense. Because remember, kisei kakos, what's unique about kisei kakos? What's unique about them? Think about this moment. What's unique? At least we would have given the Gemara describing it is it's flush with the ground. Right? It's part of the character. It's part of the character. So that already is different. Even if you have a kli that's attached to the ground, it makes it still has a tzuras kli, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, its cover will be rented like a cover. The other possibility is keep the kisei tanur. The other possibility is where they're arguing in the case of a covering of a tanur, right? She's a covering of a tanur. Covering of an oven. One opinion says that since the tanur is always attached to the karka, so therefore again the covering of a tanur, it's just like the covering of karka, and therefore you only move it if it has a handle. But if it doesn't have a handle, you can't go ahead and move it. Another opinion says no, that's still a tanur is not karka, it's kelim, and therefore its cover is like kisei kelim. So we'll say Allah Rambam adopted the position of the Rabbi Yossi. The halacha l'maaseh kisei karka requires Kisui karka requires a handle. That requires a base handle. Because Kisui karka, seeing that it's there to cover up the opening in the ground, effectively becomes part of the ground unless, of course, you clearly indicate that it's not. And how do you clearly indicate that it's not? By going ahead, halachah and putting a handle on it. So if it has a handle, then you could remove it. But if it doesn't have a handle, then halachah becomes part of the karka. But Kisui kalim, so ultimately, again, however, the covering for utensils, even without a handle, ultimately you can move it on Shabbos. But that cover does have to have some type of functionality. Hadron Allah, website, Mazel Tov, brand new pattern. They found it. I feel like I was the coming people shall have it, which shall come there. Those are very interesting. Here's the situation. Halacha l'maisa. I have something. Now again, we're going to see what something is. But l'maisa, I have, let's say, produce, unprocessed produce, but for that matter, any item that's technically, that just doesn't really serve a direct purpose for me on Shabbos, but I need the space. So what happens? So for example, we'll translate and we'll explain. So the bottom is to clear away, even 4 or 5 bundles, right? Or bundles, or we call bundles, kupa literally like basketfuls, right? So you can go ahead and clear even 4 or 5 bundles, shall heaven of straw, shall all our wheat. Now let's remember again, neither straw nor wheat are going to be usable on Shabbos. Now, of course, straw could be fed to animals, but let's say you already fed the animals on Shabbos. So I might say again, I have these items that are effectively straw, but I need the space that they occupy. So I could go ahead and move away 4 or 5 bundles of wheat or straw with nail arcing, especially because I'm having company. I need to make room for my company. I can clear it out. Only make it based on it. Or let's say again, giving this year, right? Or just somebody left the stuff in the basement. And again, I want to be able to clear it out so that people have place to be able to sit in the basement. So both say halacha l'maisa, you are permitted to go ahead and do this on Shabbos. And actually point out over here, in Sarah Chishivim, Kol HaHoshi Shem Arkim Haseh B'Suga, Ol Talmidim L'Drasha, but Lo Chashir L'Kir Chadashah. Interestingly enough, Rashi doesn't bring up anything regarding Muktzah. So rather, what Rashi brings up over here is the issue of Tircha on Shabbos. And I will say, this is actually quite fascinating. What's the concept of Tircha on Shabbos? So again, Tircha on Shabbos. So Tircha on Shabbos, get into the...
This is a cool story.
Especially when you were a kid.
Not paying attention.
The most frustrating answer you get.
There's something we're going to add to this bitch.
What does that mean? What is that Shabbos? It's a concept like that. It's not Shabbos thing. There are things that may not be usher. You're not supposed to do it on Shabbos. Like I'll give you a perfect example. Can you rearrange your living room furniture on Shabbos? You decide you have an epiphany. You want the love seat over here, the recliner over here, the couch over here, and the big screen. On a technical level, there's nothing wrong. I mean, there's no malacha. And again, the lecture is called Tircha B'Shabbos because there's a concept that you're supposed to avoid unnecessary on Shabbos. That's part of the minutah of Shabbos. So even though this moving around, these kupos of heaven and Shafua, ultimately are going to go ahead and represent the exertion on Shabbos, halacha l'maisa, you're permitted to go ahead and do it. Why? Because you're going to need it. You need the space. You need for the ark. You need the tamid. Avalo is the ulcer, but ultimately again, but not the ulcer. We'll say again, we'll see exactly what that means. Ulcer means the storehouse. The Gemara goes on. The final Shuma Torah of the Ma'aseh Yisrael. By the way, what type of wheat, what type of produce can you move? So you can go ahead and move Shuma Torah. Okay, you move Shuma Torah. Or deny. So, or Ma'aseh Yisrael Shuma. So, or Ma'aseh Yisrael Shuma Torah. And Ma'aseh Sheni that had Shuma. Or Ma'aseh Sheni that was redeemed. Or actually that was redeemed. The Hatformos Hayavish. Or even a tennis really is a refund. Right? So you can go ahead and dry it out. You use it because it's food for goats. Another saying, you can only move things that are usable on Shabbos. Right? So all of the items mentioned over here here have some type of technical use for consumption. By a Kohen, the animal of a Kohen, for other animals, so the mice, again, it has to be usable. However, Malo is a Tero. For example, you can't use Tero. Why can't you use Tero? Tero is on by closes. Why can't you use Tero? Because the mice, again, Tero is not really usable on Shabbos. You can't hide it on Shabbos. It's not usable for anything. Or mice are used for Shumas, or if you have mice are used, right, which is the portion of the lady, and the lady didn't get his Shumas mice. So also usable on Shabbos. For those mice are sheni back to Shalom Niftu, and we'll say mice are sheni and Hektish that were not reviewed, because we're going to learn again. The increase of wasn't enough to be Shalayim. Shalom, for mice, if you have mice are sheni. Or Hektish that was not reviewed. So ultimately you can't go ahead and use that on Shabbos either. You can't use that on Shabbos. The law is haluf, the law is achayba. You also can't move roof, and you can't move cargo. So we'll say, cargo, we know, must take space. What's roof? If you take a look at Rashi, it's 4 lines up on the bottom. Roof, min kitness, she'ero roi chaya filu b'nei. Actually, roof is a type of like you that no one is. Even animals.
They say that Marseille is the second biggest Jewish population in fucking
No, you can move roof on Shabbos. Why? Because it is edible. Who is it edible by? If nature Michael Arvin. So it goes ultimately again, ravens eat it. Ravens eat it. That was interesting. Look at that. That's what
We get it.
Because it's apparently it's fascinating.
Are you enjoying so far? I hate that. I hate fucking flip-flops.
Used to, I guess, breed or have ravens. Used to have ravens. So it says that was it was a status symbol. It was a status symbol. So if you have ravens, so therefore apparently ravens eat wolf. Okay, Chavile cash, the Chavile eating, the Chavile is rugged. So say if you have bundles of straw, bundles of wood, or is rugged, so also Rashi points out over here that rugged are many cunning names in the Zaydik between not give off moment. So rugged are soft weeds. Soft weeds. So if the skin on the knife of the Himatalkanos, as well as in all these cases, if you ready these bundles, so the skin on once again will have to look at what is the skin on. Does the skin on mean that physically designated them that it's something that or does the skin on mean what? Has fine. So if you prepared them, you find out what they prepared it for Michael Bay. Remember, Talkanos are things you carry on Shabbos. They in love in the Talkanos. But Allah if not, you cannot carry it. He says the Gemara, Hashta, Commissioner Fani, Adam is right. You must understand. The Mishnah said, go back to the beginning of the Mishnah. The Mishnah says that Allah you can clear away 4 or 5 bundles of straw or of wheat on Shabbos because of the article. Right? Because you rule for guests, you need for the guests. You must understand. Why do you have to say 4 or 5? If you tell me 5, by definition, what does that include? 4. So what's the shot? Have
you ever been told that you can't wear a fucking beard? Yeah, they said my beard was too long that I was out rabbiing the rabbi, and it looked too.
Totally clear out the area. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, you do have to go. So if let's say there are 5 bundles sitting in your dining room or 5 bundles sitting in your medrash, you can clear out.
I'll never forget, kids.
Up to 4 of them. You can't clear out everything. Rashi says.
I remember when another was built down like,
Sha'asar ligmar esa otzar, dilma chazi gumos
nobody's dressing like I know. Haven't you ever been to Chabad?
That if you clear out all of them, what may happen? You may find that as a result of the bundle being there, the ground is not level, and as far as that level, what might you do in terms of the Gemara? Sweep it. And sweeping it on Shabbos ultimately again will be a problem of Hashiva as Gumos. Will be a problem ultimately of going in and straightening out the fashion, which inside of the house is a problem.
I remember
You did
not
the
having
Hamri,
to
others say Arba Me'otzar Katan, the Chamesh Me'otzar Goto. Ultimately, others say about the what does it mean? You could clear out up to 4 bundles if you have a small storehouse, and 5 bundles from a larger storehouse. So it says,
they would come to me and I'd be like,
but what does it mean, not the Otzar? Shelo Yaschil Ba'otzar Tchila. Then Halacha L'maisa, you should not go ahead and start clearing out from the major storehouse.
I know another guy who really frums it up, especially on Shabbat, and this motherfucker walked in and I was like, oh, this is fucking cheap.
So what does it mean? So when we give you this allowance, you know, and you're supposed to
Israel, I thought this motherfucker was just
the way the
like,
Gemara is really
I thought this motherfucker was
and this will stop, is that halacha l'maisa. We're talking about a case over here where you have a room where you store wheat or you store straw. Now you need boxes when you have a lot of company. The dining room is not big enough. We're going to house the company in our storehouse, or the base medrash is closed. We're going to go ahead and have shear in the storehouse. Now the Mishnah says no problem. You could clear out some of the produce inside of the storehouse for the sake of making room for your company for the base medrash. But the Mishnah then goes on to give you an exclusion. Either it means you can clear up, if you have 5 bones, you can only clear up 4. Or if it's a large storehouse, 5. If it's a small storehouse, 4. The idea is you can't clear out everything. Why? Because we're concerned that clear out everything, what may happen. You may come to reach the floor in order to level it out. And of course, that's the problem of building a shop inside of a domicile. The other thing, what does it mean, lost house? What it means is all of this only applies to a storehouse that you are already regularly using. But if it's a storehouse, for example, that you've been storing stuff in, you've never really utilized it, or you've never accessed the produce being stored inside of it, then what? In halacha l'maisa, that storehouse is off limits on Shabbos. Why? Since we've never really accessed it from the beginning of Shabbos, from before Shabbos, halacha l'maisa essentially set it aside for non-use. And once you set it aside for non-use, halacha l'maisa, you cannot be using it on Shabbos. So say Sheklah, we'll stop over here again. To all those joining us on Zoom, great. It's supposed to be able to join with all of you. Wonderful to see all of you. Those of you joining us here in the Israel, it's also incredible to be able to each other here, to be able to each other davening and American time. This week should be the beginning of many years of journey together virtually. Permitted to go ahead and carry and move those bricks. The chazur l'mizga alayhu, for they are fit for sitting. So even though again bricks are only used for building, because bricks can also be used for sitting, but the halacha l'maisa they have a permitted purpose. Because they have a permitted purpose, therefore they can be moved on Shabbos. Shaydinu, however, if you arrange the bricks in rows, Rashi says sudran zu al zu. If you arrange them in rows, Shada Aktsimu. Therefore, apparently the arrangement of bricks in rows is a term of use that your intention is to use them for building. The rest of the individuals your intention is to use them for building, then halacha l'maisa, they are considered to be mitzvah. We are not going to understand. The next thing is as follows. Correct, and that Nicholas had to get about the economy stuff. This is very interesting about that. Does not consider it small. Like a first economy, which is a small piece of earth in there. So, you know, so if you're not considered the military carry in the puzzle, the national economy. Now, let's put it back in. If you look at Rashi, the puzzle, which we do back in, that's very important. Yes, we got. We never first economy. When you have this small piece of earth in there, what is that piece of earth for? It's feasible to serve as like a covering for a food, covering food utensils. So where would such utensils be found? So I'm not being positive, because here they would be found, or it's nearby, they're not very small, they would be found in a chutzner, but they would not be found in a compass. They're not being very common, people to come with. They're not in themselves, even with a Paris to Kana, in the Kanadas. Even in the Kanadas, Abadu Shus Harabin Mode. They're not in the Rishus Harabin. The Rebbe says, even Rishus Harabin. Rebbe says, even in Rishus Harabin. Rebbe says, what's the Rebbe Harabin? The answer of the Kanadas. The Rebbe had a cause of the risk of the Rebbe. Rebbe was one time working. The Rishus Harabin also had a this very Masonic mud down shoes. Also, Shannon is serving to be the only female that will hospital from a hospital. So, certain female will get a piece of paper where it says in the mud, off of his shoes. Then we will do that color. So, that after that color study, that yellow act with color. When the spider color disease, you cannot manage the damage. So, again, the doctor said, the other said, it's not enough. That contain very properly, but apparently they want to use properly as well. So, that's what I mean. You know how to target the food and all that. You're just within a process. You're just trying not to see enough. In order to go ahead and cover a defensive, Hakanami Sophia, we have Tasman Ligi. So, everything in the rubber thing is like this. Rubber's logic is, once an edit is cancelled, and you do such a thing as an unduly cancelling languages, and that being cancelling. So once you will you cancel, you will be cancelled. But once you charge the people to be approved, you have other things. For example, in the budget of cameras, ultimately again, you used to go ahead and to the as definition of approved in other areas as well. I'm going to do that as well. The proof has published in this stuff. This will help you decide if you have a company in a barrel, that is great, or you can really be a great snap. That's a very higher than that. The advice of that, once you go and you get the shard and very easily by the ultimately again is what's the logic there. The logic there is that once you go out and record into the message, that really indicates that you have no intention to use it. Once you have no intention to use it, that's the intention of it. Ask me what I thought, but I don't know, so it doesn't make sense. I don't know how to ask. Very hard to answer. So that's the sharding case. What happens if a person will have uncooked volume? It's close. And you feel it in the garbage. The user of the action is going to float into the garbage and stuff. The action is going to error the idea like the code is going to be for the garbage. Simple collection that is going to be garbage. So no shard, which the shard is considered to be a food. Then why does it throw it into the garbage remove the citation? Which the word says, la papa se stapa con papel, la papa exactly the original aspect of the meaning of college. There was a group of kids that they saw it. And very little garbage and established in the one with the group US. Why? The logic of it is once you go ahead and you go away and establish, then a lot of us actually indicate that you have no use for the object, and therefore it is called stuff. Our bad habit Terminals from a hypothesis for calculating that is if you have shreds of a map. Now, generally, without a map, usually a macrotella,
Yeah, it's fun. It's real. Really? Dog, I was fucking. How is this fucking yarmulke
time is pretty different. When you turn around, you really go ahead and you fire up the oven. So kind of left side, you know, where it's always been used, kind of cover for you, but you're in the oil, you know that you're not going to fire up. So, you know, turn up on the super, turn it up, turn it up, move it on, turn it up, turn it up. So you're going to say, it's a working sharp, and it's going to fire. Or like that, I mean, sometimes we'll see the fire in the question. You go right there, you go back, boom, I mean, no, the sharp, and the full fire. So that's the kind of like that. There's the real solution where they're not going to the ocean, you catch the fire, and they're not. Well, that's super, and they're not going to the shadows. So that's what it's about. So that's real solution. That's real solution. So it's testimony. The name of the reservoir. Working side of the earth, and the power of God. That's the school up and other comments. And this is actually very important. You know, we think about a color, we think about your current picture of it. That's not the oven that Allah was talking about. And we're going to see the word specifically later on. But the color would be actually like the candle that was put on top of a fire. That was the candle. Again, it was nothing without a person there. So the idea of doing the candle up and out is the color. It's the color, so it will try to place you out. So you know, and also that's the fact that the cover of a color could be used, even if that's the type of candle. So this is really inside the color of this moment. Let's believe in the focus like a silver candle. And like the one we're arguing about. When we argue with writing, when we argue with writing, the broken shards of the candle, that's how we argue about. I'm not arguing the whole thing in the lacha, the whole thing in the lacha. So right, right, you get color, so this is back to your food. Remember again, yesterday we had a fascinating discussion where we spoke about the following idea. What happens if you have a cleanup page and the shards are usable, but they're not necessarily usable in the same capacity as they were when they were part of the original food. So that was in the first remember again, the first from Yuga and that was lower. So one of the holding that specifically the shards do not be muktzah. So the shard must go ahead and be usable in the same capacity as it was when it was part of the initial food. And the second opinion saying, no, as long as it has some level of functionality, even if it does not have the same level of functionality as it has when it was part of the original food. I love the way this one. In fact, the same not going to explain that elsewhere. Master Lava, that's the argument about first why one should come here without it. I believe it would be the sugar kind of the sugar cleaning the alma, because that is rather arguing about working shards of a panel. Why is this a kind of specific discussion? Let this be about the broken shards of a panel. And on the radar, the sugar that I kind of by the same level, one of the arguments about the broken shards of the fabric. Now, not just any fabric, but a specific this now. Rescue Apiabor, or Apiatus, the Nasan Sham Adam. So this is this. So let's say ultimately again, you have the following case. You have a situation where Halacha you put something on top of the wall, and because this is kind of like a kind of here again. Imagine the panel as being the big cylinder. So the big cylinder, so what's moving is you have a pit. The bottom of the pit, you're putting the fire. Inside of that pit, you're putting the tunnel, you're putting the cylinder. But now, the cylinder is not going to rest on the bottom of the pit because the bottom of the pit comes to a point. So instead of just meaning you're going to put the tunnel into the opening of the pit, and then to right to the tunnel into the stone. So the stone is going to keep the tunnel wedged together. So the device says, and you don't know, the master of the master, when you kindle the fire at the bottom of the pit, so the top of the tunnel gets hot, coming. So the tunnel is coming, so the tunnel is coming. That means that the top gets has the status of the tunnel, and therefore it's kindling all of the top of the pit. But in Mara, that is when you go out and you kindle the fire at the bottom of the pit, ultimately what? It does not turn to the top of the pit. And in a manner, it is not like you have a tunnel, and therefore again, therefore when you say cover, so it's not signaling the top of the pit. Now come you say that, oh, but this is the bubble cover. Come say it doesn't matter. Once the Lord will say, once the fire is kindled, and that tunnel is really well into the opening of the pit, then I started tap dancing on the dining room table. He said, hey, what's this, Michigan? Like when I had the marching band practice in the living room for over a month. He said, I'm tired of this, Michigan. shards. But if you have a shard that goes into this candle, there's a fluid kind of fluid that looks like a fluid in terms of how you move. In that they are capable of moving around having come up, they are fluid from your belt space. So the killer will be discussing the power of your now what happens here is the shard goes into the earth of the candle. So it says that the candle, like the oven is stove, you have to be working apart, not be smashed because you are close. So the Buddha says, the Christian is seed candle, the Hindu Christian is seed power. The Buddha says only something that is pure, this one is using it's missing demolition, which means it's capable of doing your knowledge. So which is good with actually says over here, that says, Starbucks is not that. The Buddha was like this. The item is incapable of being demolished. So this was Buddha was saying, when something is demolished, then it's an act of ground. So if something is an element of the ground, that's what the Russian is. And that Russian of demolition, and the Buddha says, Allah will myself. It's right. And you keep things to the top. That indicates the action of the ground. It's attached to the ground, the sun will be itself, and that's why Buddha has a status of the house. But again, it's Allah will myself. Which does not rise all the way to the top. That indicates the fact that it's not attached to the ground. And if it's not attached to the ground, it's not subject to the seed set. It's not subject to the seed set. It's not really considered to be a time lord. If it's not really considered to be a time lord, then it's not the common kingdom. But I don't start with the name of the time for my friend. But I want to see the name of the so much like the name of the time. So to become it's kind of like a catch all things. And when it comes to so even if you have a tunnel that is attached to the ground, but I love the nice again, the tunnel itself does not mean that heat always attached. The tunnel still has to be like a food, and I love the nice stuff to be the cabo. It sort of makes me feel more Jewish. What do I want to do at the food?
This motherfucker sounds like Guy Smiley or like some fucking Sesame Street guy. Not Guy Smiley, but somebody else. Which one? Sesame Street. He'd be like selling fucking like knockoff Rolexes. Have you ever met someone knockoff Rolexes? Yeah, fucking watching all Okay, this is the worst. We'll continue. I don't know what the heck we're fucking Somebody's like, what does this have to do with Favela? Right. There's this thing I used to read. That on the wall, my fucking timeline. Now we're gonna time this bitch because I'd like to read it every fucking day.
into something usable on Shabbos, and you can use it in a permitted way on Shabbos. You want to sit on it. What do you need in order to convert the object? Is it enough ultimately to go ahead and have machshava, or do you need a ma'isa? And the Rebbe says that is mamish the machlokas that unfolding over here. That's what I tell you. There's an incredible hashkafic understanding to that as well. Listen, you hear what machlokas is? You hear what machlokas is? Here's what machlokas is. Machlokas says, how do you affect it? How do you affect it? Does real change require a ma'isa, or does real change require a machshava? Is machshava enough to affect real change, or do you need a ma'isa to affect real change? That's machlokas. One opinion says, I don't care what you think. Doesn't matter what you think. Do something. Or do whatever you think. As long as you're thinking you're still the same person. Do something different. Action affects change. And the other opinion says, no, even machshava affects change. Even machshava, even change of your thought affects change, even if the ma'isa, your action affects change. So it's like, who's correct? So I hope this looks good too. So listen, what I hope this good is correct. It's correct. So I want to realize that even the things of machshava, even if machshava affects change, you know this nurse and this is very nice as for women. I asked you to dash us to the next time it's like women. As you know, when you answer to women, you come to dash us to me. I'm the condition that I'm a complete savage. It's a good line, by the way. I don't know if anyone's ever tried it, but it's a nice movement to see what they're having with a line like that. So if you like what I say, you could dash us, I have to the rest of them. If you like the women, you could dash us even the black people who are like the why don't you know what I say? And then hear her, shiva, believe it. Because we need a person to shiva. So that's it. So that with this mitzvah, and with this mitzvah, it's a machlokas, how do you affect changing in life? Is it ultimately again machshava? Is it what? If you require ma'isa, let's say Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. That makes it shiva. Another shiva, even a change in your mindset, even a change in your machshavas, ultimately affects change. Listen, let's go back to a little bit. Zmira Shakshura, so let's just do one more line, then we're going to stop. Zmira Shakshura, so let's remember the Mishnah said that if you have a vine that is attached to the bucket, and that's what I said. And that's what I mentioned to use that shot. Shura is a big shura that. So listen, it's only true if the vine is attached. The vine has to be tied to the bucket.
So that takes like
But if it's
22
not
minutes.
tied, it can't really touch that.
But it's good. We might integrate it like every 10 pounds or something.
If you have a bunch
I
of
used to read that
branches,
just
that will tie
basically
together
every
used
book.
for wood, like firewood. Then in Lachalim, you should decide to go and use that for
I
city.
definitely look
So
at
I
it
would
every day.
tie them together. Tie them together by using active shows that you can use it
I
for
like to
city.
memorize
So
this
you
every
only
day.
have internet shows, so you
Alright,
you don't have to tie them together.
I'll
That is what I'm sure in the Machshava camp. And in the Machshava camp, as long as you have in mind, you use it for something. But then ultimately it's going to be, I'm going to finish this, I can finish it from the end. Finish it from the end. Also, Kakamas, you know, that is Ba'avila.
There's
It's an interesting look, and it's what we're talking about. When we speak about the vine that is being used as the rug, as the handle for the bucket, we're talking about a vine that is still attached to the ground. What? They say ultimately again, if the vine is attached to the ground, how can you use it as a handle for the bucket? It's mechuber. Listen, you can't use it as mechuber on Shabbos. So which means the not in the gimel. It's very interesting. You're using the vine, but also you're only using it below fruit stocking. Only below fruit stocking. The rest is interesting enough is using it below fruit stocking. So remember again, below fruit stocking is water attached to the ground. And if it's attached to the ground, then halach to the ma'isa, again, it's not considered to be using the stocking. The fire is considered using the target itself. But actually not using the fruit stuff, it actually is not. You can be talking about the thing that is attached to the vine, not attached to the vine.
If we ever go viral, okay, this is the first step we want. Does it? Yeah.
Once it's a bucket handle, we are not concerned that halakha l'maisa, we will come to cut down another line. So listen, we stop with it today. Ultimately, again, remember, the machlokas, Hareda is good, which is you convert a non-mixed item, sorry, a mixed item to a non-mixed item. It's not stubborn enough, it's medicine necessary, and that's just a massive disease. Well, let's say for those of you, for those of you who are with us on Zoom, all of you, I can't do YouTube today. Let's just see today. Let's time. I'm showing relocations. I'm sure people that are such a future. We didn't get it. People tell you,
which also functions as a house. Is a large hole that is the entrance to the oil. You can prepare before you actually reach the oil's resting
I'd like to pee in those things. Wouldn't that be fucking disrespectful? I think I rather like it.
Before you go into the oil, you can write a detailed confession or personal letter to the Rebbe. Whatever is on your mind.
Dear Pimp, why didn't you let me go viral sooner? I've been emailing you for years.
Place the letter on the Rebbe's gravesite. Write the full Hebrew name and the Hebrew name of any person who mentioned in your letter to the Rebbe. Please dress modestly as a sign of respect for this holy site where you wear leather shoes. Before entering the oil, please observe the custom of removing them and putting on a pair of non-leather shoes provided for visitors. Here you may take a candle and light it at the oil.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
When you're ready to enter the oil, this door will take you to the path that leads you there. The oil is a small building that's a short distance away from the door that we've just walked through.
No cell phone. I'm gonna text him there. H, why don't you fucking answer me?
Reach a narrow lobby where you can light the candle that you brought with you. From there, you can go into
I'm gonna use a USB lighter. Why? Just to be safe.
the door on the right is for men, and the door on the left is for women. As a sign of respect, check the other door before you walk through.
Which one will you go in? This is a queen, so I don't know. What is it? Is it chicken scratch? I'd just be like, is this chicken scratch? Cool, though. I think this motherfucker is frozen in a basement of Mount Sinai. Really? Uh-huh. Why? I don't know. That'd be tight. You never fucking answered me. Maybe it is though. If I'm there, then my prayer got answered.
As you leave the oil, go back to the lobby that you walked through earlier and wash your hands. You have visited the Rebbe, leaving you with a feeling of joy, celebration, and the hope that your prayers will be answered. Coffee and cake are provided for visitors now.
Adam?
It's important to know that whenever you face a dilemma, have a problem, or you simply want to feel connected, you can always write to the Rebbe about whatever is on your mind.
No one's watching my streams.
Hours a day via fax or email. The staff of the oil will then place your letter on the Rebbe's gravesite. Don't worry, no one will look at your letter or read what's written there.
Oh, that is dark.
Redemption is closer than ever. Another good deed can make it happen today. Before you leave the oil, go back to your car, making a good resolution. Maybe this is what will bring Mashiach.
Pushka.
And may we see the Rebbe again very soon. Have a safe trip.
Driving, they're not driving correctly. Good job. Alright, is that the end of your fucking set? You gotta do something. Yeah, we got a question. Yo, dog, I don't want to read Torah right now. Can you give me a breakdown on when the bris happened? Why Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael? And then, like, what happened with Isaac? Give me a breakdown. Timeline, baby. Please. Alright, let's do some clean card. You're asking about the Brit covenant, the circumcision of Abraham and Ishmael, and how Yitzhak. So, we're in Bereshit, mainly chapter 17 on timeline. The Brit and what happened then. For the Brit, the set of Abraham exalted at least Mesopotamia at age 75. Has the Brit Bain Habitarum covenant between the pieces in Bereshit 15, where God promises numerous descendants, the land of Canaan, future exile and redemption. At this point, Abraham still has no child with Sarah. Ishmael is born. Sarah gives her maidservant Hagar to Abraham. Ishmael is born. This happens 13 years before the circumcision covenant. The big moment, Brett Miller, age 99. Dude, imagine being 99 years old and cutting your dick off. The big moment, Brit Miller, age 99, Bereshit. Abraham is 99 years old. God appears and changes his name Abraham to Abraham, father of multitude, Sarai, Sarah, princess. Name change, identity shift, new destiny. Establishes Brit Miller, covenant of circumcision. God commands every male must be circumcised at 8 days old. God appears and changes his name, establishes Brit Miller. Okay, sign of the covenant, an eternal covenant between God and Abraham's descendants. This is not just medical, it's covenantal identity. Abraham circumcises himself same day. Abraham is 99, Ishmael is 13. All males in the house are circumcised. Midrash emphasizes Abraham does it immediately, no hesitation. Radical obedience, 99 years old. Dog, if you told me that 99 years old, I don't care who it is, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. Really? Probably. That's just how I am, though, baby. Promise of Yitzhak. Still in Bereshit 17, God tells Abraham, Sarah will give birth, the son will be called Yitzhak. He will laugh. The covenant will continue specifically through him. Important. God says explicitly, my covenant I will establish with Yitzhak. That means Ishmael is blessed, but covenantal destiny flows through Yitzhak. I just cut my dick off, and I'm just blessed. Abraham laughs when told he'll have a child at 100. Abraham laughs, not displayed more astonishment. Later, Sarah laughs too. Bereshit 18. Hence the name Yitzhak. Yitzhak is born. Abraham, age 100, 1 year after the Brit. Yitzhak is born. He is circumcised at 8 days old. First person to be circumcised on day 8, as commanded. Ishmael and Yitzhak tension. When Yitzhak is weaned, Sarah sees Ishmael mocking. She demands Hagar and Ishmael be sent away. God tells Abraham to listen to Sarah. Covenant line confirmed through Yitzhak, but God promises Ishmael will also become a great nation. Later, Abraham circumcises himself. 3 layers. Obedience, God commanded. Abraham obeyed instantly. Covenant marker, unlike Brit Bein Batarim, which was a symbolic ritual, Brit Milah is on the body, permanent, generational. Spiritual refinement, Jewish thought, especially later in Kabbalah, sees circumcision as removed spiritual blockage, affecting creation, human partnership, and divine refinement. So he leaves his homeland at 75. Brit Bein Batarim, 70s and 80s, Ishmael born, Brit Milah Yitzhak. Leaves his homeland at 75. Brit Bain Habitarum, 70s, 80s, Ishmael born 86, Brit Milah 99, Yitzhak 100. Core takeaway: Ishmael is a biological son, blessed. Ishmael is a biological son, he's blessed. Yitzhak is a covenantal heir. Brit Milah, physical sign that Abraham's family carries a unique mission. The covenant becomes embodied literally. The Brit being had Batarim, the covenant between the pieces. Let's break down the Hebrew first. Brit, covenant, being between Habitarim, the pieces, cut pieces. So literally the covenant between the cut pieces. Where is it? Where is she? Genesis 15. What happens before Brit Mila? What actually happened? God tells Avram, still called Avram at this point, bring a cow, a goat, a ram, a dove, a young pigeon. Avram cuts the larger animals in half and layers the pieces opposite each other. Then a deep sleep falls on Avram. A terrifying darkness descends. God tells him his descendants will be strangers in a land not theirs, Egypt enslaved and later redeemed. A smoking furnace and flaming torch pass between the pieces. That passing between the pieces seals the covenant. What does it mean? In the ancient Near East, this was how the treaties were made. The idea was, may I be cut like animals if I break this covenant. It's serious covenant language, but here's the wild part. Only God's presence passes between the pieces. Abraham does not. That means the covenant is unilateral. God binds himself to the promise. What is promised? Three big things: numerous descendants, the land of Canaan, exile, redemption, Egypt, prophecy. How is this different from Brit Mila? Covenant circumcision. Great man have a time. God obligates himself, national destiny, land promise, prophecy of exile. Brit Mila. Abraham must act physical sign body, eternal generational obligation, identity covenant. One is historical, so the other is embodied personal. In one line, Brit being Habitarm, God promising the Jewish future. Brit Mila, the Jewish people making themselves as partners in that future. Please give me a list of the in order chronologically of all of the Kabbalistic works, like as it's seen in order of who wrote what in Judaism. You don't have to tell me everything. Just give me a list, 1 to 50, with approximately the years that they were written or when they take place. Just a list, 1 and then 2 and then 3. Okay, responsible. Early. Alright, so we're not gonna do this today. Look. Doug, don't make me make decisions. Just give me the list, but make sure to include the Book of Enoch if it's relevant. Please ensure the Book of Enoch is included if it is relevant. Also put who wrote each book. Yo, dog, what about the book that Adam wrote? Right. That's cool. Dog, if this fucking thing works, it is gonna light Israel on fire. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
He's in seminary right now, and he essentially said that you're pushing people away from Christianity by doing this, and then it's not fair that if you are not a Christian and you go to the school, you have to read the Christian rules. And what about the Buddhist rules? What about the Muslim rules? What about this is just not right.
And he can talk about it in a
smart way, and he's also a very religious person.
I'm not very familiar with him at all.
He was a school teacher, and he was realizing that cuts to the budgets were directly affecting vulnerable students in his class. And he pointed to this one kid that he had that was doing really well because he was getting counseling, and he came from a troubled background, but he was really showing progress. And then they cut off the funding. He lost his counseling, started falling apart, dropped out of school. And he was like, that is a direct result of this lack of funding for important things that he thinks directly affect people that are vulnerable. And he was coming at it from a very honest and a very moral and ethical place. And when you could talk to him, you could realize that I think he's a good man. And he has a real good chance of being like a...
Is he from Texas?
Yes.
Yeah.
He also points to the fact
He's kind of young, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very young. I think he's 35 or something like that. But it's also, he pointed out that there's a group of very wealthy, loyal people in this country, or in this state rather, that want to turn Texas into they want to fund all the religious schools and cut the funding for the public schools. They want to turn it into a theocracy. They essentially want to turn it into they're Christian, what you would call a Christian nationalist, and they really want to push that agenda, and they're doing it with an enormous amount of money. They have an incredible amount of money, and they're these evangelical Christians, and they have these very rigid ideas about what people should be able to do in this country. Sketchy.
Yeah, that's sketchy.
Very sketchy.
And it also goes back to money.
Yeah.
So even hearing that, to run for president, takes so much money.
Yeah, a lot of money. But if people think you can win, they might get on board.
Yeah.
That's what things get interesting.
Yeah.
If you think someone can win, how much you want to ignore just because this guy will get in. And then once he gets in, that's the dirty part. Once they get in, very rarely do they do what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
Very rarely.
Yeah. Well, and do you think it's because it's so hard to make change, or you think once they get in, they're like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna do it?
Well, I think if you want to be really cynical, I think they say a lot of things that they don't mean in order to get elected.
Yeah.
They say the things that the people want to hear in order to get elected. And I think once they get elected, then it's like the Bill Hicks bit. There's a Bill Hicks bit where he's like, I think they take you into a dark, smoky room and they show you an angle of the Kennedy assassination that you've never seen before. And then they say, any questions? And you're like, I just want to know what my agenda is.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of that too.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, not about that specifically, but definitely when you get in, you see things that are just like, wow, this is bigger. The bigger has been happening for a long time, and you're just a little
state is real. And if you want a conspiracy theory that a lot of people like to dismiss, just think of it logically. If there are a bunch of people that are in charge of these enormous organizations, and these enormous organizations exist regardless of who the president is, and they are in office for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, whatever it is, acquiring power, using their influence, an enormous amount of support from enormous corporations, that's real. That's all you need. And you have to contend with that. You want to meaningful change as a politician in this country. And good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck fighting that battle.
Yeah. And when you do get in as president, there's so many jobs that you have to fill.
Yeah.
Like thousands in days, weeks, months, thousands and thousands. So you have all of these thousands of new employees that are ready to work, but they have to be organized. And now they're organizing with the people, like you said, that are politicals that have been there, or their career people that have been there through it all, through different.
They're going to be there when you're gone.
And they're going to be there when you're gone.
So they'll like hit the brakes every time they can.
Yeah.
They'll fucking
They're like, that's not how we do it.
wrench into the gears, slow things down, make backdoor deals. Yeah.
It's just like crazy.
I talked to Tulsi about it, and she's like, it's so nuts. There's people that are in charge of these certain offices, and they just stop you from doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
And then you have to try to figure out how to get around it.
Yeah.
Try to figure out how to get. Then you have to wash their backs, they wash yours.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's just a lot of every day trying to friggin'. And I'm sure it gets frustrating. And I'm sure there are days where they're like, well, I told the people I was going to do that one thing when I can't do that one thing. I can't even get people to change their mind about what they're going to eat for lunch.
That's the real scary thing about AI. So AI is going to come along and be logical and say, let us handle this. You guys aren't good at this.
I think they're doing it now. So we
All
can
this
figure that
corruption,
out.
all this corruption, we can put a stop
If
to
we
it.
through it.
Yeah. We can make things very efficient.
By the way, you don't think AI could weed out the people in Congress and wherever that have been making money on interesting? How did it say, right?
I don't think they're doing anything illegal currently. I think it's very questionable whether or not it's an ethical thing to do. I don't think it is, but I think as far as the legality of it, it's not like
Illegal to invest in a company.
no, it's not. And you ever seen Nancy Pelosi when she got asked about that? It's hilarious. It's so funny. Like they caught her off guard. Do you think? And she like pushes them. Gets out of there. You never seen it? It's really funny.
So maybe I have. I don't know.
Did you pull it up? It's a fun clip. Because look, she's been running it like a G. Respect.
Seriously, she's a bitch. She's been in for a long time. She's got it down pat, man. She's got it.
There's a photo of her when she was a young girl standing next to Kennedy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So she's been in this game.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Yeah.
And you want to know who she is? Her and Chuck Schumer, when they put on the African garb and they got down on one knee for Black Lives Matter, and it turns out that the colors that they were wearing were from a specific tribe that was responsible for a lot of the slavery. They were the people that were enslaving people and not selling them. Nobody told her that. She just wanted to look
I
cool.
told her that. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure it is. What? Listen. Oh, sorry. That Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, when they got down on one knee with their African garb on, the garb that they are wearing is from this one particular tribe that was responsible for a lot of the slave trade.
And by the way, that also speaks to how some things were just random, done by an assistant somewhere that's like, I need to have something to put on. And then now it looks like they've made a big statement, and it's like, oh no, I didn't know.
Well, it's just kooky to do. It's just kooky to do in the first place. It's like, what are you doing? Well, I would just say, I feel very strongly about this particular social issue. Less racism, and we need to be more equal in this country.
No, but it's not the photo up.
Is the head on one knee? Is that accurate?
we go to?
Trying to figure out what there's about okay. Yeah. Right. It's called Kente cloth. So was the Kente cloth, did it have anything to do with the people that were involved in the slave trade? Did they wear it? Because that's what I read online. But again, who knows how much of that's real? That's the problem. You read things and it could be horseshit. Fact check, yes. Oh, go back. It said fact check. Yes. It says yes, first word. Kente cloths were historically worn by an empire involved in West African slave trade. Yeah, so that's true.
Well, it's funny because when Bobby and I travel internationally, it might be somewhere where they wear specific clothing garments, right? And it looks cool. It's like